Li? Little Sun. Who is this young lady? Caught off guard by the stranger suddenly embracing her, Chi Kaiyun held her hands high in the air, her face filled with bewilderment. What baffled her even more was the term of address she had just heard this girl had actually called her mom. Looking from the girl's aggrieved posture to the helpless expression on her son's face, a realization suddenly dawned on Chi Kaiyun. Little Sun, what is going on? Don't tell me this is also your partner. Knowing this was a conversation he couldn't avoid forever, Su Sun didn't deny it. He rubbed his forehead in resignation and replied, this. You guessed right. What? As soon as the words left his lips, the worries in Chi Sayun's heart surged to the surface, her face etched with disbelief and disappointment. While patting Su Shinro's back to soothe her, she snapped at Su Sun, Little Sun, how could you do this? Do you think this is fair to Mayan? Su Sun felt helpless. Oh, Mom, it's a long story. Please, don't get excited. Can't you let me explain it to you slowly when I have time? Explain what? I know that morals abroad are more open and casual, but you can't just go around acting like a heartless scoundrel. While it was heartbreaking for Chi Kaiyun to see her son change his affections, there were more pressing matters at hand. She didn't have time to dwell on that now. She gripped Su Shinro's shoulders, her gentle face full of apology. My dear, I don't want to lie to you. My little son already has a girlfriend. I don't know if he was honest with you about that, but I cannot deceive you. I don't want my son to lead you on. But there's no time to explain, you two cannot stay here. You must take Little Sun and leave immediately. Looking anxious, Chi Kaiyun pushed Su Shinro toward the door and shot meaningful glances at Su Sun, clearly desperate for the two of them to leave. But having finally found a savior, Su Shinro wasn't about to leave so easily. She interrupted the shoving, rubbed her eyes, and pulled a small smile at the corners of her mouth. Auntie, I know about Little Sun's history, and I don't mind. Please, don't chase me away. Chi Kaiyun froze. What? You don't mind? Doesn't that make you the other Wa? Su Mayan is my older sister. The sentence struck Chi Sayun's mind like a sledgehammer. She stared at Su Shinro, stunned into silence. Su Shinro continued, if we're talking about who came first, my feelings for Little Sun go back much further than the woman you're talking about. Mom, Little Sun is angry at me because of a minor mistake. If you chase me out, I truly will be left without a home or anyone to turn to. Chi Kaiyun was aghast. No. It's not. Mom doesn't. Auntie doesn't want to drive you away. It's just that Little Sun can't come back here. Oh, it's impossible to explain in a word. We can talk about this later, but please, take Little Sun and leave, will you? Mom, I'm not leaving. You're just trying to trick me into going. If you aren't here, he'll definitely lay a hand on me. Su Sun was so angry he laughed. So, having found a savior, she really intended to dig her heels in and stay. Did she think he'd let her off the hook just because his mother was there? Not a chance. Su Shinro. Don't think Mom is going to shield you. It won't work. Tears welled up in Su Shinro's eyes instantly. Mom, look at him. All right. Chi Kaiyun held Su Shinro's hands to comfort her. Don't cry. My Little Sun would never lay a hand on you. I will make sure to give him a good talking to on your behalf. With that, Chi Kaiyun immediately glared at Su Sun. You brat. I was worried you'd never find a wife, and now it turns out you're quite the lady killer, but does Mayan know about this? Su Sun scratched his head. This? Maybe, possibly, she knows? What do you mean maybe, possibly? Forget it. This isn't the time for that. You need to take Xin. Su Sun reminded her, Su Shinro. Right, Shinro. You need to take Shinro and leave immediately. Even if Shinro stays, you can't be here. Do you know the police are looking for you everywhere? Go somewhere to lay low, and once Mom finds a solution, you can come back. At this moment, a wave of warmth surged through Su Sun's heart. After he had acted out and left, he had effectively dumped all the fallout into his mother's lap. He knew she had been agonizing over the situation, and he could easily imagine the anxiety and fear she felt every night. Su Sun walked up to his mother and took her hands, pulling Su Shinro to his side as he did. Mom, don't worry. Now that I'm back, I have a foolproof plan to handle this. Trust your son. But you were too heavy-handed and caused permanent injuries. Those people won't let you off. You should still. It's okay, Mom. I came back to resolve this, so don't worry. Besides, why are you still at the Bai household? Have you still not seen Bai Hongzhan's true colors? The dynamic flipped instantly. Chi Kaiyun hung her head in shame. Son, Mom has failed you. The Bai family pushed you into a corner, yet I still cling to them. But Xiaoying doesn't know anything. When she found out I was leaving, she knelt and begged me not to go. I just wanted to stay a few more days to truly sever these ties. But don't worry, Bai Hongzhan is away on a business trip, otherwise I never would have stayed. Su Sun was truly at a loss for words. Mom, I don't even know what to say to you. Forget it, it'll be dawn in a few hours anyway. Let's talk about this when it's light out. Since I'm back, it's time for me to settle the accounts with the Bai family. But before that, Su Shinro, get over here. Seeing that Su Sun was still relentless, Su Shinro immediately broke free and hid behind Chi Kaiyun. Mom, little son still won't forgive me. Can you help me persuade him? Su-sun frowned. Get over here, and stop trying to manipulate my mother. Mom, look at him. Su Shinro seemed to be naturally fragile. As long as she put on a pitiful expression, she could draw endless sympathy. Chi Kaiyun naturally couldn't ignore these pleas of Mom. That's enough, little Sun. Why must a man be so petty? Since neither of you is leaving, Shinro will sleep with me tonight. You can go reflect on your own. Mom. That's enough, no more words. The way you're looming over there is truly frightening. Stay away from her so you don't scare her. Under his mother's heavy-handed intervention, Su-sun could only let Su Shinro escape, watching helplessly as the two returned to their room. Su Shinro was always showing off her cleverness. Knowing that showing off her victory would only fuel Su-sun's anger, she turned back before entering the room to give him a pitiful, apologetic look, silently mouthing the words, "I'm sorry." At this, Su-sun found he couldn't even find a reason to vent his rage. He retreated to his room in a huff. Early the next morning, as if they had made an appointment, neither returned, or they all returned together. Su-sun had only arrived in the middle of the night, and Bai Hongjian, who had been missing for days, returned home in the morning. However, upon Bai Hongjian's return, Su-sun's presence undoubtedly came as a great surprise. He had assumed Su-sun had fled after the trouble he caused. How dared he return? With the situation with Chi Kaiyun still unresolved, Su-sun's sudden return completely threw his plans into disarray. Where have you been? Bai Hongjian asked in a flat tone. Su-sun sneered. Oh, the master of the Bai family is concerned about me? Are you probing to see where I've been hiding? I am merely offering a kind reminder. You caused serious bodily harm, are you back to turn yourself in? That's a strange thing to say, Master Bai. Who was it that brought those people there in the first place? Besides, I acted in self-defense. It was just a bit heavy-handed, so what crime have I committed? What's the use of just saying that? Do you think the victims will let you off? Look at that, you aren't even pretending anymore. You're dying for something bad to happen to me, aren't you? Well, I'm sorry to say, you'll be the first to suffer. With that, without any warning, Su-sun slammed a fist directly into Bai Hongjian's face. A howl of pain rang out immediately. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Bai Xiaoying, who had just woken up. She rushed over and pushed Su-sun. You bastard, why are you hitting my father? Su-sun backhanded her across the face. Go have your tantrum somewhere else. Su-sun. Don't you dare push your luck. Bai Xiaoying clutched her cheek, staring at Su-sun in utter disbelief, as if witnessing something completely incomprehensible. Su-sun sneered, then replied, push my luck? Which eye did you see me pushing my luck with? I call this self-defense. Bai Xiaoying's eyes were filled with resentment. You encouraged Mom to leave, and that wasn't enough? Now that you're back, you're laying hands on my dad. If this isn't pushing your luck, then what is? Bai Xiaoying stood up, sneering, ever since you came to the Bai family, my father has never treated you poorly in any aspect. He never said a word when you squandered the money he gave Mom. He pretended not to see it when Mom bought you cars worth hundreds of thousands. Since you came to the Bai family, he has treated you with nothing but courtesy, never once showing any slight, and he even hit me, his beloved daughter, for your sake. But you've been putting obstacles in the way just because you couldn't accept Mother remarrying. Is that necessary? Is Mother's happiness worth less than your own selfishness? You left all those years ago whenever you pleased, and Mother suffered for it for years. Now that you're back, you're giving her a hard time again. Are you even human? The words sounded perfectly reasonable and pierced right to the heart. It made Su-sun seem like a selfish, petty villain. Even Su-sun himself almost felt like it made sense. But then he thought, wait, that's absolute bullshit. Bullshit. Tell your father to cut the crap. Su-sun roared, furious, I left whenever I pleased? I was fucking kidnapped by human traffickers. I was taken overseas, to some place like fucking Gotham. It took me countless years just to survive, manage to get an identity, and earn enough money to come home. How do you make it sound like it was easy? Just because it wasn't you who got kidnapped, right? One lie requires countless other lies to patch it up, but since everyone already thought he was kidnapped, he might as well play the tragic victim. This final roar from Su-sun gave Bai Xiaoying such a jolt that it shook her awake. Right, it seemed Su-sun hadn't been able to come back. But her stubbornness kept her from bowing her head. She continued, so what? Your suffering wasn't caused by Mother. What right do you have to hurt her? That's my mother, not yours. And another thing. I didn't hurt your mother. Stop forcing me to curse. Su-sun sneered and pointed at Bai Hongjian. You, Bai. Are you staying quiet because you think your daughter can turn black into white? Or do you think I don't know how to explain myself? Well, let me tell you, you're overthinking it. I bet your daughter doesn't even know the truth. Bai Xiaoying's expression shifted. What truth? It's nothing. Bai Hongjian tried to change the subject, but Su-sun immediately interjected, of course it's the truth about why my mother is leaving. You think she left because of me? That's entirely because of this good father of yours. You think she used his money to buy me things? Is that what he told you? It's true she received some help from him regarding her business, but every cent she spent on herself was earned and saved by her own labor. And another thing. Every expense I've had, I earned myself. Besides, that car cost far more than what my mother had in her savings. You can ask her yourself if I ever took a single cent from her. Even so, I'm her own son. What right does your father, an outsider, have to point fingers at a mother spending her own money on her son? And that's not why my mother left. It's because your hypocritical father conspired with your good relatives at a dinner party to force me to drink. When I refused, they mocked my mother, and eventually, I went into anaphylactic shock. And if that wasn't enough, he actually brought those relatives to my hospital room to mock me. I put up a little resistance, and you know what happened? Your father brought over a dozen thugs to the hospital to kill me. One of them was some vicious, thug-looking guy. What was his name? Xiao Hu. But don't forget. I survived in the Gotham of the underworld. If I didn't have some skills, how would I have stayed alive? That's the only reason I escaped your father's clutches. You tell me, how could my mother not run away from a murderer who tried to kill her son? Do you think your father hasn't dared to come back for the last few days because he didn't want to face my mother? Even so, my mother was willing to come back to the Bai family for your sake. If you ask me, you should atone with your life. The Bai family doesn't deserve someone as good as my mother. As the final sentences were spoken, Bai Shuiying listened in a daze, tears of shock streaming down her face. With eyes brimming with moisture, she turned and looked at her father in confusion. Dad, is this the real reason Mom was so determined to leave this time? Xiao Hu. Is that the Xiao Hu I know? You don't know what kind of person he is? You actually brought him to cause trouble. Even his own daughter was starting to condemn him. Bai Hongzhan looked helpless. It's not like that, there was a misunderstanding. It's just that Su Sun was too ruthless. Enough, Dad. You brought Xiao Hu there. If he hadn't been ruthless, he would have been killed or crippled. Besides, you were wrong to begin with. Why did you force him to drink? I always thought it was Su Sun's fault, but it turns out it was the Bai family's fault. By now, Bai Shuiying was streaming with tears. I cried and begged Mom not to leave, but I'm the daughter of the man who tried to kill her son. Someone as gentle as Mom, how painful must it have been for her to face me? Dad. You were the one who drove Mom away. Bai Hongzhan, Shuiying. Oh, and do you know why your father conveniently came back after disappearing for a few days? It was to come and grab me. What a calculation, Bai Hongzhan. With Su Sun adding fuel to the fire, Bai Shuiying's expression changed once more. Bai Hongzhan was furious. You brat. Enough, Dad. Haven't you done enough? Do you have to force Mom to burn every last bridge? The atmosphere remained silent for a long time. Upon learning the truth, Bai Shuiying was completely devastated. She had always thought it was all Su Sun's fault, that it was all due to his selfishness and greed. But in the end, the fault lay entirely with her father. It wasn't that Su Sun couldn't accept her mother's remarriage, it was that her father couldn't accept her mother being reunited with her son. Bai Shuiying wiped her tears, walked up to Su Sun, and bowed. I'm sorry. This time, we were in the wrong. I don't need your apology. With a cold voice, Su Sun suddenly appeared, pulled Bai Shuiying up, and slapped her hard across the face. Xiao Sun doesn't need your apology. And you don't deserve his forgiveness, either. Bai Shuiying clutched her face, looking at the stranger in confusion. Who are you? I am Su Sun's woman. And I can decide on his behalf. What? Then what about that woman called Su Mayan from before? Bai Shuiying asked, bewildered. That's my eldest sister. I am the one who. Su Sun immediately covered Su Sinyu's mouth, a fake, stiff smile on his face. Too much info. You're gonna spill all my secrets. Bai Shuiying didn't care about Su Sun's love life, nor did she want to. She wasn't just looking at the stranger, Su Sinyu, she was looking at her mother, Qi Kaiyun. Mom. Bai Shuiying's voice trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, a sense of relief appeared on Qi Kaiyun's face. Ying, now that you know the truth, it's time for Mom to go. From now on, you must learn to be independent, learn to think for yourself, and never let yourself be deceived. Also, learn to control your emotions and be friendly with others. I believe you will get better and better. The implication behind Qi Kaiyun's words was clear. She hoped Bai Shuiying wouldn't be deceived by her hypocritical father, Bai Hongzhan. How could Bai Shuiying not hear the resentment hidden in those words? She understood her mother could never stay. Thousands of words were stuck in her throat. She didn't know how to persuade her to stay, and she felt too ashamed to try. She could only watch as they disappeared from sight, watching her mother leave the home that had once been so warm. In the room, a helpless wail erupted. Dad! I hate you. Xiao Sun, where are we going? After leaving the Bai residence, Qi Kaiyun was troubled. Over these years, she hadn't managed to establish a real home for her son, even their old house had been expanded with the Bai family's money. Now that they had left the Bai residence, they were effectively homeless, and she felt deeply ashamed towards Su Sun. Qi Kaiyun continued, Xiao Sun, it was Mom who let you suffer, letting you be targeted at the Bai residence. Now that we have nowhere to go, old home was expanded by Bai Hongzhan for nearly $1 million, and though it's in my name, I don't want to accept any more favors from him. I still have some savings, and I will definitely buy you a new house. Consider it your marital home. When Su Sun heard this, he almost blacked out. What kind of time was it to be thinking about marriage? What marital home? Did he even need one? Susan said speechlessly, Mom, I support you if you don't want to accept their favors, but let's forget about buying a house. I have no such plans. That won't do. Chi Kaiyun immediately rejected the idea. You're caught up with both Muyen and Shinro, regardless of how it turns out, you need to provide a space for both sides. Do you want to end up with no home of your own in the future? Upon hearing this, Su Shinro, who had been silent, eyes lit up. She had been afraid that this future mother-in-law would be rigid and inflexible. Now, it seemed that even if she couldn't monopolize him, she wouldn't end up being left behind alone. This was extremely favorable for her future plans. Susun sensed the shift in the air and gave Su Shinro a warning glare before saying to his mother, then I'll buy it myself. Your son has money, keep your savings for yourself. Chi Kaiyun was serious. Since it's a marital home, I, as your mother, must take a stand. That 500,000 was always meant for you. Use it as a fund to help out, you must give the girls a home where they can stay comfortably. Susun rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. Good grief, does this mean she expects him to take them all? Was his mother really this open-minded? However, Mom still hopes you can handle your relationships well. I don't care who you choose, but you must ensure no one gets hurt. Alright, he had overthought it, his mother was still traditional. Just as Susun was about to speak, Su Shinro immediately interjected with a sense of urgency, staking her claim, Mother-in-law, when I go back, I will make it clear to Big Sister and tell her to let go. Her feelings for Xiao Sun are just a form of dependency, I will make her see clearly. Chi Kaiyun nodded helplessly. Fine, but you sisters must discuss this properly. Don't let arguments break out over Xiao Sun, or else Xiao Sun will be the one to blame. Su Shinro smiled sweetly, yes, of course, Mom. By the way, I see a shopping mall nearby. I haven't given you a formal greeting gift yet, let's go take a look. Chi Kaiyun, oh, no need for that. Auntie is already happy just to have your company. Su Shinro, it's nothing, it's just a small gesture from the younger generation. Chi Kaiyun thought for a moment and added, Auntie should also give you a gift, so let's go take a look. Watching the two of them launch into a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conversation and even planning to exchange gifts, Susun could no longer sit still. He hadn't even settled the score with Su Shinro yet. But with his mother shielding them and the two of them chatting so warmly, he couldn't hold her accountable at all. Susun felt unbearably restless. Alright, how long are we going to stand out here in the sun? Let me find you both a hotel first. Hearing this, the two had no choice but to hurriedly follow behind Susun. That was until a puzzled voice from Su Shinro rang out from behind. Mother-in-law, didn't you say Xiaosun bought a car? Why are we walking? You're going to get sunburned. As soon as these words were out, Susun, who was walking in front, froze in his tracks. Chi Kaiyun frowned in confusion, that's right, Xiaosun, where's your car? Susun turned back and offered a stiff smile, I forgot. And so, 10 minutes later. A Mercedes-Benz pulled over to the side of the road, paused for a moment, and then departed in a grand fashion. Inside the car. By the way, son, the police are looking for you. Is it really okay for you to be so blatant? Why don't you go hide for a while? The moment had finally arrived, Chi Tsayun's worry was overflowing, her face full of melancholy. Susun smiled indifferently, Mom, are you asking me to be a fugitive? That's not a good thing. What good or bad thing? In that situation, if you were framed for something that wasn't your doing, you'd be doomed. Look after yourself first before talking about anything else. Susun glanced at the rearview mirror, a wave of warmth surging in his heart. Don't worry, Mom. Not only am I fine, but Lu Huixiang's family is the one who's going to suffer. Besides, there's no evidence of me committing a crime, no one can touch me. Chi Kaiyun worried, but there were so many witnesses, and you ran away suddenly. Aren't you already a suspect? Su Sun's handsome face darkened. Did he want to run? It was a passive reaction to a forced departure, alright. Su Shinro chimed in to comfort her, don't worry, mother-in-law. Even if Xiao Sun is arrested, he'll just break out of prison himself. Su Sun's eyes widened. He turned back and snapped, Su Shinro, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Stop spouting nonsense and making my mother worry. Su Shinro suddenly pointed ahead, look. There's a tiger flying in front. Are you Su Banian? How can you tell such lies to change the subject? However, unexpectedly, just as Susun finished his sentence, he saw his mother staring ahead, looking equally stunned. It's not that, Xiao Sun. There really is a tiger flying in front. Susun froze. What the hell? Chi Kaiyun added, not only a tiger, there's a gorilla flying behind. No. It's jumping while chasing that tiger. What the hell? Just as Susun turned his head in utter bewilderment, he indeed saw a tiger and a gorilla chasing and playing in the sky. Fierce Tiger King, don't run. Wild Thunder Vajra Fist. At that moment, Susun was struck with absolute shock. FCK. How did those two show up here? But an even greater shock followed. Just as Susun was distracted by those two things, and absent-mindedly turned into the hotel parking lot, he suddenly realized the scene before him looked familiar. Until he saw his own expensive supercar. At the same time, Su Shinro's voice came from the back seat, isn't this our parking lot? How did we get here? Susun looked dazed, yeah, how did we get here? Connecting his recent strange experiences with the encounter he just had with those two creatures, he seemed to have discovered something. The world is collapsing. But that was secondary, there was a more severe problem at hand. If he was back, how was he going to explain this to the others at home if his mother found out? After all, not everyone was as smooth-tongued as Su Shinro. No sooner said than done, sensing that something was wrong, Susan immediately swung the steering wheel. It was just too fast, far too fast. They hadn't prepared himself for a showdown this soon. If he let his mother meet the girls right now, there would be hell to pay. Yet, as the saying goes, the thing you fear most is exactly what happens. Su Shinro was constantly running her own little schemes. To avoid being held accountable, the only way was to divert Susun's attention to something else. The best method right now was to have Susan bring his mother home to face all the sisters. By then, her own troubles would be infinitely diluted and forgotten. And so, Su Shinro made a dangerous move. She opened the car door, intending to get out while the vehicle was still in motion. Susun noticed instantly and was shocked. He slammed on the brakes, turned back, and lashed out. "What are you doing? The car hasn't even stopped yet and you're trying to get out. Do you have a death wish?" Su Shinro wore an expression of self-reproach, but she still didn't forget her goal, saying weakly, "Isn't this home? I thought we could get off." Susun frowned. "What home? I've never been to this place. Get back in the car, we're going to find another hotel." "But this is our home, isn't it? Right in front is our parking spot, my car is still parked there." As she spoke, Su Shinro didn't forget to pull Chi Kaiyun out of the car as well. "Mother, we're home. This is the luxury flat that Xiaosun spent tens of millions on. We aren't staying in a hotel, we're staying at home." Susun was completely dumbfounded. "Su Shinro, what nonsense are you spouting? Get back in the car so we can find a hotel, everyone is tired." Su Shinro was dismissive. "Why stay in a hotel when we're home? Don't waste the money." Su Shinro. Seeing the two about to argue, Chi Kaiyun spoke up. "Xiaosun, why are you acting so strange? Although I don't know where you got the money to buy a house, since we're already home, why go to a hotel? Wouldn't that be a waste of money? Shinro is right, we're staying at home." "Oh, Mom. Don't listen to." Chi Kaiyun ignored Susun's protests, and with a faint glimmer of anticipation, followed Su Shinro home. "Shinro, did Xiaosun really buy a house here? Look at these cars parked here, they aren't cheap. This is clearly a high-end residential area." Su Shinro smiled and nodded. "Of course. A house here costs tens of millions. But for your son, a mere few tens of millions isn't worth mentioning. Mother, you have no idea how capable your son really is." Watching the two walk away, chatting and laughing, Susun almost kicked the newly bought Mercedes in front of him. Fortunately, he held back. Even if he had money, there was no point in wasting it on repairs. And so, he could only obediently find a parking spot, pull the car in, and chase after them. After all, what had to come would come sooner or later, might as well get it over with. The little house. When the door opened, it had to be said that Chi Kaiyun was genuinely stunned. The extraordinary size, the opulent and elegant decor. Only after entering did she realize just how massive the luxury flat Su Shinro had described really was. "Mother, welcome to our little house." Chi Kaiyun looked around, feeling a bit reserved. "You call this little? This must be 3 times the size of a standard apartment." Su Shinro smiled slightly. A little house, what's small isn't the size of the house, but the distance between us." "Mother, don't you think little house sounds so intimate?" Chi Kaiyun's eyes lit up. Yes, that's well put. No matter how big the house is, it's nothing compared to the closeness in our hearts." "Shinro, you really know how to talk." Susun, standing behind them, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course she knew how to talk. If she didn't, she wouldn't be Su Shinro. "Alright, you go ahead and show Mom around. I'm going to the bathroom." After instructing Su Shinro, Susun headed straight for the bathroom. Just as he closed the door, Su Banyan walked out of her room. "Big sister, is it time for breakfast?" She had expected the eldest sister to be back with breakfast, but when she saw it was the third sister, the sleepy Su Banyan instantly perked up. "Third sister? Why are you back? You'd better run. Second sister is ready to come at you with a knife." Su Shinro was puzzled. "Why would second sister want to stab me for no reason? Isn't it because of you and that stinking Susun?" "Second sister went looking for Susun in the middle of the night, but he wasn't home, and you weren't either. Neither of you could be reached, so she assumed you were up to something and is looking for you all over the world." Su Shinro didn't care at all. "Making such a fuss. I only left for a little while, is that really worth it?" "Of course it is. Second sister doesn't know what's going on between you two. Susun had just returned and then disappeared again. It's hard for her not to think of you." Having said all that in one breath, Su Banyan noticed a strange woman standing beside Su Xinru, especially a woman whose features held a strange, inexplicable familiarity. Su Banyan asked curiously, "Third sister, who is this auntie?" Hearing this, Su Shinro's expression turned serious. There was a sense of staking her claim as she introduced her. "Fifth sister, this is my mother-in-law. Hurry up and greet her." "What?" Su Banyan was shocked. "Third sister, have you lost your mind?" Su Sun hasn't even settled scores with you yet, and you've brought his mother back? Are you trying to play hard to get? Su Sun doesn't buy that. It's only going to backfire on you. Su Shinro was dead serious. What hard to get? This is my future mother-in-law. Su Banian was stunned again. This. Third sister, you've changed your heart. Just a few days ago, you were even willing to raise a hand against big sister to force him to show up, and now you're getting entangled with another man? What kind of game are you playing? Su Banian's tone was sorrowful and deeply disappointed. Third sister, you've gone too far. You're thinking of Su Sun on one hand, while getting tangled up with another man on the other. Have you considered Su Sun's feelings? Have you considered mine? I kept your secret for so long, and in the end, I'm just a... what, exactly? Su Shinro tapped Su Banian on the forehead, speechless. What are you thinking? This is Xiao Sun's mother, his biological mother, so isn't she my future mother-in-law? What? Like a thunderclap in her ears, Su Banian was completely confused. Wait, so he actually has a real mother? As soon as those words left her mouth, Su Shinro's brows furrowed. Fifth sister, what kind of way is that to talk? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Su Banian immediately gave an awkward, apologetic smile to Chi Kaiyun. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. It's fine. It's inevitable that there would be misunderstandings, since Xiao Sun has been all by himself for so many years. Chi Kaiyun wasn't the least bit displeased. Instead, she found this little girl quite adorable. By the way, young lady, what is your relationship with Shinro? Hearing the question, Su Banian immediately went into familiar mode, hooking her arm into Chi Tsayun's other arm and launching a verbal bombardment. Auntie, my name is Su Banian, I'm the fifth in the family. You can call me Nyen Nyen. Auntie, let me tell you, of us 5 sisters, I'm the closest to Su Sun. I've been looking out for him since we were little. And another thing. Su Banian suddenly leaned in to whisper, in the past, the other sisters were mean to Su Sun, but I was always nice to him. When the others were giving your son the silent treatment, I was the only one willing to talk to him and cook for him. I'm the person closest to Su Sun's heart. Fifth sister, that's enough. Seeing Su Banian going further and further off the rails, even spilling old secrets, Su Shinro had to interrupt. But Su Banian acted as if she hadn't noticed Su Shinro's cold face and continued to ramble on. I wasn't finished. By the way, Auntie, actually, Shuin is great in every way, but he did some excessive things to me. Since you're here, Auntie, you have to stand up for me and give me some closure. Hearing this, Su Shinro's pupils constricted. She knew they were close, but she never imagined there had been any substantive progress. Could it be that the two of them had already? Was fifth sister trying to stir up trouble? Auntie, I was so good to Su Sun in the past, but he hit me every day. He even hit me so hard I couldn't get out of bed. However, Su Shinro had overestimated Su Banian's cunning. What? Chi Kaiyun was shocked to hear this. Xiao Sun is really that excessive? Little. Nyen Nyen, are you sure you aren't exaggerating? I'm not. Anyone in the family can vouch for me. If you don't believe me, ask third sister. Su Shinro's lip twitched, but the suspense in her heart finally dropped. She nodded blankly. This? Well, yes, there were indeed a few times that happened. Chi Tsayun's face changed. It seems I really need to have a good talk with Xiao Sun. Nyen Nyen is so adorable, how could he bear to lay a hand on her? Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Su Sun walked over at that moment, wiping his wet hands on Su Banian's shirt. What are you saying? Who's adorable and shouldn't be hit? Before Su Sun could get an answer, apart from a death glare from Su Banian, another exclamation suddenly rang out. Mother-in-law. Su Mayan came rushing out of the kitchen, her face full of excitement. Mother-in-law, how are you here? At the same time, Su Wancheng and Su Qingxiu walked into the living room hand in hand. Hearing this, their minds went blank, and they stood frozen on the spot. Mother-in-law? Big sister, what? What are you talking about? Reuniting with a mother-in-law should be a happy thing, but as the middleman, Su Sun felt his blood pressure skyrocket. He rolled his eyes and collapsed backward onto the sofa. It's over. It's completely over now. Either none of them come, or they all show up at once. How am I supposed to explain this? Xiaoxuan? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Su Sun's unusual behavior interrupted the joy of their long-awaited reunion. Chi Tsayun's attention was instantly captured, and seeing this, Su Banian immediately rolled up her sleeves, patting her chest in assurance. Don't worry, Auntie. He's probably suffering from stress-induced trauma due to the heat. It's nothing serious. I'll go check on him and see what the situation is. Although she didn't quite understand what Su Banian was saying, the girl's serious demeanor and the obscure terminology she used made Chi Kaiyun suddenly feel that this eccentric girl was actually quite reliable when it mattered most. Su Banian flipped over and straddled Su Sun, prying open his eyes, tugging at his ears, and occasionally slapping his face. At a quick glance, it certainly looked like she knew what she was doing. Suddenly, without any warning, Su Banian let out a slap toward Su Sun's face. Su Sun's danger sense triggered instantly. Completely bewildered, he caught Su Banian's slender wrist just millimeters before the soft palm made contact with his cheek. He peeked open one eye, and with a tight-lipped, insincere smile, he whispered, "You little brat, don't push your luck." Be careful or I'll settle the score later. Su Banian was unfazed. She just leaned down, looking disdainful. Still daring to threaten me? You think I won't cry, make a scene, and threaten to hang myself so your mom has to take my side? Damn it. Su Sun was completely floored. Now that his mom was here, even Su Banian dared to threaten him? The world had truly changed. But who was he? He was the fearless Su Sun. How could he possibly yield to such threats? Su Sun glared fiercely at Su Banian. Fine. You win. While the two were locked in their petty squabble, the conversation on the other side was already heating up. Mother-in-law, how did you even get here? I really didn't expect to see you here. Chi Kaiyun teased. What? You didn't want me coming over to disturb you? Still, I never expected you to live so close to the Bai family. Su Muan was a bit confused. Are these two places close? Isn't it? Xiaoshuan drives there in half an hour. This was, after all, the distance between two worlds. Though she didn't know the specifics, Su Muan soon guessed the general situation. It was likely that when Su Sun suddenly disappeared, he had traveled back and then brought his mother with him. Whether it was an accident or not, compared to the Bai family, she felt that having a mother-in-law like Chi Kaiyun stay here might be a better choice. Mother-in-law, let's not talk about other things. You must be hungry. Let's go eat first. From now on, just settle down here. This is your home now. Chi Kaiyun was naturally very happy at Su Muan's warmth, but a quick estimate showed that there were quite a few people in this house. Su Muan was one of 5 sisters, and adding her son, that made 6 people. It would be highly inappropriate for her to stay. No need, Muan. I'll stay for 2 days at most. Besides, I just had a look, while your house is large, there aren't enough bedrooms. I shouldn't burden you. The house was indeed large, over 250 square meters, but with 5 bedrooms plus bathrooms, a kitchen, and a storage room, there really were no spare rooms. Su Muan thought for a moment and immediately walked over to Su Banian, yanking her up from the sofa. 5th sister, starting today, your room is for auntie. From now on, you'll sleep on the sofa. Feeling like she was already being a bother, Chi Kaiyun couldn't accept this. Muan, no need. You don't need to accommodate me. Don't make it difficult for Nian Nian. It's fine. She eats, drinks, and sleeps anyway, she's lying down wherever she goes. It's no trouble at all. Su Muan was about to issue a firm order when Su Banian displayed an unexpectedly enthusiastic attitude. It's no trouble, no trouble. Auntie, you go take my room. I actually love sleeping on the sofa. I'll go tidy up the room for you right now. After saying this, Su Banian ran back to her room with enthusiasm. It must be said that Su Muan was truly stunned by this sight. She had expected Su Banian to throw a tantrum and refuse. Why was she so agreeable today? Could it be because this was Su Sun's mother and she wanted to make a good impression? Nian Nian, don't go. I can't stay for more than a few days. Chi Kaiyun tried to intervene again, when the quiet Su Xinyo pulled her aside and whispered, Mother-in-law, it's okay. 5th sister usually lives on the sofa anyway. If it really comes to it, she can just sleep with me. She hadn't caught the rest, but the sharp-eared Su Muan happened to hear that keyword mother-in-law. Instantly, Su Muan's eyebrows furrowed. Seeing the change in Su Muan's expression, Chi Kaiyun finally remembered the most serious problem of all, the real versus the fake daughter-in-law. Chi Kaiyun looked back at Su Sun, feeling that he was beyond help. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Finally, she gave Su Sun a flick on the forehead and gritted her teeth. Get up. Stop sleeping. But Su Sun continued to feign death, turning over and scratching his butt before falling back asleep. Moon. There are mosquitoes. The scene was momentarily awkward. Clearly, it should have been the sun facing the Shura field, yet Chi Kaiyun felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, uncomfortable everywhere. If asked who she liked them both. One was independent and assertive, capable of helping her son, the other was gentle as water, capable of caring for him. The crucial part was that they were both top-tier beauties. But the problem was, she couldn't be greedy. Chi Kaiyun muttered to herself, what a sin. I used to worry that my son wouldn't find a wife, and now he's surrounded by them. If I had known, I would have preferred him to be single. Being older and more experienced, Chi Kaiyun knew that some things had to be faced sooner or later, so she decided to take the initiative. Since Su Muan was the first one she met and the eldest of the sisters, she pulled her aside. Mother-in-law, is something wrong? Muan, let me talk to you about something. Oh? What is it? Please, tell me. Chi Kaiyun looked back at the living room before stammering, that, my Xiaoshuan is unclear with you and your sisters. Are you aware of this? Su Muan's brows locked tight. After 2 seconds of silence, she replied, I know. What about it? Right, then let me be blunt. What do you and Xinyo plan to do? You are both good girls, and my son is a piece of work, but in the end, only one can be with Xiaoshuan. Do you want to clarify things so it doesn't affect your sisterly bond? The third one? Su Muan was stunned for a moment. Mother-in-law, what do you mean? Did the third one talk to you about it? When she calls me mother-in-law at every turn, that's as good as a statement, isn't it? Muan. It's my fault as an auntie for not raising Xiaoshuan right. Whenever I bring this up, he plays dead. But as the eldest, I believe you can make the best arrangements. You mustn't let your bond be affected by Shoshuan. Su Muwen nodded. The third one has hidden it for so long, I didn't expect her to stop pretending now. Don't worry, mother-in-law, I have it handled. Chi Kaiyun looked grave. Then what do you intend to do? After thinking for 2 seconds, Su Muwen looked solemn. I haven't decided yet. Living room. Mosquitoes again, so annoying. Stop pretending. They aren't here. What is the situation, really? Did you truly find your biological mother? Seeing no one around except Su Wanqing, Su Sun instantly sprang up. What's that supposed to mean? Is it that strange for me to find my own mother? Su Wanqing's tone softened. No. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to confirm if she is really my future mother-in-law. Oh, right. Su Wanqing suddenly leaned close to Su Sun. Xiaoshuan, what kind of person is mother-in-law? What's her temper like? Is she easy to get along with? Su Sun chuckled. Are you kidding? If my mom's personality isn't easy to get along with, then no one is. Though, she might be a bit traditional. I think, perhaps, some things should be. Okay, I understand now. HM? Understand what, you lunatic? Their conversation could not continue as Su Muwen returned to the living room with Chi Kaiyun. Su Muwen then signaled everyone to start breakfast. At the dining table. Mother-in-law, I forgot to introduce these two. Beside the fifth sister is my fourth sister, Su Qingsha, and beside Shoshuan is my second sister, Su Wanqing. The two smiled and nodded. Hello, auntie. Compared to Su Qingsha's rigidity, Su Wanqing was extremely proactive. Perhaps it was because Su Sun had confirmed her identity, Su Wanqing became exceptionally attentive, pulling out chairs, serving rice, and picking out food. She was meticulously attentive to Chi Kaiyun. Chi Kaiyun was delighted, thinking how wonderful it would be if Su Wanqing were her daughter-in-law. But then she thought, she couldn't be too greedy. However, thinking that Su Sun had lived with this family for all these years, she was filled with endless gratitude. At least, her son had been very happy all these years. Time passed quickly, and it had been 3 days since Chi Kaiyun arrived at the house. During this time, the group had been happy and harmonious. It was the life she dreamed of. There was just one thing, she noticed Su Muwen and Su Xinyo didn't seem to get along, with very little communication between them. Then there were the younger two, Su Qingsha and Su Banian, who would argue if they didn't see eye to eye, they would curse, and sometimes even physically fight, and she had to break up several of their scuffles. But all in all, life here was extremely peaceful. However, this blissful life did not belong to her. She knew that young people today didn't want to live with the elderly for long, and she couldn't continue to disturb her son's life here. Knowing that they wouldn't let her leave, she chose to slip away quietly, intending to find a place in the city to live on her own. Because of this departure, an accident occurred, which led her to meet the first friend she would have in this world. Just as Chi Kaiyun reached the community gate, the surroundings suddenly shook violently. She immediately realized the critical issue, an earthquake. Chi Kaiyun stumbled and fell by the side of the road, and a nearby car lost control and sped toward her. With the addition of the natural disaster and the accident, Chi Kaiyun was prepared to accept her fate. Yet, at that critical moment, a Rolls-Royce roared over, slamming into the small car and forcing it aside. Immediately, a curvaceous and beautiful woman stepped out of the luxury car, ran over in a hurry, and grabbed Chi Kaiyun to pull her away. Ma'am, are you okay? Quickly, follow me to a safe place. The earthquake came as quickly as it left, and soon the surroundings returned to a calm, as if nothing had ever happened. However, the panicked expressions of the surrounding crowd proved that everything that had just occurred was no hallucination, a disaster had indeed taken place. Being in the heart of the city, there were very few open spaces, so Gu Qingwan had no choice but to grab Chi Kaiyun and run into the nearest park to seek refuge. Little did they expect that the earthquake would stop the moment they stepped into the park. Gu Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief. Earthquakes have been hitting Jiangchen one after another lately, but I didn't expect this one to be so violent. Thankfully, it didn't last too long. Are you alright, ma'am? Gu Qingwan turned back and offered a comforting, refreshing smile, which finally pulled Chi Kaiyun out of her panic. To tell the truth, the incident had been so sudden that she hadn't even had time to react, and her heart was still pounding. If not for this beautiful woman stepping in to help, she wouldn't have known what to do. At this moment, she couldn't express how grateful she was to the young lady before her. Beautiful and kind-hearted, what a wonderful girl. Thank you, dear. If it weren't for you, I would have been crushed or hit by that car. Gu Qingwan smiled faintly. You're too kind. It was just a small favor. Though, I'm not really a young lady, I'm not exactly young anymore. Chi Kaiyun was unconvinced. With looks and a figure like that, aside from appearing more mature than other girls, how old could she really be? 28 or 29 at most. But there was one thing Chi Kaiyun couldn't help but marvel at, there were truly so many beautiful women in this area. Bai Xiuying was already one of the most beautiful women she had ever seen, and then there were the 5 Su sisters. If she had to name who was number 1, Su Mayan was definitely the most beautiful woman she had ever seen, and the woman in front of her was not at all inferior to Su Mayan and in some respects, perhaps even better. She really had her eyes opened lately. Ma'am, what's wrong? Gu Qingwan's soft call snapped Chi Kaiyun back to reality. Chi Kaiyun smiled. I was just thinking. How can anyone be this beautiful? Hearing this, Gu Qingwan felt a bit embarrassed. Chi Kaiyun added, by the way, just call me Auntie. Ma'am sounds so strange. Let's exchange contact information. Once I find a place to stay, I'll treat you to a meal to thank you for your help. There's no need, Auntie. It was just a small matter, no thanks needed. Chi Kaiyun frowned. That won't do. You saved my life. Let's add each other. Despite Chi Tsayun's usual serious demeanor, she was surprisingly pushy when it came to socializing. It seems Su Sun's social butterfly nature was somewhat hereditary. After a few unsuccessful attempts to refuse, Gu Qingwan stopped declining. The two introduced themselves and exchanged contact information. How about I call you sister? I'm not many years older than you. Call me sister? That would ruin the hierarchy. Qingwan, you need to be confident in your age. How old are you, really? Don't be anxious. It's not anxiety, I'm already 38 this year. What? You're not joking with me, are you? Of course not. That's why I said I'm not much younger than you. After a moment of silence, the corners of Chi Tsayun's mouth curved up again. It's fine. I'm still a dozen years older than you, so I'm still Auntie. By the way, your car is broken, you probably can't get back, right? It's fine. I've already reached my destination anyway. I'll just have someone tow the car later. Eh? You mean the residential complex up ahead? Do you live here, or are you looking for someone? My son just bought a house here, too. Isn't that a coincidence? Is that so? You live here too, Auntie? But if your son bought a house here, why did you say you were looking for a place to stay? Did your son not want you to stay? No. Seeing Gu Qingwan's misunderstanding, Chi Kaiyun hurriedly explained, my son is very good to me. On the contrary, if he knew I wanted to leave, he definitely wouldn't let me. It's just that this house is for him and his girlfriend. Girlfriends? Living here. Wouldn't an old woman like me be bothering them? Parents' hearts are truly selfless. Gu Qingwan understood this sentiment. So you were worried about affecting their relationship, Auntie. That's good, too. Distance makes the heart grow fonder, and it avoids a lot of conflict. So, where are you planning to go? Finding a hotel to stay in first, then look for a house. Gu Qingwan smiled charmingly. How about this, Auntie, my family owns hotels. You can stay at one of mine. It's free, and you can stay as long as you like. No. You've already helped me enough, how could I take advantage of you like that? Gu Qingwan gently took Chi Tsayun's hand. Didn't you say that meeting is fate? Just treat me to a few more meals in the future. It's settled. I've already called a car to pick us up. Sitting in the car heading toward the hotel, a warm current flowed through Chi Tsayun's heart. Even though her years at the Bai family had been decent, she had faced far too many unreasonable relatives. Only now did she realize that once she left the Bai family, there were good people everywhere. Where's my mom? Did any of you see my mom? Su Sun slept until 10 o'clock. It wasn't until he woke up that he realized someone was missing. His mother was gone. He asked the others, but nobody knew anything. Su Sun's expression changed. Oh no, don't tell me she teleported back. With that thought, he immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. Miraculously, it went through. Mom, where are you? Son, I've left. Don't worry about Mom, I'm doing very well here. What the hell? You left? Su Sun was dumbfounded. This place was completely unfamiliar to her. Where could she have gone? Mom, stop messing around. Why would you just leave? Hurry back and cook, I want to eat your braised pork ribs. I've already taught Mayan how to cook your favorite dishes. If you want to eat, ask Mayan to make them for you. Mom won't be a third wheel and disturb you too, but you must handle your relationship issues well. Don't hurt the girl's heart. Mom, I'm speechless. I finally got things settled, and you just ran off. Can you stop causing trouble for your son? This isn't the Jiangnan city you knew before. You don't know anyone here. I bet your money doesn't even work here, right? Now that you mention it, it is strange. I do feel like something is off, my money really doesn't work. Then there you go, hurry back and... But Mom met a wealthy friend. Her family owns hotels. She not only helped me with accommodation but also solved the money issue. You don't need to worry about your own problems first. I'm hanging up, I'm going shopping with her. Wait, no, let me finish. The phone clicked shut. Su Sun stared at his phone in a daze for a long time. He was numb. What kind of situation was this? They had finally reunited as mother and son, and now his mom had run off with some rich woman. Was it because he didn't have money? Why was she acting like this out of nowhere? No, I have to go get her. Forget it, let her be. In the end, Su Sun dismissed the idea of bringing his mother back. He could hear the ease in his mother's voice over the phone. Compared to the restraint here, she seemed quite happy to have left. As for his mother's instructions, he would take them to hear that definitely wouldn't hurt anyone's feelings. Su Xinyo, I'm coming to settle the score with you. Capital City. After resting in the hospital for many days, Su Qiming and his wife were finally discharged. Shi Delong was indeed efficient. Even though he had been nursing his health for quite some time, he had managed to keep the new Su corporation growing in an orderly fashion. The shadow of Su Wen remained in Shi Delong's heart. The Qi family had essentially become Su Qiming's dog. The businesses were secured, the company was growing, and now that his health and temper had returned, Su Qiming felt a stir in his heart once again. The two unidentified creatures Su Sun had almost sent them to their graves, and now, it was time to settle the account. At the top floor of the new Su Corporation headquarters, Su Qiming stood before the window, radiating imperial authority, looking down at the insignificance of the world below. Su Miaomiao stood dutifully behind him, awaiting orders. Miaomiao, go back to Jiangchang. The others aren't important, but you must bring your eldest and second sisters to me. Especially your eldest sister. I need a capable assistant to help me manage the big picture. You may reveal your identities if necessary. It would be best if they are willing to see the light, it would spare them suffering. But if they persist in their obsession, then they can accompany Su Sun to their graves. It's been long enough. I've given them more than enough chances. It's time to end this ridiculous farce. 2 more days passed, and everything seemed to be back on track. Su Sun had originally feared that his mother wouldn't adapt to life here, but to his surprise, with the help of that so-called wealthy friend, his mother was living it up more happily than ever. In their daily phone calls, he would always hear her rave about how kind and good-hearted this friend was. Xiao Sun, she gave your mother such a big gift today. A handbag worth tens of thousands, and she just handed it over like it was nothing. I felt so embarrassed. I've only invited her out for a few meals, I don't know how to repay her kindness. You've got to help me think of a way. Looking at his mother's excitement on the screen, Su Sun really wanted to say, what kind of way do you expect me to have? Friendships between generations reaching this level, he didn't know if the other party was truly sincere, had ulterior motives, or was just an idiot with too much money. But a gentleman judges by actions, not by intentions. The other party had indeed taken good care of his mother so well that she had even ignored the bizarre state of this world. Mom, looking at how you've been whining and dining all these days, where are you even getting the money? You aren't spending all of her money, are you? Shi Tsayun's voice sounded again. Oh, I'm living in her place and eating her food. She's even kind enough to exchange money for me, otherwise, I'd be completely stranded here. By the way, are you sure this isn't Jiangnan City? I remember you didn't leave the city back then, right? Mom, you misremembered. You fell asleep as soon as you got in the car and only woke up when we arrived in Jiangcheng, so that's why it felt like you never left. Qi Kaiyun frowned slightly. Is that so? I was asleep? But I've never heard of this place called Jiangcheng before. And what's more, a lot of unfamiliar places have popped up besides this one. People here accept the cash I have, but the money on my phone is completely useless. I've started to suspect I've traveled to another world. Oh, what traveling through worlds? You should be thinking about your new friend instead. Providing housing, food, and even currency exchange. Su Sun had to admit the person on the other side was remarkably open-minded. This wasn't just a currency exchange, this was sheer charity. His mother had no real money to trade, just strings of useless data on her phone. It was only luck that she hadn't been branded a scammer and thrown in jail. When Qi Kaiyun heard her son bring up the new friend again, she launched into another long-winded praise. Su Sun's ears were practically growing calluses. He interrupted speechlessly, Mom, I know she's good, you don't need to repeat it. How could you possibly know? You've never even met her. She's so gentle and kind, and the most important thing is that she's incredibly beautiful, especially that figure, just wow. She was nearly elderly, what kind of normal aesthetic could she have? That good figure she mentioned was probably a tank or a sub-tank, right? Su Sun remained unimpressed. Mom, ask her to come out, I want to meet her. Who would have thought that as soon as these words left his mouth, Shi Tsayun's expression on the video call changed instantly, turning into one of suspicion and silence for a long moment. This reaction was as if she were shocked, yet also guarded against something. Su Sun was speechless. Hello? Hello? Mom, what's with that look? Qi Kaiyun spoke with concern. Son, you aren't trying to meet her just because I said she's beautiful and has a great figure, are you? That is absolutely not happening. You cannot go around flirting again. Su Sun was so angry he bounced off the sofa. Mom, what is that supposed to mean? In your eyes, is that the kind of person your son is? You weren't before, but given your various behaviors, I can't help but think it. Su Sun was utterly shocked. He slumped onto the sofa, distracted, and slapped the butt of the person beneath him in his frustration, resulting in a sudden exclamation. Ah! You jerk, Su Sun. Sorry, have it. Son, why did I hear a scream? Mom, you heard wrong. Let's get back to the point. Pinning the person under him, Su Sun continued, I want to meet her to thank her for her help and to pay her back for your expenses during this time. You can't just freeload off her, right? Besides, since your money doesn't work, come to me. Don't bother her anymore, you hear? A few seconds later. That may be, but I still feel like there's a problem. If you want to repay the money, why do we have to meet? I can just act as an intermediary, you know. Mom. You're still on guard against me. Alright, I'm going to have lunch now, I'm not talking to you anymore. The call ended abruptly again. Su Sun was beyond speechless. Only 2 days and she was already this guarded against him. If she found out the truth, would she forbid him from ever seeing another woman again? Jerk, I can't breathe. Su Sun jolted and quickly stood up, only then remembering he had been pinning someone beneath his legs. Ignoring the murderous glare, Su Sun whistled and walked away silently. Su Sun, I'll kill. Who are you going to kill? A cold gaze descended. Su Mayan had appeared suddenly. Su Banian casually grabbed the passing fat cat and slapped its butt. I was talking about chocolate. It tried to kick me again. I told it if it didn't behave, I'd kill it. He. With a soft huff, Su Mayan disappeared into the corner. Su Banian then reluctantly set chocolate down and glared in the direction of Su Sun's room. Damn bastard, I'll deal with you sooner or later. Meow. As if hearing its master being insulted, Chocolate leaped up and landed a fierce kick on Su Banian's shoulder. Ow. The kick sent Su Banian sprawling back onto the sofa. By the time she realized what happened and moved to grab the cat, the fat cat had already vanished. A roar of fury echoed through the living room. Damn stupid cat. I'm going to pluck all your fur out sooner or later. Lunchtime. The long silent hut once again welcomed an uninvited guest. A knock rang out, and as Su Banian opened the door, a strange girl burst straight inside. Hey, wait, who are you? Why are you barging into someone else's house? To everyone's surprise, the girl grabbed Su Banian's hand excitedly. Fifth sister, it's me, your younger sister. What the hell? Su Banian suddenly felt the girl looked familiar. Aren't you? Aren't you? Aren't you? Who the hell are you? She couldn't remember. Su Banian just felt the face was familiar, but couldn't place it. The visitor's smile froze. She didn't press the issue, instead walking into the house and looking around as if touring the place, finally wandering into the dining room. When she entered the dining room, everyone else froze. Su Meow Meow. In the blink of an eye, Su Sun grabbed a leftover chicken bone and threw it at Su Meow Meow's face. It's you, the keyboard warrior. Quick, Su Banian. This is the little fairy who cursed me online back then. Get her. Su Banian was always ready for a fight. Without hesitation, she lunged at Su Meow Meow, tackled her, and started pummeling the heavily made-up face. Su Sun stood on the sidelines, throwing bones to assist. Yes. Stuff the bones in her hair, and smear that grease on her face. The battered Su Meow Meow felt her world spinning. She had planned for an arrogant entrance, but she never imagined her mission would end in disaster, getting pinned to the floor and beaten from the start. Sisters, save me. Big sister is going to spank you? Fine. Then I'll indulge you. As she spoke, Su Banian increased the force of her slaps, and another chorus of wails erupted for all to hear. Stop, hurry and stop. I didn't say I wanted to spank you. What? A pig's trotter? You want to spank me every day? Su Banian landed 2 more smacks on her face. You actually dare to call me fat as a pig's trotter and try to hit me? It seems I've been too merciful. Slap, slap. Su Banian. What on earth are you doing? What was that? You still want to fuck me? Then I definitely won't spare you. Another round of brutal beating followed. Su Meow Meow was left with swollen red cheeks, disheveled hair, and in a state of utter wretchedness. She was completely numb. She had intended to start soft and follow up with a hardline approach to intimidate them, but before she could finish 2 sentences, she'd run into a wall. Damn Su Banian, I won't let you off for this. In truth, Su Banian had already recalled exactly who this girl was. She wasn't just the little fairy keyboard warrior who had cursed Su Sun, she was the illegitimate daughter of their blind father. The girl standing before her was a peak-era White Lotus, comparable to Su Wen. When it all came down to it, she was indeed her younger sister. However, the deed was done. Whether she was angry for a moment or all day, it made no difference, so she might as well keep going. Martian. Power punch. Su Banian steadied her right shoulder with her left hand, spun her right arm rapidly in front of everyone, and delivered a heavy blow square to Su Meow Meow's face. With that single hit, Su Meow Meow rolled her eyes and fainted dead away. Seeing this, Su Banian was terrified. She immediately ran to Su Sun's side, trembling with anxiety. Oh no, I didn't go too far, did I? I didn't beat her to death, did I? Su Sun burst into laughter, stroked that anxious little head, and comforted her. Don't worry, your strength wouldn't even kill a cat. She just passed out. Su Banian, really? Of course. She'll wake up in a second. As he spoke, his large hand pinched her soft, tender cheeks twice. Honestly, you really are my good treasure. You truly stand by me in a fight, I didn't pamper you for nothing. He. Small stars appeared in Su Banian's eyes immediately, and she said rather smugly, is there a reward then? Like, give me 100,000 or so for pocket money? That's not happening. Su Sun. Shouting won't work. Su Sun turned his back, refusing the shameless demand. You ungrateful wretch. I helped you so much, and this is how you thank me? One thing at a time. If I give you money, I'll be the one to suffer for it. Go ask your eldest sisters for that. Ah. You bastard, I'm going to bite you to death. The pair who had just been acting all lovey-dovey turned into enemies on the spot. Because she couldn't get a reward, Su Banian started biting Su Sun hard. Su Sun couldn't be bothered to deal with her. Instead, he asked the others, "What's with you all today? Your good sixth sister has been beaten into this state by Su Banian, and you haven't reacted at all?" Su Mayan let out a cold scoff. "We don't have any so-called sixth sister. This Su Miao Miao was no good to begin with, she came here with malicious intent. A little lesson is just payment for all the things she's done before. But..." She paused, frowned in contemplation for 2 seconds, and asked suspiciously, "I'm just very curious, how did she know we were living here?" Su Sun nodded slowly. "Actually, I'm curious too. Could it have been Qin Yu? After all, didn't Qin Yu say he had become the Su family's son-in-law? I even suspect that the young punk intrusion incident last time was the Su family's doing. Speaking of Qin Yu, he's been silent for a long time. Given his flamboyant personality, for him to be this quiet for so long, could something have happened to him? No one cared whether Qin Yu lived or died, but if those 2 yellow-haired thugs from last time were truly sent by the Su family, then everyone was deeply disappointed. Sending such disgusting trash to bother Themet was clear they didn't want them to have any peace. It had been so long, were they still unwilling to let them go? Just as everyone fell into silence, Su Miao Miao woke up, just as Su Sun had predicted. "Ugh, my face, it hurts so much. Damn you, Su Banian. I won't let you off. Oh, boy." Su Banian was immediately filled with fresh indignation, but fortunately, Su Sun grabbed her by the scruff of her neck, letting her perform a round of kicking and punching through the air. "You're being arrogant while visiting my house? Watch out, or I'll beat you again. Ha 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 ha." Su Miao Miao wobbled to her feet, holding her face and laughing incessantly. "I intended to coexist peacefully with you as sisters, but since you don't appreciate it, I'm done pretending." In an instant, Su Miao Miao reverted to her high and mighty posture, her eyes seemingly looking down on all living beings. This was the confidence the Su family had given her. "I won't waste any more words. Big sisters, father has specifically named you to return. If you don't listen, you will face unspeakable strikes just like everyone else. Your sister's firing missiles or something with those strikes? Who are you trying to scare?" Su Sun retorted with disdain, his face full of contempt. Su Miao Miao looked at him with contempt. "A frog in a well, do you even know who you're facing? But it doesn't matter. Su Sun. You will be the one who dies the most miserably. Su Sun, retard. You think playing dead will save you? Fake is fake, and hasn't it been exposed now? Your retribution has only just begun." Su Sun went silent. When had he ever played dead? Wasn't that just someone else's nonsense? Besides, even if he were playing dead, he'd never been afraid of those 2 old geezers, Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan. "Enough, I won't waste more breath on you. Big sisters, I'll ask you one last time, are you willing to come home with me? Father is very hopeful that you will return to the Su family." The atmosphere turned tense. Not a single person present spoke, as if testing each other's patience. Su Miao Miao was rarely this patient, waiting for a response from the other side. Finally, Su Mayan broke the silence first. "You've really stopped acting altogether, calling him father every other word." Su Miao Miao scoffed coldly. "Father said that since we are sisters, we should be honest with each other. So there's no need to hide it." "Hey, Su Miao Miao, didn't you used to call him daddy every time you were being pretentious? Why are you calling him father now? What kind of mystery are you trying to play?" Su Sun's mocking remark nearly caused the momentum Su Miao Miao had barely managed to build up to collapse instantly. "What would a loser like you know?" Su Sun curled his lips. Fine. I'll bank this loser insult as fuel and deal with you later. But you're being this blatant. Does Qin Xinlan know your identity? Will she tolerate an illegitimate daughter like you?" As soon as these words were out, panic immediately appeared on Su Miao Miao's face. She had experienced Qin Xinlan's shrewish temper firsthand. Even with her grandmother added to the mix, she might not be a match for her. Facing Qin Xinlan, she truly felt a bit of dread. However, even if she felt fear, they were thousands of miles apart. As long as the woman wasn't right in front of her, she had nothing to fear. So what? The boat is already sailing. Even if she finds out, she can't drive me away. After all, I am father's only child now. She won't let that dead woman drive me away. Besides, she's in the capital now, you can't even go to report me if you wanted to. Quit trying to scare me with that old woman." Su Sun nodded repeatedly. Good. Well said. But did you forget that there's a thing in today's society called a mobile phone? Su Miao Miao's pupils constricted. "What do you mean?" Su Sun raised his phone and shook it. "Of course, I'm calling that old woman you mentioned. Every word you cursed her with has been heard by her. Right, Qin Xinlan? What? You made a call." Su Miao Miao felt as if she had fallen into an abyss, her hair standing on end, and she stumbled, nearly falling over. She never dreamed Su Sun could be this shameless, actually tattling just like a primary school student. You didn't follow the rules." Angry as she was, Su Miao Miao panicked. She rushed to Su Sun and shouted at the phone, "Auntie, you misunderstood. I wasn't talking about you, I really wasn't talking about you." Seeing this, Su Sun burst into hysterical laughter. Actually, I didn't call her. I deleted all the Su family's contact information, so how could I possibly reach those two old geezers? What? You didn't call? After the surprise passed, a wave of ecstasy washed over Su Meow Meow's heart. Good, that's good. You scared me to death. However, I might not be able to reach them, but that doesn't mean others can't, right? Nianzi, put it on speaker. Yes, sir. When Su Banian turned on the speakerphone, a man-eating roar immediately erupted from the phone. Su Meow Meow, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Thump! Her legs went weak, and Su Meow Meow collapsed to the ground, completely dumbfounded. Oh, Auntie! What was bound to come finally arrived. Even though Su Meow Meow had long prepared herself mentally, the moment the truth was laid bare, she couldn't help but feel a tremor of fear in her heart. At this moment, she felt Su Sun was utterly shameless, lacking even a shred of manliness, flapping his tongue like a gossiping shrew, truly had no sense of chivalry toward women. Fine, very well, Su Meow Meow. You and Su Qiming have really pulled a big one on me. You two, father and daughter, have actually been lying to me for so long. Truly impressive. I kept wondering why he was so good to you, even if you were the daughter of a deceased friend. Wasn't his concern a bit excessive? So it turns out you're his precious daughter. So it turns out you're calling your grandmother Granny wasn't a slip of the tongue, you really are the granddaughter of that mistress. Qin Xinlan was, for once, not hysterical, but the chilling tone in her calm voice was startling. Compared to a thunderous rage, Su Meow Meow was far more afraid of this sort of suppressed, cold composure. After all, a man-eating wolf doesn't show you it wants to eat you right to your face. Auntie, don't listen to their nonsense. I only said those things to fool them. Enough. Do you take me for a fool? I don't have the patience to settle scores with you now. You finish the task honestly first, I'll deal with you when you return. And you ungrateful girls, this is what your father and I gave you. With a beep, Su Banian hung up the phone immediately. She wouldn't be foolish enough to give the other side a chance to rant or spew insults. As she expected, it wasn't long before the phone rang again. Naturally, it was hung up again. After this happened a few times, Su Banian simply blocked the number, out of sight, out of mind. Only then could Su Meow Meow interject, unable to stop herself from venting her frustrations on the culprit, Su Banian. All of you, didn't you delete and block them? Why can you still reach them? You're all scheming against me. Su Banian put her hands on her hips, laughing in provocation. Don't be ridiculous. We were a family, you know? Do you really think I wouldn't remember my parents' phone number? Besides, we were the ones who blocked them, not the other way around. Isn't it easy enough for me to just call them? You. Su Meow Meow felt a sudden stab of chest pain, clutching her heart as she nearly coughed up a mouthful of old blood. In the end, she had underestimated how truly shameless they could be. If you're going to sever ties, then do it cleanly. Why keep in touch at all? Fine. Since it's come to this, I won't hold back anymore. Her gaze chilling, Su Meow Meow fixed her eyes on Su Mayan and Su Wanqing. Big sister, second sister, I am still willing to call you sisters. I hope you listened to what I said earlier. If you won't come back with me, then you can only be buried with them. Su Mayan's expression tightened. Are you threatening us? This isn't a threat, it's advice. It's the Su family's final mercy. It's the Su family acknowledging you. Otherwise, you'll end up like the others without even a chance to escape your fate. Su Wanqing scoffed. Sorry, we don't need that kind of opportunity. Fine. Su Meow Meow sneered incessantly. Then I'll see if you'll be on your knees begging for mercy when real death arrives. But by then, you will have already lost your final chance. With that, Su Meow Meow took out her phone and said coldly, it's getting cold. It's time for some people to pay the price. The air was silent for tens of seconds. Watching Su Meow Meow talking to herself, the group didn't feel a shred of fear, instead, they were completely bewildered. Su Sun whispered, is this idiot's brain broken? What's she acting all tough for? Su Banian nodded in agreement. I think she just sees that the Su family is doing well now, and her ego is inflating as she tries to fish for attention. Upstarts always love using gimmicks to get people to notice them. Look at that calculating act. If I didn't know better, I'd think she was the daughter of some mafia boss. Time ticked by, 1 minute, 2 minutes, until 10 minutes had passed, and Su Meow Meow still hadn't waited for the people she was expecting. Her cold expression was nearly impossible to maintain, though her incredible persistence kept her standing there for over 10 minutes straight. As for the others, they went on eating, drinking, watching TV, and playing games as if they hadn't noticed Su Meow Meow at all. In the end, Su Banian couldn't stand the showboating any longer. She tossed her phone onto the sofa and couldn't help but shoo her away. Su Meow Meow, can you go die somewhere else? This is my house. If you want to play a statue, go do it on the street, can you? Su Meow Meow gritted her teeth, her rage like a volcano about to erupt. For her, these were the most venomous words imaginable, and she barely managed to keep her facade of strength from crumbling. Just as she was about to go hysterical, a massive commotion finally came from the doorway. Someone was kicking the door. As if the clouds had parted to reveal the light, the corners of Su Meow Meow's mouth curled into a smile again. Oomph, my people are finally here. Soon, it'll be your turn to cry. 2.5 more minutes passed. The kicking at the door finally ceased, and Su Miao froze in place, stunned for those 2.5 minutes. She never imagined that over a dozen burly men couldn't even kick a door down, leaving her standing there in awkward silence for over 2 minutes. Useless trash. Why aren't you coming in yet? Eldest miss, the door is too sturdy, we can't kick it open. Hearing this, Su Miao felt the world spinning, she nearly lost her footing. Especially seeing the mocking gazes of Su Sun and the others, she felt humiliated and furious. Struggling internally, she had to run over to open the door for her underlings. This time, the door finally opened, and a group of menacing men in black swarmed in. You pack of idiots. I could forgive you for not being able to kick a door down. But you made me wait for over 10 minutes. Is this how you do your jobs? The leader wore a forced smile and said helplessly, Eldest miss, you were the one who told us to wait outside the complex. Then the security guards blocked us, and it took time to find this place. That's why there was a delay. Su Miao was livid. So this is my fault, then? It obviously is. Su Sun interjected, taunting her, you think this is a short drama? You yell for people and they appear in the next second? Don't bodyguards need to deal with security? Doesn't he need to find the right building? We're on such a high floor, don't they need to wait for the elevator? You think they're Superman, appearing out of thin air? This remark earned some sympathy from the men in black, making them feel a bit wronged, while simultaneously sending Su Miao into a rage. You don't know a damn thing. If you can't do it, you can't do it. What's with all the excuses? Su Sun, stop acting so smug. From now on, it's my turn. All of you, get them. Take everyone here out. Orders were orders. The men in black acted as soon as they received the command. They knew the purpose of their trip, they were chosen for being the most ruthless of the bunch. They were there to obey, never caring whether the targets lived or died. Su Miao, I think you're really looking to die. Seeing the enemy's attack, Su Sun rolled up his sleeves and stood up, eager for a fight. It had been a long time since so many sandbags had delivered themselves to his door. Today, he would make this wretched woman, Su Miao, truly recognize reality. Polar. Shockwave. As Su Sun chanted, he slowly raised his right foot. At this moment, he stood with a haughty air, as if he possessed boundless power. Beneath his foot, there was an aura of destructive force, as if a single stomp would shake the very foundations of the earth. Just as his size 43 foot was about to descend, his arm was suddenly grabbed. Su Sun frowned, Su Mian, don't tell me you actually think of her as your sister and want to plead for her? She's trying to kill you right now. No, I mean don't make too big a mess. If the building collapses, where are we supposed to live? After all, having witnessed that epic battle before, although she didn't know the exact power of Su Sun's stomp, she knew he could punch through a ceiling. Su Mian was genuinely afraid that their carefully maintained home would suffer some casualty. Su Sun withdrew his momentum, fair point. Why use a laser blade to kill a chicken? Ordinary fists and feet will suffice. With that, Su Sun threw a sudden punch. A violent gust of wind seemed to manifest as a massive, overwhelming fist. Then, with a loud boom, over a dozen men in black were sent flying through the walls, dropping like dead dogs, motionless. At this moment, Su Miao was dumbstruck. F.A. 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 Yeah. Da. Hone. Damn it, aren't you two special forces soldiers from abroad? Get up. Su Mian, who was standing closest, was also stunned. Even knowing Su Sun was a transmigrator with secrets, the scene that had just unfolded left her in shock. Xiao Sun, promise me, next time you're roughhousing with Fifth Sister, keep your strength in check, okay? As for the ruined walls. Walls could be fixed, but if the floor collapsed, the house wouldn't be livable. Su Sun walked slowly toward Su Miao, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. Someone like you, a small fry, shouldn't have lasted 2 chapters. Since I've let you drag it out this long, it's time to send you on your way. No. No. Su Sun raised his arm and swung a slap. But unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, a silver spear whistled in through the window behind the sofa, planting itself firmly right next to Su Sun. Then, a majestic, booming voice rang out. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Cut the crap with the extra lines. Su Sun kicked the spear, sending it flying right back the way it came. There was a sharp scream, then a thud as if something had fallen from the sky. The world returned to silence once more. What kind of garbage thinks they can play the hero? Not even the heavens get to add dialogue when I'm around. Let's continue sending you. Brother, if you can show mercy, show mercy. Could you give me a little face? Suddenly, another plain-looking young man appeared at the door, his expression indifferent, a calm smile playing on his lips. Damn it, how many people are there to save this NPC? But when Su Sun turned to look, he immediately froze. This demeanor, this outfit. The immortal venerable has returned? Brother, isn't it a bit ungentlemanly for a big man to be so fierce toward a young girl? Classic. The typical nice guy commentary that makes you want to throw up. Su Sun was amused, and at the same time, marveled at Su Miao's incredible luck that someone would actually show up to save her. Fierce? I'm planning to kill her. What? Do you want to play the hero saving the damsel? Oh, I see. Then carry on, brother. My delivery order is about to be late. Bye everyone. With that, the young man turned and walked away, his retreating figure not pausing in the slightest. Su Miao was stunned, the smile on her lips freezing instantly. Wait, he's just leaving? What happened to saving me? Su Sun was taken aback for a moment as well. Given the guy's plain, auraless appearance and his incredibly confident demeanor, he had really thought this was some immortal venerable reincarnated. After all, hadn't a hero just appeared out of nowhere? Turns out, he was just a delivery guy passing by. Seriously, he was left speechless for a moment. Su Miao, let's see who can save you now. Su Sun cracked his knuckles and closed in again, wearing a cryptic, meaningful smile. Su Miao looked terrified, retreating repeatedly. I was wrong. Please let me go. I'll never scold people online again. Is this about scolding people online? You brought a bunch of thugs here to threaten us weak, ordinary citizens. I see you've already paved your own way to death. But I'll give you a few more seconds of hesitation. I want to see if another miracle will happen, like some passerby popping out to save you. The words had barely left his lips. Let that girl go. You've got to be kidding me. When that voice sounded, Su Sun was genuinely impressed. Another one had actually appeared. No, seriously, who are you? The youth before him was gaunt and bony. Despite his relatively handsome face, he possessed a fortitude far beyond his years, especially his eyes, which carried such overwhelming hatred that they made one's heart run cold. Not you, dude. I think this is our first time meeting, right? Do you really need to look at me with such resentment? The youth let out a cold snort. The deep hatred I bear has nothing to do with you, but you must let that girl go today. Who even are you? Where did this little cookie pop out from? Su Sun was baffled. Was Su Miao some kind of child of destiny? How else could people keep appearing to save her? I remember now. The one who bought the house next to us is a young man. He's our new neighbor. Su Baiyan's reminder left Su Sun feeling dazed as a certain possibility clicked into place. People who could afford property in this area were either wealthy or powerful. To be so young, buying a multi-million-dollar house to live in alone, possessing an abnormal, seasoned maturity, and seemingly burdened by monstrous hatred. Adding all these factors together, this guy sounded exactly like the template for a reincarnated protagonist. Was it a girlfriend teaming up with a mistress to kill him before he was reborn? Or was it family favoritism and abuse leading to a rebirth? Or perhaps his entire clan had been wiped out? If it were the latter, then this would be the true immortal venerable returned. My name is Qin Xian. I'm just an ordinary person. I hope you can do me a favor and let that girl go. I can promise you 3 conditions unconditionally in the future. Su Sun frowned. 3 conditions? Isn't that just painting a pie in the sky? What use are your 3 conditions to me? Qin Xian sneered. Short-sighted. Do you have any idea how many people will be trampling down my threshold just to beg for a single favor from me in the future? Whether it's murder or wealth, I can make it happen for you. Murder and wealth? And in the future? Damn it. Did this guy know the future? Could his guess be right? Was he truly reborn? Tell me, is your surname Qin? What's your relation to the Qin family in the neighboring city? No relation. I come from the Magic City, Shanghai. So, a guy from the Magic City runs all the way over here? If you can afford a place like this, you must come from some big clan. Are you really so sheltered that you're interested in any woman you see? And the woman you're saving isn't even a good person. Humph, that has nothing to do with you. To be honest, I am indeed from the Qin family, the Magic City Qin family. I'm only staying here to find the Su family of Jiangcheng. Otherwise, our lives would have never intersected. You only need to consider my previous proposal, that's the only way to a win-win situation. As he finished speaking, the sisters exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise. The Magic City Qin family? Didn't that mean this Qin Xian was from their grandfather's side? But how had they never heard of such a person in the Qin family? Oh, I remember. Doesn't the eldest uncle have an illegitimate son? He's been studying abroad for years, and grandfather said he'd bring him back to the Qin family in a few years. But shouldn't that be in the future? Is this illegitimate son returning to his roots early? Though the voice was soft, Su Baiyan's muttering reached Su Sun's ears perfectly. Instantly, a storm of realization exploded in his mind. Oh, mother of pearl. Yes, he understood now. Based on the countless short-form dramas and cultivation missions he had seen, he quickly deduced the essence of the situation. Constantly talking about the future, an illegitimate son who had lived abroad, returning early for unknown reasons, and carrying deep-seated hatred. He came to Jiangxing to look for the Su family but was so out of the loop he didn't know the Su family now stood tall in the capital. Even if he didn't know, the Qin family would surely have mentioned it to him. This could only mean he had returned behind the Qin family's back, and instead of going to the Magic City to inform them, he had come straight to Jiangcheng. A narrative arc quickly materialized in his mind. Qin Xian had endured years of suffering abroad, finally earning the family's recognition. Old Master Qin must have fought off opposition to bring him home a kind grandfather, especially when contrasted against a vicious grandmother. But just as he returned, the family was wiped out. His long-lost father died, and the grandfather who cherished him most perished as well. He wanted revenge, but like an NPC, he was instantly wiped out by some random nobody. After death, his soul traversed to another realm, where he cultivated for 10,000 years until all the world bowed to him, becoming a supreme lord. But when he reached the highest shackles, he was destroyed by an unexpected heavenly tribulation. When he woke up, everything around him was familiar yet strange. He picked up his phone, shocked. I've been reborn. And I've been reborn a few years before the Qin family's extermination. He laughed, covering his face as he howled with laughter, his expression a mix of 3 parts shock, 3 parts joy, and 4 parts bewilderment. Yes, he was lost. But after just a moment, that confusion turned into monstrous rage and boundless hatred. Reborn for another life, I will avenge the Qin family. I will bathe my enemies in blood. Susan shuddered, his mind reeling as if in a dream, as if he had personally experienced the entirety of Qin Xian's life. The imagination was exaggerated, but he understood that he had guessed at least 8 or 9 parts of the truth. This Qin Xian had been reborn for vengeance. Coming straight to Jiangcheng immediately after his rebirth meant he knew his enemies were there, and heading to the Su family upon arrival meant those enemies were connected to them. Perhaps Qin Xian didn't even know exactly who his enemies were yet, and had come early to scout the situation. The Su family, after all, had Qin Xinlan. No matter how deranged that woman was, she wouldn't forsake her own blood, so the culprits behind the annihilation of the Qin family couldn't possibly be the Su family. And the one truly capable of forsaking all relations was still sealed away by him, having had no opportunity to act. The culprit was someone else, someone linked to the Su family and harboring a conflict with them, to the point where the Qin family would be implicated in the future. The true perpetrator of that slaughter was likely none other than. Shaking those wild thoughts from his head, Susan coughed twice. The weather is cold, it made me cough up a storm. Alright, 2.5 minutes have passed. Have you considered my offer? After a long silence, the young man finally spoke, his tone filled with unquestionable majesty. Susan shrugged. Sorry, I'm not a fan of empty promises. How about you show me something tangible right now? Qin Xian's expression turned icy. Is that so? Are you refusing my proposal? I didn't refuse. If you won't show any sincerity now, who's to blame but yourself? Su Miaomia was panicking now. Was this guy going to save her or not? If he was going to save her, he should show some sincerity. If he wasn't, why was he standing there babbling about empty promises? Was he having fun watching her emotions rise and fall? A green tea bitch still had her professional ethics, even at the brink of life and death, she remained self-sacrificing. Mister, forget about me. You should go. I can't let you be implicated because of me. Qin Xian gave Su Miaomiao an affectionate smile. Don't worry, my fated girl. You may have forgotten me, but when I was being bullied abroad and my life was grey, a loaf of bread from you gave me hope for life. Susan cursed aloud, damn it. Bread again. Could there be no other objects for forming bonds? Su Miaomio was surprised. We know each other? Qin Xian nodded. Yes. I returned not only to settle family grudges but also to find you. I didn't expect fate to bring us together here. Su Miaomiao's eyes welled with tears. Little brother. Rest assured, no one will lay a finger on you today. With a sudden burst of overwhelming momentum, Qin Xian seemed like a different person, his presence becoming incredibly sharp. I've already given you a chance. Since we can't reach an agreement, don't force me to be ruthless. As the first target of my return, you should feel honored. Qin Xian slowly raised his arm. A pale white mist began to swirl around it, and a killing intent coalesced into a tangible form. Just as everyone was shocked by this strange spectacle, they heard Susun shout, "Bull rush!" Susun slammed into Qin Xian, carrying him through wall after wall. Dust billowed, and debris flew everywhere. Through the holes in the walls, the crowd saw Susun pinning Qin Xian down, his hands clasped together as he hammered them down onto Qin Xian's abdomen. Ugh! Put! A fountain of blood sprayed from his mouth, and Qin Xian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Susun stood up slowly, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and took a deep breath. Phew! You were almost about to level up. Luckily, I was one step ahead and took you out first. You ant! How dare you! Pfft! Ah! Another mouthful of blood erupted. Just as the crowd thought Qin Xian would be incapacitated, he let out a loud shout, and an inexplicable energy wrapped around his entire body. Ah! I will definitely pay back today's grudge. In a final, frantic burst of life, Qin Xian erupted with astonishing speed, charging straight for Susun. Susun dodged to the side, but to everyone's surprise, Qin Xian didn't engage. He darted straight for Su Miaomiao, swept her into his arms, and smashed through the window to escape. Ah! Su Banian was scared to death. This is the 33rd floor. He just jumped like that? Yet, when the group looked out the window, there was no sign of Qin Xian or Su Miaomiao. Su Mian turned back slowly, looking at Su Sunwoo was dusting himself off with worry. This Qin Xian isn't an ordinary person. Won't he come back to take revenge later? Susun smiled faintly. Don't worry. He's at the end of his rope. He was already dying, I destroyed his dantian, and he overexerted his potential. Once he stops moving, he's as good as dead. In an abandoned building. Little brother, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Meow meow. I'm afraid I can't make it. I fear I won't be able to protect you from now on. I never imagined that I, Shin Wuji, who traversed 10,000 years, would die at the hands of such an ant before getting my revenge. Take care of yourself. As his words trailed off, Shin Xian's pupils lost their focus, his head slumped to the side, and he went completely still. Seeing this, Su Miaomio wiped away her tears and immediately looked disgusted. Even though I'm grateful you saved me, this young lady isn't going to help you collect your corpse. If that Su Sun tracks us down, I'm finished. Jiangcheng is too dangerous, I'm going back to Jingcheng. Su Miaomio turned to flee, but suddenly, the dead Qin Xian sat bolt upright, as if he had been reanimated. Su Miaomio was terrified, nearly frightened out of her wits. She immediately knelt by Qin Xian's side, sobbing, "Little brother, I knew you were a good person who would be rewarded for his kindness and wouldn't die. You scared me to death just now, woo-woo." Qin Xian ignored the commotion around him. Instead, he looked down, numbly examining his own hands, his confused expression gradually shifting into one of ecstatic joy. This body. What surging power. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I never thought that I, Wen Wuji, would be reborn. Little brother? Are you okay? Qin Xian's sudden change left Su Miaomio feeling deeply uneasy. His current demeanor was a far cry from his previous bootlicking self, he looked more like a crazed lunatic. Qin Xian whipped his head around to glare at Su Miaomio, a wicked smirk curling his lips. Brother? You really should call me brother. Huh? What? Su Miaomio was stunned, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words, and her unease only intensified. They say a woman's intuition is incredibly sharp, and Su Miaomio proved that true. Suddenly, Qin Xian swung his arm, and his large hand clamped firmly around her throat. My dear sister, it's been a long time. Su Miaomio was bewildered, struggling as she replied, What? Long time. No see. Aren't we meeting for the first time? Suddenly, she recalled what Qin Xian had said at Su Sun's house. They had supposedly met abroad and bonded over a loaf of bread. Could he be referring to the time since their last encounter? Ah, right. Long time no see, brother Qin Xian. Can you let go? You're hurting Miao Miao. Su Miaomio struggled while putting on a pitiful expression, trying to elicit sympathy. After all, this tactic had always worked on simps, but little did she know that her feigned fragility didn't bring sympathy instead, it earned her a resounding slap across the face. Smack. Bitch. Stop acting pathetic in front of me. I hate green tea bitches more than anything in this life. You hit me again? Su Miaomio clutched her face in disbelief. Wasn't this Qin Xian a spineless simp? How could his personality change so drastically in such a short time? Had he been faking it at Su Sun's house all along? Shut up. Take me to see Su Qiming. It's been so long since I've seen my pair of wonderful parents. Under the weight of absolute terror and subjugation, Su Miaomio took Qin Xian and boarded a flight back to the capital. This return would stir up a storm. Meanwhile, at the cabin. Ah, right. My contractor ran off halfway through the job. I need some quick and diligent new workers to help me clean up this mess, my place is in a terrible state right now. Dinner? Now that you mention it. Sister Warner, it's been a while. Let's grab a meal in a couple of days. After settling the renovation affairs and setting a date for the dinner, Su Sun hung up the phone. Suddenly, he felt a strange shiver down his spine. He snapped his head around, scanning his surroundings with high alert. He thought perhaps the others had discovered his dinner plans with Gu Qinwan, but besides Su Banian, who was squinting at him with a peculiar expression, there was no one else around. Could he have sensed danger from Su Banian? What's going on? Why do I have such a bad feeling? That's right. Something bad is going to happen. Su Banian's eyes gleamed with mischief, as if she had caught him in the act. You're done for. I'm going to tell eldest sister that you're going on a date with Sister Wan. Su Sun's temper flared. Su Banian, get lost. Is there anything you can do besides snitching? You're making me look down on you. Oh? You dare raise your voice at me? I'm going to tell eldest sister right now. Go ahead. Do you think I'm scared of you? Hearing this, Su Banian immediately jumped up to go tattle, but after a few steps, she returned the same way she came. She sat on the sofa, resting her smooth, small feet on Su Sun's lap, leaning against the armrest. With an arrogant pout, she said, Actually, I'm not really a blabbermouth. If you take me along when you have dinner with Sister Wan, I promise to keep your secret. How about that? Huh? Why would you go? Oh, just take me. Ever since you disappeared last time, Sister Wan and I haven't gone shopping together. I want to have a sweet encounter, too. You're not having any encounter. I'm not taking you. Just take me. If you do, I'll let you kiss my peerless jade feet. As she spoke, Su Banian wiggled her small feet, arched her instep slowly, and offered her entire foot to Su Sun. Su Sun rolled his eyes and swatted the so-called jade feet away. Stop trying to gross me out. Who would want to kiss your stinky feet? Su Banian was indignant, teeth gritted. You bastard. You didn't say that before. You said my feet were perfect, the kind that wouldn't be too much to hold in your mouth until they melted. Hey! Don't you dare slander or disgust me. When did I ever say something like that? She thrashed her little feet about. You did, you jerk. I don't care. You backstabbing coward. You have to take me. Who taught you to use idioms like that? Subanian, I'm warning you for the last time. If you don't behave, don't force me to pick up my old profession again. What old profession? I'm not afraid of you. If you don't agree to take me today, I won't just tell eldest sister. I'll tell the second and third sisters, and even Su Qingxia. I'll embellish the story and tell your mom that you're a heartless cad. Let's see what you do then. Having endured for so long, she finally reached her breaking point. Having not felt the sting of the rod for many days, she had lost all sense of reverence. Fine, fine. You asked for this. Great mighty dragon. With a swift grab and a flip, Subanian was once again sprawled over those familiar knees. Before she could react, the murderous aura descended from behind. Smack! A single strike elicited a shrill cry from Subanian. But that wasn't all. As if the sound weren't loud enough, Susan pulled down her little shorts, allowing palm to meet skin directly. With the cushioning of clothing gone, a bright red handprint immediately appeared on Subanian's bottom. Ah! You asshole! Eldest sister, help me! Still acting arrogant? Today, I'll make sure you learn your lesson. Subanian was on the verge of tears. She didn't understand why, despite her desperate cries for help, not a single person came. Were they all sleeping in the middle of the day? Finally, a figure hurried out of a room. Subanian felt a glimmer of hope. Fourth sister, save me. Indeed, it was Su Qingxia. Su Qingxia, who had been peacefully creating in her room, had heard the massive commotion in the living room. Even her well-insulated door couldn't block out the racket. Unable to take it anymore, she came out to see what was happening. Subanian, are you looking to die? Screaming like a ghost in the middle of the day, are you crazy? Subanian was stunned. No, can't you see I'm the victim here? I don't care if you're a victim or not. Keep screaming and disturbing me, and see if I don't slap you across the face. With that threat, Su Qingxia turned and walked away. Subanian stood there, frozen. Was this what they called sisterly love? It was laughable. She swore that from now on, she and Su Qingxia were enemies. Are you wrong? If you're wrong, then. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air, interrupting their harmonious moment. Susan instantly tensed, pulling Subanian up and shielding her behind him. It was this subconscious reflex that saved her life. Because what came flying toward them was a missile. Susan caught the missile with his bare hands, swinging it back with brute force. In the air, it exploded into a brilliant, chaotic display of fireworks. What the FCK? A missile? The capital. Human, I have successfully struck the target location. Don't forget your promise. Don't worry. I'll help you find the right parts as soon as possible. 1. Daddy, I'm home. Stripped of her usual vivacity and cheer, Su Miaomiao appeared uncharacteristically reserved, even cowering, as she returned home. Su Qiming had expected this reaction. Aside from a flicker of disappointment, he showed little outward emotion. Daddy, I failed to persuade them. The eldest and second sisters didn't want to come back with me. Lounging on the sofa, sipping tea, Su Qiming simply shook his head faintly. It's fine. I've already cleaned up the mess for you. Consider this a small trial, try harder next time. In the past, these words would have moved Su Miaomiao to tears of gratitude, but now she was too preoccupied to feel touched. After all, a greater danger was trailing right behind her. Daddy, there's more bad news. My identity. Aunt Xinlan found out. I know. What? You knew? Su Miaomiao was stunned. This reaction was entirely different from what she had imagined. She had expected her identity to trigger Su Qiming's thunderous rage, but he had dismissed it with a mere I know? Daddy, I didn't mean to. I was framed by Su Sun. Su Qiming sighed helplessly. Paper can never wrap up fire. I knew this day would come sooner or later. The exposure might actually be a blessing. Your Aunt Xinlan is a powder keg that explodes at the slightest touch, but since she's away on vacation, she'll likely be less furious by the time she returns. Su Miaomiao fidgeted anxiously. Is that true? But Aunt said she was going to tear me apart. Su Qiming, it's nothing. At worst, you'll face a tantrum. At least from now on, you can stand in the light without hiding. You might even succeed me in managing this vast Su empire. The moment those words were uttered, Su Miaomiao's fear dissipated, replaced by a deep, fervent longing. Dad! Clap! 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 Suddenly, a few abrupt claps interrupted the intense father-daughter moment. Panic flooded back into her heart. Su Miaomiao turned around uneasily, and sure enough, that man had stepped into the living room. This house is much grander than the last one. It seems the Su family really has struck it ricto. Think you've reached such heights in just a few months. Su Qiming's expression darkened. Who are you? How dare you barge into my home? Where is security? Someone, throw him out. Why bother? Your own daughter brought me in. Su Qiming frowned. Miao Miao, what is the meaning of this? Su Miaomiao hurriedly explained, Daddy, I was threatened too. He forced me to bring him to you, or he would have killed me. Such audacity. Having climbed to the top, Su Qiming no longer succumbed to hysterical outbursts as he once did. Instead, he had gained a certain composure. He radiated the aura of a man who held the reins of power. In his eyes, anyone daring to oppose the Su family was merely a mayfly trying to topple a tree. Kid, what is your purpose in seeking me out? Purpose? Qin Xian laughed heartily. What purpose could I have? Do I need a purpose to return to my own home? Return to your own home? Ha! You are arrogant, young man. Su Qiming clearly misunderstood. In his view, the youth before him was harboring designs to seize the Su family assets, an act of pure, unadulterated provocation. Qin Xian smiled thinly. Don't be so guarded. We are truly family, because you are my good father. What? Su Qiming froze at these words. My good father. I really didn't expect that Su Miaomio was actually my sister, my biological sister, no less. I honestly thought you had kindly taken her in as a favor to a late friend, but it turns out she's just the byproduct of you failing to keep your pants on. Su Qiming's composure wavered. Shut your mouth. Who exactly are you? Who am I? My current name is Qin Xian, but I have another name you are quite familiar with. That name is Su Wen. What? Xiao Wen. In an instant, a wave of intense unease washed over his entire being. Although the person had been gone for a long time, the name had always lingered in the back of Su Qiming's mind like a nightmare. Su Wen? The young man in front of him claimed to be Su Wen. Could it be that that lunatic had returned? But he had been missing for so long, surely something must have happened to him. How could he possibly have returned? No. You lie. You are not Su Wen. You are absolutely not my son, Su Wen. You don't even look the same. Su Miaomio was now equally dazed. This Qin Xian was Su Wen? Was God playing a joke on her? Was this why Qin Xian had suddenly appeared to save her? Not because of her irresistible charm? Meow meow, what is going on here? Where did you find this lunatic? Daddy, I don't know. But looking at him, he doesn't seem to be lying. Su Qiming roared, I'd know my own son. He is absolutely not Xiao Wen. Daddy, I mean. There is such a thing as plastic surgery in this world. Could it be that he disappeared all this time to go get surgery? Little did she know, this bold statement hit Su Qiming like a hammer. If Su Wen had gone for surgery, it would explain why he had suddenly vanished, and why it took months for him to return the recovery period. Even so, Su Qiming refused to admit it. No, it's fake. It's all fake. Su Wen sneered coldly. Dad, you seem very unhappy that I'm back? Am I not the Su family's only heir? Why are you reacting this way? Your son is so heartbroken. No. You aren't Xiao Wen. I'm not? Back then, I tried to cozy up to the Tang family to elevate the Su status, only for them to torture me until I was neither human nor ghost. During the time I was broken, you didn't just fail to care for Maio, let Su Shinro's scheme in the shadows, leaving me to suffer endless humiliation. Even you, as my parents, despised me. You pushed me away. I killed Qin to seize his assets for the Su family, but you blamed me. I handled the capital's noble families on my deathbed, yet you ignored me. You could say the Su family's current success is built upon the shoulders of a giant, and that giant was me. How dare you refuse to recognize me? The moment these words were spoken, all the strength drained from Su Qiming's limbs, and he slumped heavily onto the sofa. Su Wen was back. That fickle, murderous, deranged killer son of theirs was truly back. Su Wen walked playfully over to Su Qiming, slowly leaned in, and curved his lips into a smile. Dad, you seem afraid of me? Su Qiming shivered involuntarily and forced a smile. No. Not at all. I was just overwhelmed by the excitement. Excited? Do you take me for an idiot? With that, Su Wen slapped Su Qiming across the face, the crisp sound echoing through the room. Calling you dad is doing you a favor. Otherwise, why would I, of all people, acknowledge two measly ants as my parents? I endured countless years of agony out there, suffering torments beyond what a normal person could imagine, yet you betrayed me. Not only did you ignore me, but you even used my name to profit. You really are my good parents. The familiar fickleness, the familiar ruthlessness, the familiar feeling was back. Su Qiming's heart trembled uncontrollably. Su Wen's return was bad news enough, but the worst news was that he had clearly returned to settle scores. Given the methods Su Wen had displayed in the past, he was completely defenseless. Had he really handed over the empire he had built so painstakingly just like that? Xiao Wen, I built this empire for you. Now that you're back, everything in the Su family will be yours sooner or later. Mine? Su Wen let out a scornful laugh. Of course it's mine. But I don't need sooner or later. If I want it, it can be mine whenever I choose. Su Qiming nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's yours, all yours. Dad worked this hard specifically to build this empire for you. For me? If you weren't afraid of me. If I couldn't suppress you, would you even look at me? You hypocrite. Suddenly, Su Wen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Having been tempered by life and death struggles, Su Qiming felt his hair stand on end. What are you doing? What am I doing? Now that I have made my grand return, some useless things and people naturally have no need to exist. Su Wen. You dare commit patricide? Su Qiming was absolutely horrified. And what if I do? After being washed away by time, I have long lost any sense of family values. I haven't needed things like parents for a long time. Su Qiming panicked completely. Su Wen's return really meant nothing good. He had started off with a major move the moment he arrived. Was he really going to fall here? He wasn't willing to die like this. His great enterprise was not yet complete. How could he die in a place like this? Su Wen, you wouldn't dare. What wouldn't I dare? His gaze turned cold. Su Wen curled his fingers into claws, aiming straight for Su Qiming's throat. Su Qiming wasn't a pushover, either. Driven by a powerful survival instinct, he kicked out directly at Su Wen. And a miracle actually happened. Su Wen was sent flying several meters by the kick, slamming his head against the coffee table and bleeding profusely. You dare hurt me? Su Qiming's resistance completely ignited Su Wen's rage. Abandoning the mind games, he lunged to smash a fist into Su Qiming's head with lightning speed. Whack! But to everyone's surprise, before Su Wen could hit Su Qiming, he himself was slapped instead. Even Su Qiming was stunned. How did that slap land? How dare you? Whack! You forced me to do this. Whack! I'll kill you. Whack! Su Qiming. The successive insults broke Su Wen's composure, but he couldn't get a strike in. Su Qiming smashed a teapot directly into his forehead, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Why am I so weak? Upon hearing this, Su Qiming realized that this rebellious, heavens-defying son of his didn't seem to have his previous martial prowess. Su Wen realized the gravity of the situation at the same moment. He discovered that while this body had traces of having been trained, the damned dantian was shattered. All the power the original body had was exhausted, and on top of that, he had a shattered dantian and a body full of severe wounds. In other words, he was a useless waste. Su Wen was stunned, then immediately offered a smile to Su Qiming. Dad, actually, I just had an episode. Hey, guess what? I'm clear-headed again now. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Since their home had been destroyed, Su Sun had no choice but to find a new place for the sisters. Given that their location had been exposed and the enemy was lurking in the shadows, they surely wouldn't let it go if they found out he was still alive. Naturally, staying in their old luxury apartment was out of the question. Thus, to ensure secrecy and eliminate any further danger, Su Sun bought a house directly across the street. Hey! This place is great. And it's 5 million cheaper than our last place. The only downside is it's 50 square meters smaller. Inside the spacious living room, Su Sun was very satisfied with their new home. He had lived in the old place for so long and was a sentimental person. Being able to look across the street at his former home wasn't a bad experience at all. Su Banian rolled her eyes in silence. They hit us with a missile, and you're serious about living right across the street instead of running as far away as possible? Su Banian's concern was not without reason, and the others felt the same way. After all, they had provoked an unimaginable opponent. Was using a missile to commit murder something a normal person could do? The current priority should be, if not fleeing Jiangcheng entirely, at least finding some remote, hidden location. But Su Sun couldn't have cared less, saying nonchalantly, they say the most dangerous place is the safest place. How many people would expect this dark under-the-lamp trick of ours? Su Banian wouldn't accept it, but the other party can use missiles. Do you think someone with that kind of capability can't figure out we moved across the street? You're the one who keeps saying how powerful they are. So what's the difference if we run? Are we supposed to leave the planet? Su Sun snapped impatiently. You bastard. Ha? Su Sun was instantly baffled. Wait. Why are you cursing at me? Su Banian was righteous. It's all because you provoked some incredible people. You've caused us to live in fear and cost us our home. Su Sun felt helpless. I don't have enemies. Except for your precious parents. Besides, a house is just a house. Don't you understand that home is wherever the people you love are? What about my treasures? Who's going to compensate me for the loss of my limited edition collectibles? Those are things money can't buy. Damn it. Su Sun was speechless. Too lazy to argue, he snatched the 2 suitcases from Su Banian's hands and turned to leave. Su Banian was stunned. Hey, what are you doing? Weren't your treasures blown to bits? Then the stuff in these suitcases must be a pile of trash. I'm going to help you throw them out. Hold it. With a loud cry, Su Banian snatched the suitcases back, her face not even turning red, and said solemnly, there's no need to trouble you for such a small matter. This young lady can handle it herself. Slapping his own forehead, Su Sun pinched Su Banian's cheek and said speechlessly, everyone else packed clothes and jewelry, but you brought 2 giant suitcases of useless junk, and you still blame me for losing stuff. I think your skin is getting itchy. It's not lost. It's not lost. I was wrong. I was just blowing off steam. Blowing off steam? I shouldn't have blocked that missile for you. I should have let you get blown to smithereens instead. Su Sun, what is that supposed to mean? I'm angry now. You still have the nerve to be angry? Just as the fire between the two was about to ignite, 2 slender, jade-white hands reached between them and forced them apart. All right. What are you arguing about at a time like this? Instead of wasting energy, we should be thinking about who was behind this vicious attack. Su Mayan's words brought the focus back to the main issue. Everyone looked dejected and confused. Su Wanqing spoke calmly, "This isn't a simple murder. Whoever has the authority to use such weapons so blatantly must be a person of great status and power, perhaps someone even beyond what a normal person can imagine." Su Mayan frowned. "Second sister, you mean?" Su Wanqing, "Exactly. This isn't just about simple conflicts of interest. It involves something on a much deeper level. Su Sun, but the problem is, I haven't provoked anyone like that. I've always been a model student, helpful to others. I'd even kick a stray dog off the road if it were crossing. Could it be that you all offended someone? According to the usual tropes, did you offend some young nobleman or something while out and about?" Su Xinshin, "Impossible. We barely leave the house except to buy groceries. Even when people try to chat us up, we've never encountered anyone extraordinary." Su Wanqing asked again, "Xiao Sun, you were there. Can you identify the model of that missile? That might be a breakthrough." Su Sun was exasperated. "Are you treating me like I'm omnipotent? It's a miracle I wasn't blown to pieces right then and there. Do you think I had the time to identify the missile model?" Su Wanqing, "Sorry, I was being unrealistic. I've already entrusted a colleague at the law firm to investigate. If it really is that kind of person, we'll have to make other plans." At this moment, Su Banian listened, completely bewildered, lost in the clouds, and confused. She once wondered if she had lost the basic human ability to understand language. "Wait, are you guys speaking human? Why didn't I understand a single word?" Su Sin shushed her. "It wouldn't pass the censors. Don't ask about things you shouldn't." "What the hell? All right. Su Mayan clapped her hands to interrupt. "Let's talk about this, so as not to give others ammunition. But no matter who it is, we will meet force with force and never lose heart." Su Sun, yes. It's best I don't find out who's pulling the strings. Or I'll beat the crap out of them." Late at night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Su Sin crouched in a tree, holding his phone, looking into the distance. "Little brother Su, why don't you come stay at my Gu family manor? As the richest family in Jiancheng, we have official protection. I'm sure they wouldn't dare act recklessly." "Forget it, I'm afraid I'll attract another missile and blow your place up too. By the way, what have you been doing lately? You seem so busy." "I recently met an auntie. She's very enthusiastic and has taught me many things. Why don't I come visit you? It's been a while since we've seen each other." "What the? An auntie? Sister Warner, you haven't run into a scammer, have you?" Old folks these days are very sharp. There was news a while back about an age gap friendship where an old scammer swindled 5 million out of a young one. This auntie is very kind, she never takes advantage of me. "You dummy! The more they act like that, the more suspicious they are. Sister Warner, you've definitely been scammed. Where is that old hag? Make an appointment, and I'll go meet her." "There's no need. Enough talking, I have things to deal with here." "Damn, you two are truly something. You're full of it." Jingcheng. Capital No. 1. The luxurious and quiet Su estate was once again plunged into chaos that night. "Su Qiming, get your ass out here." Qin Xinlan's forceful return struck fear into some hearts. The moment she returned home, she headed straight for Su Miaomiao's room and slapped her awake from her sweet dreams. "You little bitch. No wonder Su Qiming treated you so well. So, you really are his daughter." At this moment, Su Miaomiao was stunned. Fear and shock were intertwined, and anxiety and restlessness piled up. Didn't Daddy say Qin Xinlan went abroad for a vacation? How was she back after only a few days? Especially seeing Qin Xinlan's ferocious, hideous face, she just wanted to roll her eyes back and pass out. However, Qin Xinlan grabbed her hair and forced her to stay awake. "Speak, you bitch. I'm going to skin you alive today." "Stop. Qin Xinlan, what are you doing?" Suddenly, the appearance of Su Qiming was like a ray of hope, giving Su Miaomiao unprecedented security. But the anger that had built up in Qin Xinlan's heart erupted completely, and she lunged at Su Qiming, claws bared. "You heartless thing. You wouldn't be where you are today without me. And yet you're cheating on me. I'll fight you to the death, Su Qiming." Su Qiming pushed Qin Xinlan away and roared, "Enough. Are you done yet?" "Not done. Why do you still have a daughter when my son is dead? If you have the guts, bring me back my son. Otherwise, nobody gets to be happy." "Fine, I'll return your son." Following Su Qiming's words, a ghostly voice slowly rose. "Mom, I'm right here." In an instant, Qin Xinlan's scalp went numb, and her hair stood on end. She stopped raging, she stopped screaming, and a smile appeared on her lips involuntarily, but deep inside, a wave of terror rushed to the bottom of her soul. "Haha, old Su. Actually, you didn't really have to bring Xiaowen back to me." Qin Xinlan panicked, momentarily suspecting she was experiencing a hallucination. Yet, after several seconds that felt like a century of observation, everything before her eyes proved this was all real. She would have preferred it to be a hallucination. When Suwon entered holding the tray, his neck was slightly bowed, his posture so submissively suffocating, and a fawning smile played on his lips. "Mom, these are your favorite soft-boiled eggs. His voice was as soft as a feather, yet it reminded Qin Shilan of the scene where Suwen had once tied her to a pillar while he murdered her own parents. Qin Shilan gave an awkward laugh. Who eats in the middle of the night? Besides, I've never liked soft-boiled eggs. Suwen was all sycophancy. Mom, this is an all-egg feast I made especially for you. It's a token of your son's heart upon just returning home. Are you not satisfied, Mom? No, no. Satisfied, satisfied. Mom is very satisfied. Satisfied, my foot. Qin Shilan felt aggrieved to the core. The moment this wretched son returned, he chose to toy with her for amusement. Was her life as Qin Shilan worth nothing? Wasn't it said that Suwen was dead? Why had he returned now? Which bastard spread such fake news? Helpless, Qin Shilan trembling reached out to take the tray. But her grip failed, and the plate of soft-boiled eggs, tea eggs, hard-boiled eggs, and the black century eggs fell to the floor. Qin Shilan felt like she had been struck by lightning. She was utterly shocked. Why were there century eggs? What kind of sane person eats plain century eggs? Simultaneously, two panicked voices spoke in unison. Son. Mom didn't mean it. Mom. Son didn't mean it. Who would have thought Su Wen's reaction would be even greater than hers as a mother? Watching Su Wen kneel and frantically scrub the floor with his sleeve, Qin Shilan felt an indescribable eeriness, and an even more indescribable fear. The son acting this reserved. There must be a trap. Su Wen gave an awkward laugh, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was my fault for not holding it steady. I'm sorry, Mom. This apology was quiet as a mosquito, but to Qin Shilan, it sounded like a demon's whisper. Suddenly, she caught sight of a knife handle hidden in the cuff of Su Wen's shirt. It was a dagger. Only then did she realize that behind her son's performance of docility was a more patient, murderous anticipation. So, her son was planning to kill her. You useless thing. You can't even handle this small matter. What use are you? What drove Qin Shilan to even deeper despair was that the massive idiot Su Qiming had gone insane. For this fool to dare use that attitude towards Su Wen, was he trying to make sure the two of them died even faster? Su Qiming, shut your mouth. A single word, and the surroundings fell silent. Su Qiming frowned, his expression one of looking at a mentally handicapped person. At this moment, a faint tension still lingered in the air, and a thread of near imperceptible fear wound itself into the gaps of Qin Shilan's breathing. Qin Shilan stifled her saliva, her eyeballs rolling uncontrollably beneath her eyelids, her hearing amplified to the extreme in the dead of night. Just then, Su Wen suddenly stood up. Her heart shrank violently, and she clutched her hem tightly. She watched Su Wen walk toward Su Qiming, his footsteps landing softly on the wooden floor, step by step, slowly approaching. Her spine began to stiffen, and a chill crawled silently up from her tailbone. Dad! A simple call, like countless needles piercing her eardrums, made Qin Shilan's ears ache, her complexion turning deathly pale with fear in an instant. Quick as a flash, Qin Shilan grabbed the golf club beside her and swung it onto Su Qiming's forehead. A wave of pain accompanied by dizziness washed over him. Su Qiming was incredibly shocked, holding his forehead as he wobbled, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Son! He is your father. You cannot kill him. Before he lost consciousness, these were the only words of pleading Su Qiming heard, which almost made him die of rage, but as his consciousness faded, he could only collapse to the floor with a thud. You? Stupid. Woman. The air was deathly quiet. Su Wen stood stunned, mouth agape, expressionless, as if he too had been surprised. Meanwhile, Qin Shilan hugged his thigh, eyes closed, wailing and screaming, begging for mercy in every way possible. Xiaowen, even though your dad is a piece of trash, he is still your father. I know you are angry that your father used your name to bully others, but this empire was all built for you. Mom tried to advise your father, but Mom is only a woman and couldn't make the decisions. Now that you've returned, everything in the Su family is yours. Spare your father's dog life. Su Wen stood there blankly, neck slightly bowed, listening to the pleas. His fists gradually clenched, and the corners of his lips slowly curled into a manic arc. Heaven favors the diligent, success has come without effort. He had feigned submission to gain a glimmer of survival, never imagining his foolish mother would give him the chance to revolt so quickly. Truly, heaven is helping him, Su Wen. Ha ha ha. I was just playing with you, but I didn't expect you to actually take me seriously. Since that's the case, I won't pretend anymore. Suddenly, her stomach churned. That was terror. Qin Shilan's fingers trembled uncontrollably, her nails digging into her palms. She forced herself to look away, landing on those eggs, the translucent whites, the charred-edge fried eggs, and the black, lime-scented century eggs. Stimulated by this full egg feast, Qin Shilan made a decision. She would sacrifice her own hand to buy Su Qiming a chance at life. Old Su. You'll thank me for this later. Xiaowen, I'll do it. Snatching the dagger from Su Wen's hand, Qin Shilan stabbed it into Su Qiming's stomach. Put. Su Qiming shocked back to consciousness, his pain mixed with pure disbelief. Qin Shilan didn't seem to notice the confusion on his face. She was busy claiming credit. Old Su, you'll thank me. It was I who saved your life. You? Stupid. But. Watching Su Qiming faint in excitement, a satisfied smile appeared on Qin Shilan's face. Surely the son must be mollified now? She truly was brilliant. Little did she know, Su Qiming had fainted from anger. He had finally managed to suppress Su Wen with force, and this stupid woman had handed the enemy an opening. He was filled with regret. If he had known, he wouldn't have harbored that so-called father-son affection. It was his own womanly kindness that harmed him. My life is over. Sorry, my dear mother, I've dirtied your hands. Su Wen spoke again, his voice laced with mockery. At this moment, he was the grand strategist, holding everything in his control. Qin Xinlan caught the subtext, her eyes darted around, and in the end, she plunged the knife into Su Qiming a few more times. Xiao Wen. That should be enough now. If you stab him again, your father really won't make it. Qin Xinlan rambled incoherently, her movements clumsy and pathetic from her haste, yet the knife in her hand kept sliding in and out. This exaggerated, theatrical reaction, this almost non-human, reflex-like panic. If Su Sun were here, he would surely be unable to help but comment. Abstract. Qin Xinlan's heart sank, plunging into an ocean of ice. She looked at Su Wen's half-smiling expression, listening to the subtle, whimpering vibration in his throat, and the past visions of Su Wen's volatile, brutal nature rushed at her again. Mom, thank you for helping me eliminate my greatest enemy. Now, it is time for me to send him on his way myself. Qin Xinlan's gaze froze. In that instant, all sound around her faded away. Her son's death knell announcement, the chirping of birds outside the window, even her own frantic heartbeat all vanished. In an absolute, dead silence, Qin Xinlan looked at the bleeding Su Qiming beside her and the crimson pool on the ground. She finally understood it all. She had been played. Su Wen was using her hand to commit murder. Xiao Wen, you're plotting against me. Su Wen looked perplexed. What plot? What are you talking about? I don't have time for your chatter now, let me finish my real work first. Qin Xinlan looked terrified. What real work? Don't you dare act foolishly. Sacrifice Su Qiming. To trade for the opportunity of my recovery, ha 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 ha. Order of Yin and Yang, in the name of the Father, turn the heavens and earth, reverse the tide. Balala dark magic energy. Sacrificing dear old dad. Ha? What is that noise? Where is this sound coming from? Where is this chanting? What are you muttering? Is this noise you're doing? The sudden shift gave Qin Xinlan a dark foreboding, and her heart was filled with terror. Following Su Wen's feverish muttering, mysterious chanting had suddenly appeared in the surroundings. The sounds came from every direction, reminiscent of voices from the ancient past, thick with obscurity and archaic power. At the same time, this sound possessed an unquestionable majesty and a crushing pressure that made it impossible to face directly, causing the soul to tremble and submit in fear. Dad. Let me call you Dad one last time. You will sacrifice your life and your soul for your son, paving a path to the heavens for me so that I may ascend once more. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Su Wen had gone mad. This manic smile, this unrestrained laughter, made Qin Xinlan recall all the terrors of the past in an instant. She even felt that her son was worse than before, an entity far more terrifying than anything she had ever known, because the sights before her eyes defied all reason. Air rippling, purple scorching flames, and that irresistible sound that pierced the soul from ancient times, accompanied by the very aura of death. Was this something that belonged in the real world? Even when Su Sun had possessed his special abilities, he had never been this absurd. Qin Xinlan collapsed to the floor, her expression dull. This had undoubtedly shattered her worldview once again. She could only watch as countless invisible, ghostly hands emerged from the fissures in the rippling air, reaching step by step toward the man who had shared her bed for so many years. Qin Xinlan. Save me. His physical strength was fading at a visibly perceptible rate. Seeming to realize that his end was near, Su Qiming cast a desperate look of entreaty at Qin Xinlan. Perhaps it was the courage from somewhere. Was it love? Or perhaps it was misplaced bravery, or just plain stupidity? Regardless, Qin Xinlan actually drummed up the courage, acting as if under a spell, and looked pleadingly at the stranger who was her son. Was? Estate dash. Shut your mouth. Don't force me to be truly heartless. However, following Su Wen's roar, Qin Xinlan felt as if she had been struck by a hurricane. She stood there with disheveled hair, once again rendered catatonic. In the end, absolute fear defeated everything, defeating the affection that had existed between the old couple, Su Qiming and Qin Xinlan, for so many years. Ah! That long-lost, comfortable sensation. Everything seemed to reach a climax. Su Wen spread his arms, closed his eyes, and tilted his head back, his face filled with the ultimate expression of bliss. Gradually, his feet left the ground. He was flying. Su Wen was actually floating. He rose slowly, pulled by an invisible force. At this moment, he looked radiant, his momentum magnificent, as if he were soaring above the 9 heavens, stepping upon the peak of the firmament. Meanwhile, the sacrificed Su Qiming was withered and sapped of his vitality, his body was shriveled, his frame hunched, looking like a half-dead wretch. Qin Xinlan looked silently at her dying husband, a tear sliding from the corner of her eye. He was her beloved husband after all. No matter how many conflicts arose later, no matter how many arguments they had, he was still the man she had defied her family to marry. Watching one's partner die and be tortured to death, that would break anyone's heart. Xinlan. I failed you in the end. Actually, Miao Miao is my illegitimate daughter. Perhaps it was the clarity that comes before death, but Su Qiming confessed everything in a fit of guilt and repentance. Qin Xinlan nodded, choking back sobs. I know. I knew all along. Su Qiming smiled. You were superficial and sharp-tongued on the surface. But when it came to the big issues, you were always so understanding. I'm the one who failed you. Miao Miao was born after we were married. I let you down. Does it even matter now? I could tell by Su Miao Miao's age. Qin Xinlan roared in grief and rage, her expression helpless. Su Qiming smiled again, his voice hoarse. It does, because I don't want to hide it from you anymore. Before I die, I just want to know if you can forgive me. Enough. That's really enough. I forgive you. No matter what you did before, I will forgive you. Lao Su. Su Qiming closed his eyes in satisfaction. Good. Hearing you say that, I can die without regrets. By the way, I actually transferred quite a few assets in the past. You were so good to me, yet I was still wary of you. Qin Xinlan sobbed. It's fine, it's in the past, it's all over. Miao Miao is still young. She lost her mother, and now she's losing her father. I really wanted to leave her a future. Qin Xinlan wiped her tears in pain. I understand. I understand transferring assets for the sake of the child. Don't worry, I don't blame you. I'll take good care of that girl. No, I transferred those assets to keep a mistress, but then when the Su group ran into trouble, she just ran off. Qin Xinlan gave a dry, humorless laugh. It's fine. Anyway, Su Miao Miao's mother was a mistress too. One more doesn't change anything. I don't blame you. Actually, besides those two, there were 4 others. Su Qiming, I'm going to rip you apart. The words jolted her out of her stupor. Qin Xinlan's expression changed instantly. She sprang up, claws outstretched, ready to tear Su Qiming's mouth to shreds. Su Qiming closed his eyes silently, welcoming this final judgment. However, Su Wen's ritual was at a critical juncture. He would not allow anyone to interfere. Keep yourself in check. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force swept over, and Qin Xinlan slammed heavily against the wall, collapsing to the ground with a wail. You murderous bastard, neither you nor your father are any good. Su Wen naturally didn't care for her whimpering. Now that he was at the crux of the ritual, he had to go all out, using this unstoppable momentum to squeeze the last shred of value out of his own father. Come on. Let the power surge. I, Emperor Wen, shall stand proud in this world. With a roar, Su Wen's posture became even more manic. Su Qiming was lifted into the air before him, his face twisted in agony, his whole body trembling as if his soul were being drained away, struggling in pain. You treacherous brat. I will not let you go. Even as a ghost. Su Wen gave a dismissive laugh. My dear father. You should be honored to be the fodder for my rebirth and path of revenge. You animal. Prepare to be received by the heavens. The soul as flame. The spirit as a lamp. With your life as my father, ignite my soul. Sacrifice. As he spoke, Su Qiming withered at a visible rate, while the energy around Su Wen gathered, pouring into him. He became radiant and luminous. Ha ha ha. Finally. I finally have the capital to advance. Dad, you died for a worthy cause. I will avenge you against Su Sun. In the past, Su Qiming would have been deeply gratified by such words, but now, his eyes rolled back, and he truly looked like a man who could not die in peace. After all, the one who sent him to his death wasn't Su Sun, but the very beloved son he had doted on. But it was too late. Even with hatred in his heart, he could only swallow it in silence. Everything was set in stone. There were no miracles left. Wait. A miracle happened. Just as Su Wen was brimming with overwhelming power, shining brightly, seemingly about to ascend to a divine throne, an accident occurred. The energy and aura around Su Wen suddenly began to dissipate. He staggered as if leaking air, and countless underworld ghosts seemed to be clawing their way out of his body, twisting and turning. No! Don't! Suddenly, with a sound like a leaking tire, Su Wen fell from midair with a heavy thud. Su Wen struggled to rise, wiping a face full of blood, his expression one of disbelief. How can this be? How could it fail? How could I possibly fail? The sacrifice of 6 kin requires the spiritual blood of one's closest kin. I clearly used my own father as the sacrifice. This shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't be. Puff. Overcome with fury and despair, Su Wen spat out a mouthful of blood. Poo-ack. I am not reconciled. I am not reconciled. Poo-wah. Poo-wah. Poo-poo-poo. After spitting out several mouthfuls of stagnant blood, Su Wen nearly choked his own life away. His final vestiges of strength evaporated, leaving him withered like a dying man. Ha ha. Ha. Backlash. The backlash of a failed ritual. I, Emperor Wen, have traversed life and death. In this entire existence, I have only ever fallen at the hands of 2 base villains. First, that bitch Su Shinro. She deceived me with familial affection. Back when I was 19. Standing there like a clown. Second, Su Sun. He usurped my identity, occupied my life. He thwarted my attempts to frame him and turned the tables to mock me. He even used his treacherous schemes to seal me away for tens of thousands of years. He drove me into madness and despair, until I died in agony. After death, my soul returned to another realm. Driven by hatred, I conquered that world in a mere 10,000 years. The world called me the great emperor of cruel writ. I thought the heavens favored me, Wen Wuji, letting me be reborn, to attain the Tao and return to my homeland, but I never expected to fall into the poisonous clutches of that sinister villain the moment I arrived. Su Sun. I will not stand under the same sky as you have, ah. Poo poo poo. Spitting out more blood, his head lolled to the side, and Su Wen fainted in a fit of pure resentment. The heir remained silent for a long time. At this moment, Qin Xinlan's expression was vacant, her soul long since having flown to the ninth heaven in terror. Cough, cough. While he's unconscious. Kill him. Quickly, kill him. Su Qiming's frantic whispering brought a measure of reason back to Qin Xinlan. Under the influence of this demonic suggestion, she stretched out her hands and slowly approached Su Wen. Son. It's not that Mom doesn't love you. It's just that Mom is afraid that one day, your birth mother will sacrifice me too. Qin Xinlan's hands gradually reached for Su Wen's neck, her expression slowly turning ferocious. Who would have thought that Su Wen would suddenly open his eyes and bolt upright? This shouldn't be. This shouldn't be. This kin sacrifice art was something I obtained from a blood-soaked forbidden zone, a legacy of the ancient greats. How could it fail? I clearly used a blood relative for the sacrifice. How could it fail? Could it be that the struggle of 1,000 years to obtain this was all just a scam? Impossible. This is impossible. A trace of malice flashed through his eyes. Ignoring Qin Xinlan, who had stumbled back in fright, Su Wen glared at Su Qiming, or is it? I'm not your biological son. Su Qiming. You dared to swindle me. Su Qiming retorted furiously, you talk rubbish. I, Su Qiming, walk a straight path. In this entire life, I have only ever had your mother, and she only gave birth to you. At this moment, Qin Xinlan? It seems something was wrong somewhere. Su Wen roared in frustration, you're the one talking rubbish. Then why did I fail? I clearly used a close relative. A sudden jolt, and Su Wen's voice cut off abruptly. He seemed to recall something. The secret art appeared to have no flaws, and Su Qiming was indeed his biological father. Under normal circumstances, there should have been no errors. But the problem was, he had possessed this body through rebirth. The original owner of this body was named Qin Xian. It wasn't him, Su Wen, at all. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Su Wen completely broke down. In his haste, he had forgotten such a critical detail. Now, not only had he botched the ritual, but he had also suffered grievous internal damage. The kicker was that Qin Xian himself was an orphan, and the body was riddled with injuries. He had suffered a massive net loss. Qin Xinlan. Hurry up and strangle him. I don't dare. Useless trash. Then I'll do it myself. Seeing that Qin Xinlan was useless, Su Qiming summoned all his remaining strength, intending to send Su Wen on his way himself. This was his last chance. Once this rebellious son recovered his senses, he feared he would be sacrificed again. Su Qiming erupted with unprecedented potential. Even though his body was frail from his recent ordeal, his large hands clamped onto Su Wen's throat like steel pincers. Su Wen's face flushed red as he was choked. Already weakened, he found it difficult to resist, forced to silently experience the suffocation and the approach of death. Could it be that this honored self is going to perish here? Several seconds passed, and clearly, he hadn't. The large hands around Su Wen's neck slowly loosened. Su Qiming's own face was turning purple, and he shook his dizzy head, looking puzzled. Why does it feel like I'm the one being strangled? Su Qiming didn't believe it and increased his force again, but that same sensation of suffocation returned. He released his grip, then clamped down again. To his shock, it happened every single time. Whenever he tried to strangle Su Wen, he felt as if he were being strangled himself. This bizarre situation made him nearly scream in hysteria. After repeated failed attempts, Su Qiming had to try another method. He grabbed the teapot from the coffee table and smashed it against Su Wen's forehead, causing blood to flow. Yet the strange occurrence repeated itself. While he suffered no physical wound, he felt as if his own head had been smashed, leaving him in pain and reeling in dizziness. Su Qiming didn't believe it. He found a stick and a knife, repeatedly testing them on Su Wen. But as expected, he suffered equal damage, just without the visible marks. After a frantic sequence of actions, both were left half dead. Clatter! The electric fly swatter fell to the ground. Su Qiming spat blood in despair. Impossible. How could this be? Su Wen, however, began to laugh wildly. Ha! I almost forgot. You can't kill me. You have no way to kill me. I'll find someone to throw you into the sea. Su Qiming gritted his teeth viciously. Go ahead and find them. If I die, you die too. Su Wen spat out a glob of bloody foam and gave a smug grin. My secret art has a side effect. Once the sacrifice fails, the caster and the target become bound. From now on, we are linked in breath and branch. In other words, you will suffer the same injuries and pain that I suffer. As long as I die, you die too. Ha 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 ha. As the words fell, Su Qiming was unable to calm his trembling heart for a long time. Linked in breath and branch? Jiang City. Unlike the rising turmoil in the capital, Jiang City remained somewhat peaceful. The people in the small house were busy decorating their new home, while Su Sin went out early and returned late. In the living room, the group stared at two inexplicable objects on the floor, puzzled. Subanian, wings? Gauntlets? Or just fists? What is all this stuff? Susun, are you scavenging for trash again? Susan picked up the half-wing and held it against the wall to gauge the size. This thing will make a perfect decoration. Looks like next time, I'll have to bring back the other side. Unlike the other's curiosity, Su Shinro frowned, lost in thought. She tried to move the several-meter-wide purple-gold iron fist, finding it immensely heavy, at least several hundred pounds. The key was that this object, along with that wing fragment, looked remarkably familiar. I keep feeling like I've seen these things somewhere before. Su Mayan asked with surprise, you've seen them? Where? I can't recall for the moment, but they are definitely familiar. Subanian laughed out loud, what a fuss. This world is getting more and more ridiculous, some strange things are perfectly normal. Why, just yesterday, I saw a plane on the internet turn into a robot and chase a truck. Late at night. The new cabin and the old cabin were of similar quality, both boasting a massive living area of 5 rooms. Due to long-standing grievances, the conflict between Susun and Su Shinro finally erupted within the walls of her room. The two had devolved into a fierce argument over a momentary verbal spat. Su Shinro, I never should have been soft-hearted with you. All these days, not only have you shown no remorse, but you've become increasingly insatiable. Susun stood up to get dressed, leaving in a rage. As he departed, he cast a look of deep dissatisfaction, and to think I actually wanted to discuss things properly with you, you were calculating against me yet again. I wasn't. I just wanted to apologize. We finally had a chance, and I wanted to resolve our problems. We can't just stay at this impasse forever, can we? So you drugged my water cup. It's a good thing I have a strong will. Susun muttered as he finished pulling up his pants. I had no choice. You disappeared for so many days, and after I finally found you, you spent over a month barely acknowledging me. I simply couldn't take it anymore. That's your own damn fault. Daring to draw a knife on your own family. Are you even human? Back to rehashing the past again? Didn't I apologize? You weren't acting like this just a moment ago. Is it me you should be apologizing to? It's your big sister. She treated you like family, and you treated her like heir. When you did those heartless things, did you ever stop to think how hurt she would be? Big sister, it's always big sister. She's so rigid and harsh all the time. What's so great about her? I only did what I had to because I wanted to see you. Susun's gaze sharpened, say that again. The atmosphere sank into a long, heavy silence. Su Shinro stomped at the doorway in frustration, the jealousy practically manifesting on her face, palpable and suffocating. Susun looked down, scowling as he grumbled under his breath, damn it, what a piece of junk these pants are. It's one thing that the plastic zipper broke, but it has to get stuck, too. Xiao Sun. What? Are you going to pull the zipper for me? Let's both take a step back. This isn't a big deal, after all. Can we stop fighting, please? A small deal? Susun turned to look at Su Shinro, his expression one of utter disbelief. You think turning a blade on family is a small deal? Su Shinro stepped towards Susun, attempting to fiddle with the jammed zipper. I didn't say it was a small deal, I said it wasn't a major one. Ha! She is my big sister, after all. Do you really think I'm the kind of cold-blooded, ruthless person you make me out to be? Yes. This time it was Su Shinro's turn to fall silent. She hadn't expected that she couldn't get a shred of trust from Susun at even a sliver. Susun sneered, you're good at playing word games. And what are your hands doing? After being pushed away, Su Shinro gave a helpless smile. The stubbornness in her eyes vanished, replaced by a tender, watery softness. Fine, it's my fault. But I've already apologized to Big Sister, and she's already indicated she won't hold it against me. What else do you want me to do to satisfy you? Just name it, and I'll agree to anything. Susun looked at the delicate, pretty face before him for a long time before saying, trust is mutual. What you did has crossed the line. As far as I'm concerned, you have zero credibility left. Fine, I understand. When it all comes down to it, you're just standing up for Big Sister. I get it now. With that, Su Shinro turned to leave with a determined air. Susun was instantly baffled. This was Su Shinro's room, after all, and he was the one who should be leaving. Su Shinro, what are you doing? Susun grabbed her slender wrist. Su Shinro didn't even look at him, her voice cold, going to apologize. Even if I have to kowtow 3 times and bow 9 times, I will obtain her forgiveness. Enough. After dragging her back, Susun shoved her onto the bed. He stood by the bedside, looking down at her, his expression radiating merciless indifference. Haven't you caused enough trouble already? Because of your outburst, she's already had grievances against me. No matter what, she'll always protect you younger ones, but what about me? When she takes all her anger out on me, I'm already sitting on pins and needles in this house. Can you stop causing me trouble? So, you're actually just blaming me for exposing us and upsetting someone? I wouldn't, don't you go spouting nonsense. Seeing him stuttering in his sophistry, Su Shinro suddenly let out a playful laugh, and the situation quietly shifted. Xiaosun, this is something we'd have to face sooner or later, isn't it? Wouldn't it be better to get it over with early? Su Shinro gently pulled Su Sun down to sit on the bed. After a charming smile, she pressed her fragrant body against his sturdy chest, her slender hands wrapping around his hormone-charged neck, teasing his constricted Adam's apple. Actually, you should be thanking me. Think about it. If our business had been exposed under normal circumstances, do you think Big Sister would have let you off so easily? Su-san? Something feels wrong about that. Su Shinro's red lips drew near. Think about it. When you disappeared and we searched in vain, when I was at the end of my rope and helpless suddenly, everything was laid out in the open. Everyone is immersed in the joy of your return, while simultaneously being furious at my actions. Who would have the time to settle these emotional entanglements right now? Big Sister? No. You already ran away once, she wouldn't dare trigger you at a time like this. Second sister? She's a pushover with no backbone. Even if she's unhappy with me, without a word from Big Sister or you, she wouldn't even dare to have a direct conflict with me. Or maybe fourth sister. Her temper is stubborn, true. She might be angry at me for fighting with my sister, but right now, she's more concerned with your return. As for our romantic issues, she has even less standing to criticize us. As for fifth sister? She's just a thoughtless little fool. She has to read the room for everyone else, she's not worth mentioning. See? A future epic conflict has been resolved without anyone noticing. Shouldn't you be happy? Why are you still blaming me? Another silence followed. Su Sun was utterly dumbfounded, left in absolute awe. Is this the art of conversation? Why does it sound so damn reasonable? Quietly giving a thumbs up, Su Sun's eyes were full of resolution. Master, I have attained enlightenment. So this was your painstaking intention all along. It was I who didn't know what was good for me. Su Shinro smiled with satisfaction. It's fine. As a gesture of compensation, why don't you stay here and keep me company tonight? After all, we don't need to hide things anymore, do we? No thanks, Master. I'm picky about my bed, I can't sleep otherwise. Stop right there. That isn't your bed over there, either. Her attempts to keep him were futile. Su Sun left the room with a look of profound enlightenment on his face. The moment he closed the door, Su Sun leaned against it, exhaling in disbelief. Such deep schemes, I was almost convinced by her. Humph. Holy shit. The sudden cold snort startled Su Sun. He turned his head and saw a sneaky shadow standing against the dark wall beside him. Damn it, Subanian. Why are you here? I was just passing by to use the bathroom. Bullshit. Your room is on the other end of the hall, what the hell are you passing by? Tell me how long you've been squatting there. The new house had a bathroom for the master bedroom and one outside, but unlike the previous one, the outer bathroom was practically the central point of the entire flat. Su Banyan's room was in the far east corner, while Su Shinro's was on the west side, facing south. The kicker was that Su Wanqing's and Su Qingxiao's rooms sat between them. Passing by to use the bathroom? Who would believe that? Su Banyan gave an awkward laugh. I really was passing by, I just got lost in the new place. Do you take me for an idiot? Perhaps it was Su Sun's hostile attitude, but Su Banyan huffed, and her tone did an immediate flip. You have the nerve to talk to me like that. Fine. So you're not even pretending anymore, right? You're the one not pretending. Eavesdropping so blatantly. Su Banyan, so what? Su Banyan, stand tall and walk straight, unlike some people who sneak into other women's chambers in the middle of the night. And you, squatting at the doorway, what makes you think you have room to talk? Su Banyan was righteous and imposing. I don't care about all that. Just you wait. See if I don't expose your ugly behavior to Big Sister tomorrow. Actually. We can talk this over, there's no need to make such a small matter public knowledge. Fine, WeChat transfer 3 million. What the hell? Then go ahead and report me. Alright, just you wait. The conditions came and went as quickly as they arrived, and the negotiation ended on a sour note. This wasn't about money. Forget 3 million, even if it were 300, he wouldn't pay a cent. He, Su Sun, had a spine of steel, he never bowed to threats. 30. Take it or leave it. Final offer, 300. Expiring now. Deal. At breakfast the next morning, a slight tension cut through the seemingly lively atmosphere. Although things had been like this for a while, Su Sun felt today was particularly different. Was it just his imagination? After all, given Su Banyan's nature, it was hard to trust her no matter how many benefits she received, there was always a chance she'd sell out her teammates. Xiao Sun, are you free tonight? Suddenly, Su Mayan's inquiry brought Su Sun back to reality. Su Sun flashed a grin. Doesn't look like it, I'm planning to go see my mom this afternoon. Oh well, I actually wanted you to accompany me to a class reunion. If you can't go, then I'll turn it down. There aren't many people I'm close with anyway. Su Sun jumped up from the table. But then again, mother is grown up now and should be independent. Since she wants to go out and explore, as a son, I naturally shouldn't interfere too much. Forget it, I didn't really want to go anyway. Go. You must go. Let's go together. Su Mayan had only mentioned it casually. She didn't go to reunions much, but since she'd received an invitation, she thought she'd take Su Sun out for a change of pace. She didn't really care about it much herself. However, since he had agreed, she naturally had to uphold the arrangement. Susun silently patted his chest, thinking to himself, scared the hell out of me. I thought she was looking for me to settle accounts. After all, during this period, whenever someone had serious business to discuss, it was never a good thing. Big sister, I saw the new Su group on TV again. In the evening, Subanian, curled up on the sofa watching TV, was drawn in by a news segment, her face full of bewilderment. Susun and Sumayan were in the living room, ready to head out. They didn't pay any mind to her words, those two old fossils were on such a momentum that it was hard not to see them if you went online. Sumayan said faintly, let them be. We have no connection to that side anymore, what they do has nothing to do with us. No, that's not it. I think I saw Suwon on TV. Sumayan was taken aback. Suwon? Didn't he die of a heart attack? Yeah, and I remember you beat him to death, Susun. Susun, hey, what do you mean beat him to death? He died of a heart attack, okay? I saw the doctors take him to the morgue. Joking. How could he see Suwon? That guy was probably still stuck watching an ad to respawn. However, the moment that thought crossed his mind, Susun froze. Crap. When did he run out of lives? I really thought he could respawn infinitely. But that just proved Suwon was truly dead. It wasn't like he could be reincarnated after dying, right? What infinite respawning? What are you talking about, Xiaosun? Nothing, let's go. Night always added a layer of decadence to the city, and Zhangchang was no exception. Especially in the most prosperous district, filled with luxury cars and high-res, very image of high society. Outside the Imperial City Bar, Susun looked up at the flashing LED sign. A class reunion in a place like this? Not going out for dinner or something first? Every year, we just went to dinner. People said it was too gloomy and boring, so this time we decided to just celebrate at the bar. Susun nodded. Then you bringing me was the right choice. Places like this always come with a few little surprises. Oh, right. Remember the mystery person who bought out the Su group? Besides the reunion, another goal tonight is to meet this mysterious buyer. The sucker who spent 10 billion to take over the mess in Su Shinro's hands? That, one could put it that way. Inside the bar's private room, the Su heiress has finally arrived. Su Mayan was indeed a star back in the day. As soon as she walked in, she was greeted warmly by many old classmates, especially when they saw Su Sun by her side, their expressions turned to shock, as if they had witnessed something impossible. The once stolid, ever-frozen ice queen hadn't been seen in years, and now she was bringing a male companion? What a scandal! Mayan, is this your boyfriend? No. Before she could finish, a woman dressed in exquisite clothing laughed loudly. I knew it. How could the Su ice queen ever date anyone? He's your bodyguard, right? Sure enough, I've been misunderstood. Susun laughed, speechless. Just as he was about to say something, the seemingly snobbish woman added, since you're here, bodyguard brother, just find a seat anywhere. Our activities for tonight are officially starting. Su Mayan finally had the chance to interject. You've misunderstood. This isn't my bodyguard, this is my husband. What? Husband? Just as everyone was reeling in shock, the door to the private room opened once again, and a girl in a white dress, as pure as a lily, walked in. In an instant, everyone's attention was captured. The campus belle, Xia. It's the campus belle, Xia. Su Sun was stunned. Wait, this script is wrong. Normally, wouldn't they mock me for being a toad lusting after a swan once they found out my status? Su Mayan heard this and offered a rare smile. So narcissistic. Who do you think you are? That one, Xia Ziyi, is the school's recognized campus belle. With her here, nobody is looking at you. Su Sun glanced at the center of the crowd, unimpressed. Campus belle? She's nowhere near as good as you, is she? Ziyi, how come you didn't bring Jiang Hui this time? You're not still hiding your identity to test him, are you? Why does this reek of a bad girl vibe? Su Mayan offered a helpless smile at this, explaining, don't talk nonsense. This old classmate of mine is actually quite devoted. She's been with the same partner for 5 years now, unlike someone I know. I was just saying. But wait, why does that feel like you're scolding the locust tree to point at the mulberry? Seeing Su Mayan's slightly resentful expression, Susun immediately realized it wasn't his imagination. She definitely was. Of course, knowing he was in the wrong on this subject, he didn't bother to argue. Ziyi, you're finally here. At that moment, a man in a sharp, expensive suit holding a bouquet of flowers walked up to Xia Ziyi, instantly sparking a round of jeering and catcalls from the crowd. Su Sun remembered this man. Before Xia Ziyi arrived, this guy had been the center of attention in the private room. Surrounded by men and women offering all sorts of sycophantic praise, he wore the look of a winner in life, clearly the protagonist of the evening. But Su Sun found it strange. If this supposed campus belle had a boyfriend, why were these people making such a scene? Is it really appropriate for other men to give someone else's girlfriend flowers? Never mind the disrespect to the boyfriend she had who wasn't even there. Wouldn't handing her flowers in front of everyone just embarrass her? Thank you, Hong Ze. I love them. However, to Su Sun's surprise, Xia Ziyi accepted the bouquet with complete ease, showing not the slightest hesitation or refusal. As expected, the atmosphere in the room shifted to a new peak of rowdiness. Ha? Not even putting on an act? Does this Xia Zi even have a boyfriend? Su Mayan was also a bit surprised. This didn't seem to match the poised and sensible Xia Zi she remembered. Still, since it was someone else's business, she didn't comment further, instead saying to Su Sun, "We don't know her story. Let's just find a seat first." Zi, Senior Shang is so thoughtful. Did you get him a gift in return? Yeah, Campus Belle Xia. It's your birthday today, and Senior specifically planned this reunion to celebrate it for you. Encouraged by the crowd, Xia Zi was moved to tears, her eyes shimmering with affection as she looked at Shang Hengze. Shang Hengze returned her gaze with a gentle, perfect smile. As their eyes locked, an air of unmistakable ambiguity began to swirl between them. Meanwhile, Su Sun sipped his juice, watching the scene play out like a soap opera, and remarked with mild curiosity, "Senior? Isn't this supposed to be a reunion for your class? Why is there a senior involved?" Su Mayan explained, "Because of Xia Zi, of course." Shang Hengze and Xia Zi were a couple back in college. They were together until their second year after graduation, when Xia Zi's family hit a bankruptcy crisis. Around that time, Shang Hengze was forced by his family to go abroad for studies, so their connection ended. Everyone knew Shang Hengze through Zi, and since he just happened to return to the country, someone invited him. Su Sun sighed, the once admired childhood sweethearts, one family goes bankrupt, and the other just happens to have to go abroad. This plot feels a bit familiar, doesn't it? Su Mayan blinked, familiar? What's familiar? Nothing, just wondering they aren't going to reignite that old flame, are they? The way they're acting right now seems a bit off. As they spoke, Xia Zi, dressed in a white gown like a clean lotus, approached them. She nodded at Su Sun with a faint smile in greeting, then smiled at Su Mayan. "Mayan, long time no see. This is the first time we've met since graduation." Su Mayan stood up and smiled back, "It really has been a long time." Xia Zi looked at Su Sun and asked, "I noticed you two looking so close just now. Who is this?" "He's my husband." "What? You're married?" A flicker of obvious shock broke through Xia Zi's composed expression. However, she suppressed it after only a moment, saying with a touch of helplessness, "You got married and didn't even tell me? Do you not consider me a friend?" Su Mayan smiled and shook her head, "You misunderstood. We haven't held the wedding yet." "Oh, I see. Well, you must invite me to the wedding. I want to be your bridesmaid." "Sure, I will." After a few brief pleasantries, the conversation ended, and the focus of the group shifted entirely back to Xia Zi and that senior, Shang Hengze. The two were pressed close together, intimate and exchanging lingering glances. On the surface, they looked like a truly enviable couple. "Zi, I heard you joined your family's Shaji group. They say under your leadership, the market value has already broken 10 billion? You're the most successful one among all our old classmates. How does it feel to be a newly minted legendary female CEO? Must be quite satisfying, right?" Suddenly, a female classmate's fawning sent the atmosphere to yet another climax. Why was Xia Zi the center of attention the moment she walked in? Besides being a pretty honor student, it was mostly about her background. Even though there were others in the room with high positions and impressive achievements, no one's recent success could compare to this era CEO Campus Belle. Xia Zi wasn't a prideful person. She gave a humble laugh at the praise, and instead of soaking it up, she shifted the attention to Su Mayan, who had been sitting quietly talking to Su Sun. "Everyone, please, don't flatter me. Remember, we're in Jiangcheng. Mayan is the eldest daughter of the wealthy Su family of Jiangcheng. She took over the Su family business and managed it right after graduation. The Su family is far more powerful than my Xia family." Su Mayan smiled faintly, "Zi, you're exaggerating. The Su family of today is long gone, and I left the business a long time ago. I'm just a housewife now, I can't compare to you." Xia Zi replied, "I heard about that. The Su family in Jiangcheng is no longer yours, but I've heard that a new Su family has suddenly emerged in the capital. The leaders of that new Su family are the former board members of the old Su group, your parents. You're still far ahead of the rest of us. Where there is praise, there is also doubt." As someone who was once seen as an insurmountable peak in everyone's eyes, Su Mayan naturally attracted jealousy from some. As the words fell, a skeptical woman's voice cut through. "I heard that ever since the old board members of the Su group found their lost son, their relationship with their daughter has been extremely poor." "Mayan, is that true?" What was bound to happen eventually arrived. Su Mayan didn't hide it, answering truthfully, "Since everyone has heard the rumors, I won't hide it. It's true. I have completely cut ties with my family. I am no longer a Su." A man chimed in, "So, does that mean the Beijing Su family has nothing to do with you anymore?" Su Mayan, "Yes, that's one way to put it." Hearing this, the chubby woman who had spoken earlier gave a mocking laugh, a faint look of triumph on her face, as if Su Mayan's fall from grace were something to celebrate. Especially when she looked at Su Sun, her glee intensified. "Mayan, you didn't break ties with your family because of this guy, did you? If so, that wasn't worth it at all." Su Sun rolled his eyes, "How the hell did this get back to me? Is this the treatment one gets for being the protagonist? You, damn bystander. I've been staying under the radar for so long, and yet I still get dragged into the mess. It seems I just can't be low-key even if I try." Su Sun rolled up his sleeves, raring to go. His face displayed a mix of 3 parts helplessness, 3 parts casual detachment, and 4 parts come at me if you're not satisfied. Just then, Su Mayan stepped forward to shield Su Sun, saving that short, chubby woman from an impending disaster. You guys are overthinking it. This has nothing to do with anyone else, it's an internal conflict in the Su family. Su Sun immediately retorted in protest, what do you mean it has nothing to do with me? I'm the one who started it all, okay? And what do you mean by outsider? Am I an outsider too? Su Mayan glared back at him coldly, is that the point? I'm trying to make excuses for you, can you stop causing trouble? Alrighty. Humph. Hey, I'm just livening up the atmosphere, don't be so serious. Get lost. The two of them started bickering, leaving the crowd around them stunned. However, because of the trouble the fat woman had stirred up earlier, many began to grow curious about Su Sun's identity. Someone asked, Mayan, tell me, what does your husband do for a living? To capture the heart of our 1000-year ice queen, he must have some extraordinary qualities, right? Extraordinary qualities? Does being shameless count? Suddenly. Ha! 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 There was a chorus of hus. Not only were the others dumbfounded, even Su Sun himself was stunned for a long time. Su Mayan then smiled softly, just kidding, don't mind it. He's actually just an ordinary person. We met when the time was right, and it was only natural for us to end up together. Really? I don't believe it. The fat woman chimed in, oh, Zhou Feng, stop pestering her. With Mayan standards, if he didn't have real ability, how could he have captured our Su beauty? Zhou Feng frowned slightly, Li Miao, how can you say that about me? You're the one talking the most here. Seeing that the two were on the verge of fighting, one of the two main protagonists of the evening, Sheng Hengze, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Alright, stop arguing. Mayan's boyfriend is naturally no ordinary man. Sheng Hengze walked up to Su Sun, a warm, practiced curve on his lips, and reached out a hand. Nice to meet you. Let's make it official, I'm Sheng Hengze. I studied abroad at a prestigious university and recently founded a new tech company called Hanyu Technology. Its market value is pushing 10 million foot. I wonder, Brother Su, where are you currently employed? Perhaps we can exchange some thoughts in the future. Here it comes. It's finally here. Su Sun knew he wouldn't be able to stay low-key today, a display of power was unavoidable. Su Sun stood up abruptly, his face dead serious, a startlingly massive aura erupting from his entire body. My name is Su Sun, and I'm currently unemployed. In an instant, boos erupted everywhere. TCH, and here I thought he was some CEO. So, he's jobless. Right, unemployed. Isn't that just a kept man? How can he be so confident about eating soft rice? No. Do you really think someone with Mayan standards would allow a kept man by her side? I think he's just hiding his job on purpose, right? Seeing the crowd's speculation growing, even Xia Zi, who was usually indifferent to external affairs, felt a twinge of curiosity. After all, he was Su Mayan's man. Since the person involved wouldn't say, why not just ask Su Mayan? So, Xia Zi smiled and said, Mayan, your husband is quite humorous. Could it be that he works in some kind of confidential field? Su Mayan shook her head. He's not lying to you. He just graduated from university not long ago, so he really is currently unemployed. What? He's really a bum. The key is, he just graduated? Does Mayan really have a thing for these little puppy dogs? Everyone was shocked by Su Mayan's words. After all, back in the day, Su Mayan was incredibly ambitious. To conquer her, one would have to be an elite among people, or at the very least, exceptionally capable. No one expected that such an independent and strong woman would actually like the pretty boy type. Su Sun sighed softly, looking at Su Mayan with a meaningful gaze, as if to say, see. Look at what kind of shitty classmates you have. A bunch of snobbish idiots. Su Mayan felt uncomfortable under his gaze, but it was hard to defend herself, she knew that these former friends and classmates had long since changed. Su Sun was waiting for the mocking to descend, ready to flip the table, slap their faces, and walk out. After all, there is a limit to what a man can endure, and he, Su Sun, could take no more. But to everyone's surprise, the topic suddenly shifted. The fat woman, Li Miao, suddenly said, he's even worse than that Jiang Huai. Even though Jiang Huai is just a delivery driver, at least he's willing to work hard. Hearing this, many turned to look at Xia Zi. Zhou Feng even asked directly, by the way, Zi, you haven't answered yet. Have you and that Jiang Huai broken up or not? Xia Zi's expression tightened. She said faintly, not yet. Su Sun tilted his head, did they skip over me again? What? Still together. Zhou Feng was full of disbelief. It's been 5 years. What is so good about that Jiang Huai that you're still with him? Now that Senior Sheng is back, it's time to throw that substitute away. Xia Zi looked displeased. Enough, I know what I'm doing. Li Miao gave a disdainful laugh and stirred the pot, it's a blessing for Jiang Huai that our Zi looks at him. Zi has been faking an illness for 5 years because of him. If it weren't for him, would Zi have had to suffer like this? A row of question marks appeared on Su Sun's forehead. He whispered to Su Mayan, is it my hearing, or is the order of these events totally backwards? Su Mayan frowned slightly and interjected, But I heard it was Ziyi who was testing him by pretending to be poor and sick? Li Miao was self-righteous, exactly. There are too many scumbags these days. If Ziyi didn't test him, how would she know what kind of person he really is? What if she got cheated? Hearing this, even Zhou Feng, part of the mean-spirited duo, couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. But Jiang Huai has been tested for 5 years already. Ziyi's illness has forced him to work 3 jobs a day. Recently, he even started carrying coffins to make money. I mean, after testing him for so long, isn't that enough? Li Miao retorted with disdain, no showdowns. If Jiang Huai knew that Ziyi is a wealthy heiress and CEO who isn't even sick, how could he keep being so sincere? At the very least, we can't let him change his heart before Ziyi dumps him. Susan raised his hand and asked curiously, excuse me, what kind of illness does the school beauty Xia have that requires someone to work so hard and suffer so much? Li Miao held her head high. Heart disease, of course. She has to have major surgery every few months, costing hundreds of thousands each time. Otherwise, how would he have the motivation to strive? Susan immediately gave a thumbs up, 6. When it comes to being inhuman, he really had to hand it to the school beauty Xia. By the way, Ziyi, when do you plan to dump Jiang Huai? Now that the senior is back, you surely can't keep up the charade much longer, right? Another boy asked. In a place no one noticed, Sheng Hengze exchanged a look with him. Xia Ziyi fell silent. A few seconds later, she smiled and replied, one thing at a time. Everyone doesn't need to worry about the business between Hengze and me. As for Jiang Huai, I plan to reveal my identity after the next surgery. After all, he's put in enough bitter labor over the years, I should compensate him. Between their jokes and laughter, genuine sincerity became capital for others to look down upon. They treated the manipulation of someone else's fate as a mere triviality, dismissed with a simple, airy smile. Ziyi, it's your birthday today. Let me toast you. Sheng Hengze's initiative became another opportunity for the crowd to stir up trouble. Suddenly, everyone shouted enthusiastically, drink the cross-cup wine. Drink it. Cross-cup wine, drink it. Li Miao was like the head of a fan club, her eyes glowing as she shipped the two of them. The senior is still the handsome one, unlike that pathetic lickspittle Jiang Huai, who has nothing. Am I right, Ziyi? Xia Ziyi gave an awkward smile, then slowly nodded. Yes. At this moment, Su Mayan, having witnessed this entire farce, could finally take no more. Enough. Are any of you even the classmates I once knew? Li Miao retorted, Su Mayan, who are you trying to play the saint for? Damn it. Susan sprang up, leaping in front of Li Miao, and swung his hand squarely at that fat face. I've been tolerating you, for a long time. You? How dare you hit me? Li Miao was incensed beyond belief. She whipped her head around and shrieked at Su Mayan, Su Mayan. Is this the kind of good man you bring along? Is this how you've trained him to just go around hitting people? Su Mayan bristled at the word trained, her brow furrowing as she said coldly, did he hit someone? I honestly didn't see it. Li Miao was driven to distraction. Then did a dog hit me just now? You two are birds of a feather. Su Sun remarked indifferently, indeed, I was hitting a dog. Li Miao laughed venomously. See? He even admitted it himself. Su Mayan nodded. What, Do you really just intend to? Her words came to an abrupt halt. It was only then that Li Miao realized the room had fallen into a deathly silence. No one spoke, instead, they were all staring at her with strange, judgmental eyes. She finally understood, she had been played. Su Mayan. You bit. Swish. Su Sun leaped up and landed another slap across her face. If I'm the one who hit you, why are you screaming at my Mayan? Do you think my Mayan is easy to bully? I'll hit you. Smack. Another strike sent Li Miao spinning in place, dizzy and disoriented, until she finally collapsed heavily to the floor like a toppling mountain. Everyone else was stunned. The people present were highly educated intellectuals. At most, they might gossip behind someone's back or scheme in the shadows. When had they ever seen someone so uncouth, resorting to violence at the drop of a hat? Sheng Hengze's mouth curled into a faint smirk at this moment. He knew his time to shine had arrived. Mayan, this is your. Shut up. I'm not that close with you. Carrying the authority cultivated over years of leading the Su Corporation, her cold reprimand emanated an aura that forbade any intimacy. Sheng Hengze froze in place, a look of growing embarrassment spreading across his face. Seeing this, Xia Ziyi's face turned cold. She looked at Su Mayan with displeasure and said, Mayan, I truly treat you as a friend, but must you turn our class reunion into a complete mess? As for who has been picking fights time and again, I think everyone can see clearly. Also, I truly treated you as a friend as well. Su Mayan reached out to grip the stem of the wineglass in Xia Ziyi's hand, her eyes filled with intensity. I will warn you one last time, it's not too late to stop now. Don't wait until you realize the truth and regret it for the rest of your life. Xia Ziyi scoffed dismissively. My business is none of your concern. Xia Ziyi. All these years with Jiang Huai prove that you have feelings for him. He poured his heart and soul into you, yet you fed him endlessly to the point of getting tangled up with another man. This Sheng Hengze is no good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a failure in the past only to return now with this glamorous facade. I am advising you as a friend, once you drink this bridal cup, there may be no turning back. It's hard to save someone determined to ruin themselves. Su Mayan saw a glimmer of her past self in Xia Ziyi. Back then, she had similarly ignored Su Sun's sincere heart, which led to a chain reaction of disasters. Fortunately, she had recognized the situation in time and managed to salvage their relationship, but Xia Ziyi was currently wallowing in pure deception and betrayal, a situation 100 times worse than her own. That was why she offered a kind warning, to prevent someone from suffering endless regret. But as the saying goes, you can't save someone determined to dig their own grave. A smile of unknown intent flickered across Xia Ziyi's lips. She slowly pried Su Mayan's hand off the glass, her tone dismissive. Mayan, even though this is a reunion, it is also my birthday. You could say I am the protagonist today. I hope you can offer your sincere blessings and respect everything about me, lest you destroy the camaraderie we've built as classmates. In truth, the bond of years of schooling had long since faded, and whatever friendship remained had been ground into nothing upon entering this private room. Since she wouldn't listen to reason, Su Mayan had no choice but to respect the woman's fate. She watched in silence as, amidst the cheering of the crowd, Xia Ziyi and Shang Hengze drank from intertwined arms. Bridal cup. Bridal cup. Yeah. Our senior Shang and our campus belle Xia are truly a match made in heaven. I say, have them kiss too. After the bridal cup was finished, someone it wasn't clear who called for a kiss, sending the room into another frenzy. Egged on by the crowd, the shyness on Xia Ziyi's face gradually turned to boldness, and eventually, she even took the initiative to lean in. A long moment passed, and their lips remained locked. Su Sun felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, so uncomfortable he couldn't stand it. He simply turned his head away, choosing to ignore the scene, his expression one of utter disdain. Su Mayan asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Is your neck hurting? No, I just can't watch this anymore. It's an eyesore. Su Mayan covered her mouth and chuckled. Is it really worth making such a disgusted face? Sigh, when will I ever get over this habit of feeling embarrassed for other people? Su Mayan snorted, her tone laced with contempt. What's there to be embarrassed about? It should be them who are embarrassed. No, I'm feeling embarrassed for the person at the door. Ha? The door? Following the direction of Su Sun's finger, Su Mayan indeed saw a man standing at the doorway, which had been left slightly ajar. The man looked as though he had lost his soul, his eyes were hollow and vacant, staring blankly ahead. Only 2 trails of tears continuously slid down from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, the kissing couple finally pulled apart. Shang Hengze spoke to Xia Ziyi with deep affection. Ziyi, I knew back then that you were with that Jiang Huai only because he looked like me. But now that I've returned, you can finally leave him. You've suffered enough, pretending to be poor and sickly all these years. You are the daughter of the Xia family, a renowned executive in the industry, while that Jiang Huai is just a common delivery driver. He isn't worthy of you. Xia Ziyi hesitated, but only for a split second. She looked at Shang Hengze with a radiant smile and said, well, let's wait until after my heart surgery this month is over. He just paid 200,000 for my surgery fees. I can't let his hard work go to waste, right? It sounded considerate on the surface, but it was far too callous. Su Sun heard only one thing, exploitation. Well played, you're not even leaving without bleeding the poor guy dry. Xia Ziyi, you're something else. He gave a thumbs up. But compared to Xia Ziyi's predatory nature, Su Sun couldn't help but suspect that Shang Hengze was doing this on purpose. Originally, the man at the door had only seen his girlfriend getting cozy with another man, a simple case of infidelity. But now, learning that all his blood, sweat, and sacrifices were fueled by lies, that was truly a stab to the heart. Mayan, should you give him a hint? It's useless. It's thankless work. If you want to warn him, do it yourself. Fine. Ahem. Hey. You two lovebirds, stop with the canoodling. Your parent at the door seems to have arrived. Guardian? What guardian? The group remained unimpressed. After all, they were all adults, it was unthinkable that anyone would still have a guardian hovering over them. But when they followed Su Sun's pointing finger toward the entrance, their expressions shifted instantly, as if they had seen a ghost. Jiang Huai. Someone recognized him, and the room descended into an uproar. Xia Ziyi was so startled that she hurriedly pushed Shang Hengze away, pretending to be nonchalant while smoothing her clothes to hide her panic and embarrassment. Why are you here? It wasn't what it looked like just now, we were actually playing truth or dare. Jiang Huai pushed the door open and entered. Even though he was still holding a massive bouquet of red roses, there wasn't much sorrow on his pale face, only the faintest trace of a smile. Didn't you say I absolutely had to come to this reunion? So I rushed over right after work. But I suppose I've come at a bad time. I wish you two a long and happy life together. He shoved the flowers into Xia Ziyi's arms and turned to leave without a hint of hesitation. After all, nothing is more desperate than a dead heart. Since he was merely a replacement, he might as well distance himself from this liar's life. Seeing that Jiang Huai was leaving, Xia Ziyi panicked. She clutched the flowers and chased after him. Why, I really like these flowers. Don't go. There are still so many people here who don't know you, let me introduce you to everyone. Introduce me? So your friends can mark me as the punchline and mock me at their leisure? Jiang Huai's sneer was laced with a chilling indifference. The strangeness of his attitude caught Xia Zi off guard. She stared at him, bewildered. Why, you've never spoken to me like this before. Ah, Xiao Sun. What's wrong? Why are you shaking all over? Suddenly, Su Mayan's cry drew everyone's attention. Su Sin had collapsed onto the sofa, his body twitching violently as if he were having a seizure. Just as the others thought he was having a medical episode, and as Xia Zi felt relieved to have a distraction, Su Sin suddenly blurted out, listening to this makes me twitch like crazy. Ugh, I'm twitching to death. Su Mayan was speechless and shoved him aside. The others looked at Su Sun as if he were an idiot, rolling their eyes in annoyance. Only Xia Zi's expression turned sour, prompting a sarcastic jab from Jiang Huai. What? Are you unhappy that he's alright? No. No, I'm not. It doesn't matter. I'm just a common delivery driver. I don't belong in your world. I have to earn money to support my family. Please, Miss Xia, move aside and don't block my path. Why, you really have it wrong. Senior Shang and I are just friends. Jiang Huai laughed. Friends? Friends share a toast and lock lips? That's one hell of a friendship. Jiang Huai. I told you we were playing truth or dare. Can you stop making a scene? Can't we go home and talk about this? Ugh, that familiar feeling is back. Sure enough, Su Sin started twitching again, rolling his eyes and lolling his tongue. The ill-timed spectacle infuriated Xia Zi, who shouted at Su Mayan, Su Mayan. Control your man. Su Mayan said solemnly, he's having a breakdown, how am I supposed to control him? Can't you just shut up instead of provoking him? What does that have to do with me? Xia Zi, enough. Jiang Huai roared, cutting off her indignation. Not everyone is blind. Instead of finding fault with others, you should look at your own. From this moment on, we are finished. Get out of my way. Jiang Huai shoved Xia Zi aside and walked straight out. But suddenly, Shang Hengze blocked his path, his face full of apology. Brother Jiang, you really have it wrong. There is absolutely nothing between Zi and me. Seeing Shang Hengze step up, Xia Zi felt as though she'd found a savior and chimed in, that's right. Senior has already clarified things, didn't you believe me? In all these years, when have I ever lied to you? Ugh, The electrical current is too strong. Yes, Su Sin was twitching again. It wasn't that Su Sun was overreacting. If Jiang Huai hadn't heard it with his own ears, he might have wondered if the man on the sofa actually had a medical condition. But now, he only wondered how Xia Zi could have the gall to say such a thing. Never lied? How laughable. Xia Zi. I gave up everything for you. I never imagined my sincere heart would be fed to the dogs. But from now on, I won't believe another damn word you say. Brother Jiang, you really are mistaken. Get out. Don't make me hit you. Brother Jiang, you can misunderstand me, but how could you misunderstand Zi? You know exactly what kind of person she is, don't you? Ugh. Seeing Su Sun about to twitch again, Su Mayan pressed him down. Stop it for a second. If you aren't embarrassed, I am. Got it. He stopped the twitching mode and switched to gossip mode. The confrontation continued, and Su Sun drank his wine and ate fruit, enjoying the show. Brother Jiang, come here and let me explain properly. Actually, the thing is. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out. Shang Hengze fell to the ground as if struck, clutching his chest and looking at Jiang Huai in confusion. Brother Jiang, why would you hit me? Classic. Downing a large gulp of red wine, Su Sun clapped his hands in admiration, his jaw practically on the floor. This classic scene, these familiar theatrics, it reminded him of the days when his brother one was still around. But this Shang Hengze was just too damn fake. However, fake or not, as long as someone believed it, that was enough. Sure enough, Xia Zi rushed over to support the fallen Shang Hengze, glaring at a stunned Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai, Hengze was kind enough to explain for us, and instead of being grateful, you actually dared to hit him? I am so disappointed in you. Quick. Yen. I'm going to twitch again. Hold me down. Endure it. Ignoring Su Sun's plea, Su Mayan said to Xia Zi, I think you should try to be rational and judge the real situation, lest your emotions cloud your judgment. Shut up. Are you implying that I'm wronging him? Jiang Huai laughed. 1,000 words choked in his throat, unable to be uttered. At it was the profound helplessness and disappointment of his own heart. The person he trusted most as his bedfellow didn't trust him as much as two strangers did. Thanks to both of you for always speaking up for me, but I, Jiang Huai, have a clear conscience. I wasn't speaking up for you, though. Seeing Su Sun stirring the pot again, Xia Zi finally lost it. Su Mayan, control your man. The only reason your third brother could dump that trash heap of the Su Corporation was because of me. Is this how you treat me? Su Sun immediately barked back, what are you yelling for? You kept it under wraps. Who the hell knew you were involved? You should have just said so. And I'm talking here, why are you yelling at my Yen? You psychopath. I should have exposed it sooner just to shut that dirty mouth of yours. Su Sun grinned toothily. Sorry, that's a separate issue. You helped the third brother, not me. I'm going to keep twitching regardless. You. Su Mayan, I really never expected that such a dignified, cold iceberg would eventually choose such a piece of work. Xia Ziyi, who was infuriated to the point of collapse by Su Sun, had nothing left to say. She could only turn her anger toward Su Mayan, indirectly mocking her for being blind. To everyone's surprise, Su Mayan replied unhurriedly, I just happened to like someone so down-to-earth. I was never some iceberg, you all just assumed I was difficult to approach. Fine, fine, fine. Birds of a feather really do flock together. I hope you two are locked in for life. Su Mayan smiled faintly. Thanks for the blessing. Su Sun retorted with disdain, don't bother blessing us just yet. Handle your own mess first. Your Ahuai is about to leave. What? Coming to her senses, Xia Ziyi immediately looked toward the entrance, and sure enough, she saw Jiang Huai silent, retreating back. So, the very moment before Jiang Huai stepped out the door, she rushed out in a panic to chase him. At least she knows what's important. Su Sun had assumed Xia Ziyi was running off to explain herself and seek Jiang Huai's forgiveness, but he had overestimated her capacity for shamelessness. Jiang Huai. You must apologize to Hong Ze today. Otherwise, don't even think about stepping out of this door. As soon as those words left her lips, Su Sun was struck dumb, utterly stunned. Can this even be considered a human being? The stench of this familiar flavor was just too pungent. Hong Ze? How intimate, Jiang Huai muttered, a bitter curve forming on the corner of his mouth as he was intercepted. Xia Ziyi's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, you're overthinking things. The important thing now is for you to apologize for your rudeness. Otherwise, you will never earn my forgiveness. Jiang Huai shook his head. It doesn't matter anymore. From the moment you stopped me and forced me to apologize for the sake of another man, nothing matters. Xia Ziyi's pupils constricted. What do you mean? What do I mean? Jiang Huai laughed, a trace of mockery appearing in his eyes. Exactly what I said. Xia Ziyi, we're through. From here on out, we have nothing to do with each other. When he said this, Xia Ziyi was truly, completely enraged. The Jiang Huai of the past had been submissive to her every whim. Now that she had set aside her pride and humbled herself in various ways, not only did Jiang Huai refuse to take the out she'd provided, but he had actually initiated a breakup. She loathed this feeling of losing control. Enough. I already said it was a misunderstanding. Why must you be so aggressive? Jiang Huai did not show weakness, roaring back, I think you've had enough. Are you still trying to treat me like a fool? Laughing and joking with another man, sharing a cross-armed toast with another man, even kissing another mando you take me for. Jiang Huai, will you ever be finished? I told you I would explain things properly when we got home. Why must you keep hounding me over these few trivial matters? Trivial matters, my ass. You kicking your boyfriend to the curb is a trivial matter? You accepting the affection of another man is a trivial matter? You, who are neither sick nor poor, pretending to be both to deceive me for 5 years, that's a trivial matter. Xia Ziyi, are you even human? Clang. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in her brain. Xia Ziyi's face turned ash-gray, and she stood there, catatonic. She had always believed Jiang Huai only saw the slightly inappropriate interaction between her and Shang Hongze. She never imagined that Jiang Huai had heard everything. At this moment, Xia Ziyi could no longer remain calm. Ah Huai, listen to me, it's not like that. It's truly not what you think you saw. Jiang Huai shook off Xia Ziyi's tugging and gave a cold, bitter laugh, full of pain. Xia Ziyi? Is lying to people fun? Does a rich heiress like you get a sense of achievement from playing with the lives of people at the bottom? No, I didn't. I was just afraid of being deceived. I truly love you, ah Huai. Jiang Huai, you didn't? You truly love me? Afraid of being deceived? So that makes it okay for you to deceive others? To play with someone else's fate? No, ah Huai, it really wasn't that serious. Jiang Huai's face hardened. Not that serious? For your so-called heart disease, I worked 20 hours a day delivering food. While out on deliveries, I'd haul sandbags, move furniture, even carry coffins in Kado and torrential rain, risking mudslides just to make a few extra bucks. By now, Xia Ziyi was sobbing uncontrollably, but Jiang Huai's suffering was far from over. For you, my parents cut me off. To look after you, I lost my job and could only take gigs where I could set my own schedule. So for these 5 years, I ran, and I kept running, never daring to stop for a second. I swallowed my pride when people beat me, just to get compensation. I forced a smile for people who insulted me, all for a few coins in delivery fees. When I was out of options, I even went to beg the person I owed the most in this life. I felt humiliated enough myself. But for your surgery fees, I had no regrets. For 5 years, I stubbornly scraped together 3 million for your treatment. Even knowing it was a bottomless pit, even knowing it might all be for nothing, I never once slacked off. In the end, all my sincerity was met with nothing but deception. How laughable, truly laughable. Well, I'll be damned. Su Sun couldn't help but mutter. This workaholic is even more of a fool than I thought. What kind of heart disease costs 3 million? Usually, with a couple 100,000, you're either cured or you kick the bucket. How could it cost that much? Shut your mouth, you Su bastard. Xia Ziyi roared back at him, furious. Jiang Huai gave Su Sun a weary smile. I really am quite a fool, aren't I? How could someone with a severe heart condition run around outside all day? How could they constantly recover only to relapse again? I suppose I was just too naive. No, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Jiang Huai immediately put on a mocking expression. You didn't? Or was it me begging you to hide it? Xia Zi, since you've already decided to break up with me, let's part on good terms and pretend we never knew each other. No. Why? I never intended to break up with you. Everything just now was me just spouting nonsense to put them off. That doesn't matter anymore. After that understatement, Jiang Huai smiled a smile that seemed to wash away past grudges. He wasn't forgiving Xia Zi for her betrayal, he was forgiving himself for his former foolishness. From now on, he would live for himself. And it was time to apologize and make amends to the two parents he had hurt with his past rebellion. Jiang Huai turned again, and this time, he didn't hesitate. Why, I was wrong. In the future, I'll never lie to you again. I'll never see another man, I'll only care about you forever. Even as Xia Zi pleaded bitterly, she received no forgiveness from Jiang Huai, only endless coldness. Watching this final scene, Su Sun felt like something was missing. Sure enough, after a sharp scream, he realized what it was. Ah! Zi! My head hurts. It must be from where Brother Jiang hit me earlier. What? Xia Zi immediately rushed to Shang Hengzi in a panic, full of concern. Senior, don't be afraid. I'm taking you to the hospital right now. Having said that, she cast an unbearable glance at Jiang Huai. I'm sorry, Huai. A life is at stake, and since the senior was injured because of you, will you wait for me to take him to the hospital and then I'll come find you immediately, okay? 666, how is it that some people can talk as easily as they pass gas? Ignoring whether others live or die, they just let it rip, and then act as if they have a clear conscience afterward? Putting aside whether the senior Shang was actually hit by Jiang Huai, even if he was, Shang Hengzi's injury is on his chest, what does that have to do with your brain? Do you think you can project force through the air like some martial arts master? I'm afraid your old classmate's brain really isn't functioning, is it? Su Sun's snide remarks hit Jiang Huai's ears like a sharp blade, stabbing him through the heart once more. Indeed, the cracks in the story were obvious to anyone, yet some people couldn't see them. In the end, it was simply because she didn't love him enough, so she chose to believe a stranger instead. As the crowd watched Jiang Huai leave in solitude, the farce finally came to an end. Su Mayan felt an inexplicable sense of pity for Xia Zi's stupidity, and pity for the fact that she had completely lost someone who truly cared for her. Hey, why aren't you answering me? Answer you? What should I answer? Agree with you that Xia Zi is an idiot? Isn't that obvious? Don't you think she's an idiot? That is indeed very idiotic, foolish to the extreme. As they spoke, Su Sun and Su Mayan prepared to leave. Just before they could walk away, Xia Zi suddenly spoke up, calling out to them. Wait! Su Sun turned back with a look of disdain. What is it now? Empress Ruyan? I wasn't talking to you. I was calling for Mayan. Su Mayan turned back, confused. Is there something else? Xia Zi said coldly, Mayan, the reason I came today was to discuss the Su Corporation with you. Actually, I bought the Su Corporation on someone else's behalf. Aren't you curious who that person behind the scenes is? Su Mayan shook her head. Not curious. It's sold, and the Su Corporation has nothing to do with us anymore. But that was... Shut your mouth. Su Sun interrupted flatly. Aren't you supposed to be sending your dear senior to the hospital? Why are you still standing here? The ambulance will be here soon, and besides, what does that have to do with you? Su Sun laughed out loud. I thought you were taking him yourself, but you're just waiting for an ambulance? Then why were you acting like the world was ending earlier? Why didn't you go chase after Jiang Huai? It wasn't like you were tied up, in the end, it's just that he wasn't important enough to you. Boom! Xia Zi's heart jolted violently. That's right, she could have easily chased after him while waiting for the ambulance. What was she doing? Xia Zi felt lost. She silently picked up the bouquet of roses that had fallen to the ground, tears dripping down. There was no sound in her ears anymore, save for one reminder from Su Sun as he walked away. Call him now, and you might still get cursed at for a few minutes. That'd be a treat. Any later, and you probably won't be able to reach him at all. However, Xia Zi didn't care at all, muttering to herself, it won't happen. Huai loves me so much, he wouldn't leave me behind. What? How can such a scumbag woman exist in this world? Humph. It's a good thing I wasn't there, otherwise my overflowing sense of justice would have forced me to punch the scumbag man and kick the scumbag woman to seek justice for that Huai person. The next morning, at the breakfast table, Su Sun was forced to recount some of the events from the night before under Su Bainian's curious interrogation. Hearing the story made Su Bainian seethe with righteous indignation. Scum. Truly, absolutely scum. She had never seen someone so thick-skinned, even worse than that old sick Su Miao Miao. Hey, stinky Su Sun, next time you see that Empress Ruyan, give her 2 good slaps for me and tell her it's from this young lady. Su Sun paused in shock. What, silly bai? You have such an overflowing sense of justice, but you want me to do the dirty work for you? If you've got the guts, go slap her yourself. Oh, it's just that I can't reach her, nowhere to vent. If that pair of dogs dared to be arrogant in front of me, I'd show them exactly why the flowers are so red. Su-sun didn't reply, simply rolling his eyes and letting her soak in her own thoughts. Su Mayan couldn't listen anymore. She tapped Su Banian on the forehead and changed the subject. Shut up. By the way, third sister, do you know Xia Zi? Asked unexpectedly, Su Xinyo looked puzzled. She's your classmate, how would I know her? Su Mayan explained, I forgot to mention it earlier, but this Xia Zi is the person behind the scenes who took over the Su Corporation. I thought you might know her. Is that so? Maybe she only bought the Su Corporation at such a high price to save face for you, big sister. Su Mayan denied this, that was 10 billion. Besides, our relationship isn't close enough for her to go to such lengths. Plus, she said she was acting under someone else's orders. I have a lingering feeling that I'm being schemed against. Su Xinyo went silent. If that was the case, the other party's motives were indeed not that simple. Of course, with a certain pillar of the sea around, all ghosts and monsters were mere illusions. Su-sun slapped the table and laughed, don't worry, anyone pulling strings behind my back won't have a good end. I'll handle Hajime, North-South Mung Bean. My phone is ringing, let me take this. He reached for the phone on the table. Just as he was about to answer, his finger paused. Wait, this isn't my phone, it's yours. Taking the phone, Su Mayan looked puzzled. My phone? Who changed my ringtone? But more than the ringtone, Su Mayan was curious about the caller. Xia Zi? Why is she calling me? With a hint of confusion, Su Mayan hit answer. As soon as the connection went through, an angry roar erupted from the other end. Where is Su-sun? Let that guy surnamed Su get on the phone. Beep. Su Mayan hung up the phone immediately, feeling completely baffled. The others at the table, however, cast strange looks at Su-sun. After all, the voice on the phone had sounded like a woman scorned. Su-sun was stunned. Why are you looking at me? I really don't know what's going on. Su Banian squinted, curling her lips into a meaningful, cold smile. I doubt that. If you're innocent, why did this Empress Ruyan ask for you the moment she got through? Tell me the truth. Tell your sister. How would I know what kind of madness she's suffering from? Just then, the phone rang again. Su Mayan answered, speaking first, you'd better act normal, otherwise you might never get through again. The tone on the other end softened significantly. I'm sorry, Mayan. I really have something to discuss with Su-sun. Can you please help me find him? Su-sun immediately shouted into the phone, are you sick in the head? If you want your why, go find him, why are you calling me? I tried. He's disappeared. That's why I'm looking for you. You lunatic. He disappeared, so what are you calling me for? Stop pretending. You said he would disappear, and he really did. Tell me where Hui is, or I won't let you go. You massive idiot. Su-sun snatched the phone and unleashed a torrent of abuse. You're not just stupid, you've got a real mental illness. You're insane. Fine, you won't tell me, right? Don't regret this. Oh, you little. Before Su-sun could say anything else, Su Mayan had already hung up. Facing Su-sun's questioning gaze, she just said calmly, you were right, she really does have issues. Let's not lower ourselves to a lunatic's level. Su Banian was left wide-eyed, marveling at how formidable this Empress Ruyan truly was. To be able to anger their big sister, someone so civilized, into using such quality language, this Xia Zi was truly the first. Humph, it's a good thing big sister hung up early, otherwise I would have sprayed her with so much bile she'd have begged for mercy. Daring to curse my Sun-sun? I'd slap her face until it swelled up. Su-sun gave a stiff, forced smile. I appreciate that. Night fell. The massive living room was pitch black. Su-sun lay on the sofa alone, feeling the silence of the night. Things were getting increasingly bizarre. All sorts of monsters and demons were coming out of the woodwork. The melodramatic scene from last night was particularly intense, reminding him of a version of himself from a long time ago. Forget it. Other people's grudges and entanglements had nothing to do with him. Better to get some sleep. Su-sun turned over and gradually drifted off into a dream on the sofa. But even if Su-sun wanted to ignore things, trouble always finds a way to knock on one's door. The next morning, while Su-sun was out buying breakfast, he passed through a deserted alleyway and was suddenly caught in a life-or-death pursuit. Give it up. You can run from the monk, but you can't run from the temple. Don't be stubborn, surrender now, and I might just show some mercy and play the saint for once. Boss. That kid is a devil. He's about to catch up to us. The incident occurred 2.5 minutes ago. The hit squad had been lying in wait all night, and they had finally managed to corner their target. They had planned to simply knock him unconscious when he entered the deserted alley, drag him off to throw him into the river, and then easily complete their mission, collect their reward, and head off to celebrate with champagne and beauties. Instead, no sooner had they made contact, 5 of their comrades were instantly sent to the afterlife. And I mean the kind where you're kicked into a pulp. This bloody scene deeply traumatized the survivors. And all this had happened just because they'd started with a greeting, kid, today next year will be your death anniversary. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking people you shouldn't have. They had vastly underestimated their opponent and vastly overestimated themselves. Kicking someone to death was impressive enough, but to turn them into bloody mush in a single stroke, what kind of monster was this? A demon. A naked, unadulterated demon. Humph. Trying to run? A voice like a malevolent spirit drifted from behind them, causing the hair on the killers' bodies to stand on end, their minds spinning in a vortex of vertigo. Damn it, boss. He really is catching up to us. With a shrill scream, the slowest killer was sent flying, hurtling through the air until he landed directly in front of the two remaining men, blocking their escape path. In an instant, the survivor trio became a duo. Watching their teammate reduced to a puddle of gore and dying in front of them once again, fear seized their brains, stiffening their limbs and pinning them to the spot. The two of them were literally paralyzed by fear, standing rooted to the ground. Boss. I don't think my legs are listening to me anymore. Same here. My legs seem to have decided to leave home without me. As they spoke, the sound of rhythmic footsteps neared, and the two felt as if they were plunging into an abyss, not daring to even breathe. Run, why don't you run? I haven't even finished warming up yet. The words stunned them into a daze. The underling killer quickly put on a fawning smile and chuckled. Is there a misunderstanding, sir? Our target isn't you. There's really no need to make things this tense. Oh? Then who is your target? Our target is named Su-sun, just a regular college student who just graduated. This really is a misunderstanding. Then I'm afraid I have to tell you, I am that Su-sun you're talking about. You guys are truly finished this time. What? The two killers exchanged a look of shock and terror, both blurting out in unison, the intel was wrong. As the words fell, they locked eyes and reached swiftly into their pockets. Good thing we kept an ace up our sleeve. Eat lead. Two pistols were leveled directly at Su-sun, the cold muzzles seeming to exhale invisible gun smoke dangerous and lethal. Seeing the tide turn, the lead assassin smiled smugly. Kid, we were in too much of a hurry to draw our guns before, but now, you're doomed. Oh, so confident? The underling scoffed. You're the one who should be confident. You're still keeping a straight face? No matter how good you are, can you be faster than a bullet? Alright, let's bet a silver dollar on it. Su-sun slowly pulled a coin from his pocket, flicked it into the air, and snatched it back. I have a rule, if someone points a gun at me, I might let it slide, but the moment someone pulls the trigger on me, I kill them. I'll bet that there are no bullets in your guns. Kid. Who do you think you're fooling? You think we'd fall for that? The leader laughed disdainfully. Fine then, the bet begins. Put down your guns and you can leave now. But if you pull the trigger and nothing happens, don't blame me for being ruthless. This serious display scared the hell out of them. Being held at gunpoint and still remaining so composed, either he was an idiot, a madman, or he truly had complete certainty. The underling swallowed nervously, a bad feeling rising in his chest. He looked at his boss and asked tentatively, Boss, should we check the magazines? What if there really aren't any bullets? Wouldn't we be screwed? The leader's expression tightened. To be honest, the guy opposite them was absurdly bizarre, he really didn't dare to gamble. And so, both of them lowered their heads to check their magazines. But in the blink of an eye, while their heads were turned, Su-sun had already reached them and instantly disarmed them. The two were left utterly bewildered. How is this possible? Su-sun gave a wicked smile, then slammed the two pistols together, causing both fully loaded magazines to pop out. If you don't even trust the guns in your own hands, then what are you even holding them for? This sequence of moves left them completely floored. The underling stammered, Are you a man or a ghost? Su-sun replied calmly, I'm a man, of course. You can also call me Yan Shuangshuan. What the hell? You dare to toy with me? With a roar, the leader pulled another pistol from his chest. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that, did you, kid? I still have one more. Su-sun's gaze was sharp as a torch, his tone placid. Oh, is that so? Let's bet another dollar. Same as before, put down the gun and I'll let you leave. Pull the trigger and you die. Or, I bet there are no bullets in that gun either. Ha! You think we'll fall for that again? Go to hell. The leader fired directly, he wouldn't let the trope of a villain dying from too much talking become a reality. But unexpectedly, there was no gunshot. The leader pulled the trigger twice, 3 times, 10 times, but still, there was no sound. A bone-chilling cold washed over them again. The two were instantly stunned. I won. But you still pulled the trigger. According to the bet, you have to die. No. We were wrong. Please don't kill us. But then again, I am a man of great compassion. I'm willing to give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Just tell me who sent you, and I'm willing to bet with you one more time. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The overwhelming pressure made it hard for them to breathe. Any loyalty they had as killers paled in comparison to their lives. They scrambled to speak, terrified that they would lose their heads if they were too slow. The capital. We came from the capital. We don't know who is actually behind it. We were hired anonymously. Anyone who can commission our organization must have a powerful background. We're willing to make amends and help you track down the mastermind. Su-sun frowned, still not telling the truth, are you? No. We really don't know. Our employers are always rich people who fear death, no one is stupid enough to show their real identity. Seeing that they didn't seem to be lying, Su-sun put away his impatience and said calmly, Fine, you've earned another chance to gamble. Now, aim your guns at me. If there are no bullets, you live. If there are bullets, I die and you complete your mission. How about that? The guns were right in their hands, and they were certain there were no bullets left, but the two of them had already lost the courage to pull the trigger. Because the guy in front of them was simply too demonic. After much hesitation, the leader's hands went limp, and the pistol dropped to the ground. Giving up on pulling the trigger means you've lost, and you still have to die. With the arrow on the string and no choice but to fire, in order to live, they had to pull the trigger. The leader picked up the pistol again and aimed at Su Sun. Click. The trigger was pulled, but the gun remained silent. Yet the two exhaled a sigh of relief. The leader ejected the magazine. Even though he didn't know when the bullets had been removed, there truly were no bullets in the gun. That meant they had escaped death. Boss, no bullets. There really aren't any bullets. We don't have to die. Yeah, we're safe. Just as they were hugging in joy, Su Sun's cold voice poured a bucket of ice water over them. Time's up. It's time to send you on your way. What? The two were instantly indignant. You said you'd let us go. Yeah, I should have let you go, but didn't I tell you I have a rule? Anyone who pulls a trigger on me, regardless of whether there's a bullet inside, must die. What the hell? The underling was stunned, but a moment later, he realized, boss. This sounds like a paradox. We've been played. As the words fell, Su Sun slapped them both into the afterlife, leaving not even a scrap of residue. Hilarious. You were trying to kill me, and you expect me to talk about martial arts ethics? Capital City. Following the sacrificial incident involving his own father, the Su family underwent a brief period of turmoil, but under Su Wen's heavy-handed pacification, they returned to peace. Ever since Su Wen's previous act of insubordination, Su Qiming had wished he could tear Su Wen's tendons, peel his bones, and grind him to dust to avenge the near-death experience he had suffered. Yet now, he could only grit his teeth and continue living under the same roof as Su Wen, even enduring his aggressive bullying. Su Wen was, after all, living a second life. His natural disposition and patience were far beyond what Su Qiming could compare to. Because the two were tied by the same breath, whenever Su Qiming dared to defy Su Wen would immediately resort to self-harm to keep him in check. Su Wen possessed a powerful soul and a young body. Any self-mutilation or hanging he attempted, provided it wasn't fatal, he could recover from quickly. But for Su Qiming, with his aging bones and underlying illnesses, it was absolute torture. Having never fully recovered from his previous severe injuries, and now suffering from repeated collateral damage, he had been tormented to the point of being unrecognizable, eventually forced to submit to Su Wen in helplessness. Seeing the two at odds, Jin Xinlan thought to intervene. After all, she couldn't actually kill Su Wen, and she lacked the guts to try. If she could awaken some desire for family affection in him, perhaps the home could still be whole. At the dinner table, the Su family sat in full attendance. Su Qiming, Qin Xinlan, Su Wen, Su Miaomiao, and Zhou Meixia, Su Miaomiao's grandmother, or more accurately, her maternal grandmother. Xiaowen, now that your father isn't controlling you anymore, could you please stop the self-harm? If this continues, your father won't be able to take it, and you'll be affected too, won't you? Don't worry. As long as Dad is obedient and sensible, we can still live together harmoniously. Although Su Wen didn't fear pain, he was actually afraid of death. After all, he had finally returned to life, and with his great vengeance unfulfilled, he certainly wasn't willing to die just yet. Zhou Meixia had been away for many days clearing her head and was unaware of the family's affairs. Seeing the tense atmosphere, she wasn't frightened of Su Wen like the others. Instead, she was filled with curiosity about his transformation. Wait, is this really 1Z? Why have you changed so much? Don't tell me you went to the ROK for plastic surgery while you were away all this time? Though, you certainly look more masculine than before. You've gotten handsome. Su Miaomiao was terrified out of her wits. Su Wen was currently a ticking time bomb. What if he lost his temper and scrambled her grandmother's brains with a single slap? Just when everyone expected Su Wen to lose his composure, he gave a faint smile. Grandma Zhou, it's been a long time. Where have you been all this time? Oh, you gave me so many travel recommendations last time, so I just went. 1Z, you really are well traveled. The places you suggested were truly wonderful. As long as you had fun. Next time I'll recommend a few more. Pardon me, I need to take this call. As he spoke, Su Wen's phone rang. When he pressed answer, his expression instantly turned cold and sinister. Finally, there's news. Has the mission been completed? Mr. Baywan, I've lost contact with everyone I sent. I'm afraid. We failed. What? Failed? I told you to take firearms for an assassination. How could you fail? Or did you ignore my instructions and go in empty-handed to throw your lives away? Mr. Baywan, we used them. But the target is truly evil. My men didn't even manage to send back a message before they vanished without a trace. As for what comes next, useless trash. I shouldn't have had any illusions about you. Forget about the rest of the matters. The call ended. Su Wen was both furious and unsurprised. After all, if Su Sun were so easily dispatched, he wouldn't be the Su Sun he knew. Still, he felt it was a pity. The two had just had a massive clash. Su Sun must have been severely wounded and in need of recovery. This was the perfect time to strike while he was off guard. Now that this attempt had failed, he feared they had already alerted the prey. Xiao 1. Who? Who were you talking about killing on the phone? Qin Xinlan asked weakly. Su Wen glared at her. Who? Su Sun, of course. It's just a pity we failed. Su Qiming froze upon hearing this, his withered body seeming to regain a spark of life. Who? You said Su Sun? Didn't he die? Su Wen gave a disdainful laugh, as if he'd heard a hilarious joke. Dead? He's living perfectly well right now. Su Qiming looked incredulous. Impossible. That's impossible. I clearly sent people to kill him. What a joke. Even I can't kill him, and you think you're worthy? Su Wen's stinging insult left Su Qiming feeling hollow. He had been suffocating under Su Wen's tyranny, but at least he could comfort himself before sleep every night knowing that his number one enemy, Su Sun, was dead. And now, after being happy for so long, he was told Su Sun hadn't actually died? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Su Miao Miao asked in confusion, Daddy, that Su Sun really isn't dead. When I brought him back with Su Wenu, Brother Wenhao was still alive. I know you didn't finish the job, but I had backups. Under those circumstances, how could he possibly still be alive? Su Qiming was filled with regret. He had been too confident at the time, failing to verify whether Su Sun was truly dead. If he hadn't been, he should have pressed the attack to end the threat once and for all. Enough. At least on the point of wanting Su Sun dead, we are in total agreement. Don't worry, I'll clean up your mess. No matter how strong he is, he's still flesh and blood. Even I can't take a bullet these days. Once I find an opportunity to put a bullet in him, I don't believe he won't die. Su Qiming, hearing this? At this moment, Su Wen was still strategizing, even comparing himself to Su Sun, believing that a sneak attack from the shadows would be enough to take him down. Little did he know, Su Qiming had tried to finish Su Sun off with missiles. Night fell. Su Sun had spent the entire day in deep thought, unable to confirm who had sent assassins after him. Could it be that the Empress Ruyan from last night wasn't just talking big, and had actually sent someone to take revenge? But the address didn't match up. The capital? The problem was, he hadn't provoked anyone in the capital. Except for the Su family. Whatever. Whether it was the Su family or not, he'd put it on their tab for now. Su Sun's expression chilled, his eyes peering out the window with a sharp glint that seemed to darken the night even further. Su family, tonight is the night you. Just as Su Sun prepared to climb out the window, Su Muyan suddenly appeared behind him. What are you muttering about? It's so windy, close the window before you catch a cold. By the way, come with me tomorrow, we're going to see someone. Also, what were you doing just now? Su Sun turned around, looking embarrassed. Jumping off a building. What? Su Mayan was stunned upon hearing this. Seeing her reaction, Su Sun let out a laugh. As he supported Su Mayan, he prepared to head back to their room. I was just kidding. It's getting late, let's go back to the room and get some sleep. What room are you talking about? Your room is in the living room. I'm not in the mood for your grinning and joking. Pulling away from his grip, Su Mayan walked off directly. Su Sun stood frozen in place, his smile stiffening. He watched her retreating back and clenched his fists silently, until finally, in a fit of pique, he flopped onto the sofa. Su Sun snorted coldly, muttering to himself, fine. If you won't go back, then you won't. Like I even care. I might as well go find Su Sunny tonight. But just as Su Sun stood up full of vigor, preparing to honor someone's invitation, a pair of slender, delicate hands clamped onto his ears. Ow, ow, ow. Wait, why are you back again? I'm annoyed by the sight of you. Get back to the room with me. I'm not going. Whether you want to go or not, you're going. And just like that, Su Sun was dragged back to the room, passive and unable to resist, which effectively fulfilled his original goal of returning to the room to sleep. At a popular Western restaurant. Near noon, Su Mayan, who usually should have been cooking, had cast aside her heavy burdens and brought Su Sun to this elegant, high-end establishment, much to Su Banyan's dissatisfaction. You bastard. Tell me where you are right now. I'm coming over too. Su Sun silently sent a smiley face to Su Banyan, who was commenting on his social media feed, and then tossed his phone aside. Sure enough, less than 2 seconds later, his phone was bombarded with messages. Looking at the phone chiming incessantly on the table, Su Mayan asked, puzzled, someone keeps messaging you. Aren't you going to look? Su Sun waved a hand dismissively. A nobody, not worth mentioning. Shall we order? I'm getting a bit hungry. Wait a little longer. Someone else hasn't arrived yet. What the hell? Su Sun raised an eyebrow. Isn't this our date? Is there a third wheel? Su Mayan rolled her eyes. What date? I was requested by someone to bring you here. What? Are you speaking human language? You were requested to bring me here? You'll know in a moment. Su Sun didn't understand what Su Mayan was playing at, but when the guest of honor arrived, he finally understood her good intentions. After all, if she had mentioned he was coming to see this person, he might not have shown up at all. Su Sun. Tell me where Huai is gone. Indeed, the person who arrived was Xia Zi, and her immediate interrogative tone was instantly grating. Let me tell you, don't push me. Otherwise, there's nothing I won't do. Fuck. Enough is enough. Su-sun jumped up and slapped Xia Ziyi across the face. You crazy bitch, if your brain is broken, go to the hospital. You dare hit me? Xia Ziyi covered her face, looking shocked. What if I did hit you? I'm doing this as a favor from my lady Subanian. If she hadn't been denied the chance to see you herself, she would have shown you exactly why the flowers are so red. Xia Ziyi looked confused. What Subanian? What kind of nonsense is this? Su Mayan explained coldly, Subanian is my fifth sister. Your fifth sister? Xia Ziyi laughed upon hearing this. So, your fifth sister gets Su-sun to hit me for no reason, and you, the eldest sister, just watch it happen? Su Mayan didn't take the bait. She simply looked at Xia Ziyi with an icy gaze, and after a few seconds, she said with a hint of warning, Xia Ziyi, I only brought Su-sun to see you because we were old classmates and you kept begging me. But if this is going to be your attitude, then we have nothing left to say. Xiao-sun, let's go. The two turned to leave. In truth, Su Mayan was also angered by Xia Ziyi's attitude. She had come with good intentions, only to have the other woman act as if they were soft touches. Seeing them about to leave, Xia Ziyi finally realized she had missed the point and started apologizing repeatedly, trying to hold them back. I'm sorry, Mayan. I'm just too anxious. Why has been missing for a day and a night? I really can't find him anywhere. If your husband knows, please, I beg you, tell me. Su Mayan furrowed her brows. I've told you many times that he really doesn't know where Jiang Huai is. Since you don't believe me, ask him yourself. The group sat back down. Xia Ziyi began serving food and pouring wine, her attitude doing a complete 180-degree turn. Brother Su. Hey. I'm not as old as you. I just graduated from university. Xia Ziyi didn't react, but Su Mayan, upon hearing this, speechlessly pinched Su-sun's waist hard. Xia Ziyi was her classmate and of a similar age, wasn't calling Xia Ziyi old implicitly calling her old too? Ow, ow, ow. I wasn't talking about you. You'll always be 18 to me. Humph. Holding his side, Su-sun looked helpless. How come you're becoming so petty? What was that? Cough, cough. Let's get back to the point. That. Empress Ruyan, what were you saying earlier? Su-sun changed his expression in an instant, shifting gears. Meanwhile, he swirled his wineglass in his right hand, taking delicate sips every so often and making exaggerated smacking sounds. Xia Ziyi was clearly flustered to the point of losing her head, spilling out a pile of useless nonsense, recounting how they met and fell in love, and how she couldn't go on living without Jiang Huai. It all boiled down to one question, where the hell was Jiang Huai? Right. As she finished, Su-sun slammed his wineglass onto the table and, under Xia Ziyi's expectant gaze, blurted out, I really don't know where Jiang Huai is. I knew it. You definitely. Wait, what? You don't know? The anticipation instantly turned into profound disappointment. Xia Ziyi was stunned, she had waited so long, but this wasn't the answer she was looking for. Impossible. You must be lying to me. You know Huai went missing, how could you not know where he is? Right. You must all be conspiring to lie to me. Xia Ziyi suddenly rushed to Su-sun's side and grabbed his hand excitedly. Is it because Huai told you not to say? It's fine, I'm the woman he loves most. You can tell me, he won't blame you. Are you psycho? Su-sun shook Xia Ziyi off, dumbfounded. Why would you think I know where your man went? I don't even know him, alright? With the stuff you've pulled, wouldn't he run? Any man would reach his breaking point. Honestly, it's lucky for you too that he didn't just scatter both your ashes to the wind. And you're out looking for people? Go look for something else. What were you doing all this time? It was truly disgusting. Su-sun didn't want to be entangled with this woman named Xia anymore, so he decided to end this bizarre meal. Waiter! Please pack all of this up for me. Oh, and bring me another bottle of this wine. The lady over there will pay for it. After everything was packed, just as the two were walking out with bags in hand, they saw the very subject of their discussion at the restaurant entrance. That's right. It was Jiang Huai. Not only Jiang Huai, but he was also arm in arm with an intelligent-looking beauty. Su-sun blinked. Holy cow. Turns out the king of the grasslands hasn't left yet. Jiang Huai, across from them, also spotted the two and approached enthusiastically to greet them. It's you two. What a coincidence. Su-sun asked suspiciously, you haven't left Jiangcheng? Someone has been looking for you until they've practically lost their mind. Jiang Huai smiled indifferently. I was supposed to leave a long time ago, but I ran into an old classmate, and their hospitality made it hard to leave for a few more days. Oh, and about that day, thank you both for being willing to speak up for me. It's a minor thing, not worth mentioning. Jiang Huai gave a bitter smile. A minor thing? Back then, everyone treated me like a joke. Only you two were willing to provoke everyone else just to defend my meager dignity. You let me keep a shred of face. Unfortunately, I have plans today. Before I leave, I'll be sure to treat you both to dinner. A simple greeting, a simple farewell. And just as Jiang Huai was about to enter the restaurant, Su-sun stopped him. Maybe try another place, for the sake of your dinner going smoothly. Sometimes the unspoken understanding between men is simple, even without spelling it out. A single look told Jiang Huai everything he needed to know. Right. Thank you for the heads up. As both sides went their separate ways, Xia Ziyi happened to walk out the door. She saw that familiar back, and she saw the final moment of farewell between the two sides. Why? Damn you, Su Sun. You really were lying to me. Achoo. Su Sun sneezed and looked around, muttering, why does it feel like someone is cursing me? Is it my imagination? Su Mayan smiled faintly. Maybe. Perhaps some glutton at home is annoyed that you went out for a feast without them and is bad-mouthing you right now. Ha? Has Emperor Bai Nian's nagging reached such potent levels already? Alright, stop dawdling. If we drag this out any longer, the food will be cold. Carrying several large bags of takeout, Su Sun and Su Mayan quickly returned home. As soon as they entered, they saw Su Banian lying on the sofa looking half-dead, her limp appearance as if an evil spirit had sucked out her essence. She kept complaining, I'm starving, I'm starving. Beside her, Su Qingxia was thoroughly annoyed and couldn't help but bark, if you're starving, order delivery. Can't you find anything to eat if no one cooks for you? Who would have guessed that upon hearing this, Su Banian would spring up, laughing in anger. Delivery? Those two went out for a grand feast, and you're telling me to eat delivery? How could I possibly stomach that? Then why don't you go find a restaurant and have a grand feast yourself? Is complaining here all you're good for? I would, but do I have money? Give me some. Impossible. Su Qingxia turned her head away, pretending not to hear a thing. This action immediately prompted Su Banian to hurl a pillow at her. Furious, she bared her teeth and cursed, stingy. You can't even bear to pay for one meal. You'll be the death of me. Don't push it. I haven't even settled the account for the tens of thousands you swindled from me yet. Don't you dare try to get another cent. You miser. I'm going to fight you to the death. At the doorway, the two spectators watched the squabble silently. Su Sun raised an eyebrow at Su Mayan and teased, seems someone holds a deep grudge against us? Seeing Su Banian lift a pillow like a brick, Su Mayan immediately shouted, put that down. Am I gone for one moment and you're already planning a rebellion? Hiding the pillow behind her back, Su Banian grinned broadly and sauntered over. Big sister, you're back. Su Mayan remained stern. I hear you're quite resentful that we went out to eat? Su Banian shook her head repeatedly. No, no. It's all rumors. Someone is trying to frame me. Oh? And who is trying to frame you? Su Sun dangled the food bags in front of her, sighing, what a pity for the delicacies I brought back. It looks like we'll have to finish them all ourselves. Her nose twitched at the aroma, and suddenly, Su Banian's eyes lit up. Steak. Foie gras. Is that a roasted chicken too? Is all this for me? Of course this is before he could finish, Su Sun changed course, shifting his tone. Of course this is for Ms. Qingxia. She's been so immersed in her artistic creations, forgetting to eat and sleep, she definitely needs to nourish her body. Taking the food container, Su Qingxia was stunned for a moment, then overwhelmed with emotion. Xiao Sun, you're still so thoughtful towards me. This sudden reversal caused Su Banian's face to darken, she was so angry she nearly saw stars. She didn't care who the food was intended for, she snatched a box, grabbed a steak, and shoved it into her mouth. I'll eat. I'll eat until you die. Su Qingxia's face went cold. What are you doing, you little brat? Even if you don't give it to me, I'll eat it. It's all mine. I think your skin is really itching for a beating. Seeing a battle between the sisters about to erupt, Su Mayan had to pull them apart. Speechless, she said, I have plenty more. What are you fighting over? Where's the second sister? Didn't she cook? Why do you both look like you haven't eaten in days? Munching away, Su Banian mumbled, second sister was suddenly called away by a lawyer, so she didn't have time to cook. Su Mayan asked again, and your third sister? As an older sister, can't she even handle a meal for you? Hiccup. Third sister, she went on a date. What the hell? This time, it was Su Sun's turn to change his expression. However, Su Banian immediately added, with a woman, hiccup. Su Sun laughed. Actually, I didn't want to know that badly, you don't have to be so specific. Su Mayan rolled her eyes at Su Sun in silence before speaking to Su Banian with displeasure. If you can't finish it, eat slowly. No one is stealing it from you. Look at you, your mouth is all greasy, what kind of look is that? Su Qingxia will steal it, hiccup, hiccup. Moron. Aside from that word, Su Qingxia had no other way to describe the idiot in front of her, so she simply rolled her eyes and couldn't be bothered to respond. After the little farce, the four of them began their lunch in the living room, sipping on the red wine brought from the restaurant, looking quite content. Su Qingxia, however, was observant and noticed the wine wasn't ordinary. This wine seems expensive. Is it necessary to be this extravagant for a simple lunch? Su Sun was indifferent. Is it expensive? Whatever, it was a freebie, just drink it. Time passed in playful banter. Due to someone overindulging and getting drunk, she spent the entire afternoon in chaos. By evening, as the two who had been away returned, Su Banian finally sobered up a bit. Hey! Why did I sleep for 3 hours? Why does my neck hurt so much? I remember being Hey, hey! Don't look at me! Seeing her glance in his direction, Susan immediately assumed a defensive stance. Are you never going to finish? You sleep and now you want to blame someone else? I'm not taking the fall for this. Banyan frowned, feeling like something was off, but she couldn't quite place what it was. Could she really have just drunk too much? After dinner, everyone gathered in the living room. Su Shinsu's date went unremarked upon, though she had only gone out shopping with a classmate. Instead, it was Su Wenqing's experience today that caught everyone's attention. Today, she and the lawyer received a case. A large amount of human blood had been discovered in an alley near the neighborhood. According to police investigations, a group of tourists from the capital had gone missing, and the last surveillance footage of them stopped near that very street. Her law firm was assisting the police in searching for clues. With such a serious incident occurring nearby, the women subconsciously turned their gazes toward Su-sun. Su-sun paused. Why are you looking at me again? Don't tell me you think I did it? Well, actually, it was me. Su Wenqing immediately denied it. Xiao-sun, you misunderstood. I just wanted to say, please keep a closer eye on everyone lately. After all, the accident happened right in our vicinity, and since our house is full of women with only you as the man, only you can protect us from danger. Ha, leave it to me. Susan patted his chest, confidently promising after all, barring any accidents, the danger they spoke of was likely himself. By the way, there's one more thing. Recently, lawyers have been receiving quite a few cases regarding unidentified organisms. Some people have had property damaged, while others just had their food stolen. Isn't that bizarre? Susan frowned, realizing the matter wasn't simple. So that is indeed quite bizarre. But what the hell did that have to do with him? Time passed, and another day went by. In the morning, taking advantage of the nice weather, the restless Susan took the equally restless Su Banian out for a stroll. In the underground parking lot. Su Banian gazed at the sports car in front, pondering, this car has been parked next to our spot for a long time without moving. What a waste. Did the owner commit a crime and go to jail? If so, they should have at least left the keys so I could drive it. Susan interjected, you're the one who committed a crime and went to jail. Su Banian immediately refused to back down. Oh, look at that. I didn't think you had such a strong sense of justice, actually helping others speak up. I, Su, have always been righteous. Since you want to drive it so bad, next time I'll bring the keys and take you out for a spin. TCH, as if this car is yours. The car is literally mine. Keep blowing smoke. Driving the newly bought Mercedes, Susan took Su Banian to a park with beautiful scenery. But as soon as he parked the car, he coincidentally ran into Jiang Huai and his female companion. Susan touched his chin, realizing things were continuing to be not so simple. With this kind of luck, is there some side quest I haven't finished yet? Jiang Huai greeted him enthusiastically. Su-san? What a coincidence. You're here to unwind too? Su-san nodded. You could say that. The autumn breeze is cool, so I came out for some fresh air. Jiang Huai, you haven't left yet? What do you mean? You seem very eager for me to leave. Just a feeling, that's all. After all, you were hurt so badly, I thought you would want to leave this place of disappointment as soon as possible. Susan intended it as a joke, but Jiang Huai's expression suddenly turned grave. Susun's heart skipped a beat. Surely this Emperor Wu Hao couldn't take a joke. However, Jiang Huai said with utmost seriousness, I understand what you mean, but you've reminded me. After we parted ways yesterday, I saw Xia Zi. She seems to have misunderstood something and is extremely furious at you. Su-sun was confused. What? At me? That's right, you. She keeps thinking you deceived her. Based on my understanding of her, she is an extreme woman. I get the feeling she's going to do something to you, so watch out. Oh, and there's a girl called Su Banian. She explicitly said she wants to make this Su Banian pay the price. If you know her, give this Su Banian a warning. Nearby, Su Banian pointed at herself in a daze. Me? Wait a minute, why do I have a part in this? Jiang Huai looked somewhat surprised upon hearing this. So you're the Su Banian that Xia Zi mentioned? You'd better watch your back. She's a woman who can't stand being slighted. She'll definitely find a way to make trouble for you, especially given that she has both money and influence. Su Banian was left completely bewildered, unable to fathom why anyone would hold a grudge against her. She barely stepped out of the house, doing little more than grabbing breakfast or bubble tea. She kept to herself, knew no one, and the most she ever did was badmouth people behind their backs. How had she ended up on someone's target list? Wait, I have no enmity with her. Why would she come after me? No, wait, I don't even know her. How would she know my name? My eldest sister wouldn't talk about family affairs to outsiders, would she? Susun offered a reminder, maybe she found out you were badmouthing her. Su Banian blinked. Badmouthing her? When did I ever do that? Suddenly, she froze. Badmouthing her? I suppose I did say some righteous things in the heat of the moment, but how would she know? Could it be that big sister told her? She is truly. I'm dying. Susun was deeply moved by this display. This was true trust. She suspected her own dear eldest sister rather than even entertaining the thought that it was his doing. No. It's you. It was you, you bastard. It must be. Well, so much for being moved. A second later, Subanian was baring her teeth, pointing a menacing finger at Susun and cursing, I get it now. Was it you? Did you have nothing better to do than go to her and tattle? Why else would she even know who I am? Susun replied calmly, what are you talking about? I was just stating your position for you. Ah. You stinking Susun, I'll strangle you. I was just venting in private, and you actually went and told the person herself. Is there any other way you could try to sabotage your own family? Subanian threw a tantrum right there on the street, standing on her tiptoes, reaching out to try and choke Susun. Susun didn't care in the slightest. He grabbed her flailing hands and said something even more infuriating with a flat tone, I didn't tattle. Didn't you want to teach that heartless woman a lesson? I did you a favor and slapped her twice on your behalf, telling her you ordered it. What the hell? A thunderclap seemed to go off in her ears, and Subanian felt like the sky was falling. I ordered you to hit someone? She was stunned. She'd only been running her mouth. Who knew this bastard would actually dare to take action? And to make matters worse, he'd used her name to do it. She knew these wealthy, powerful female CEOs were the most prideful types. They couldn't suffer even the slightest grievance. If something happened, they'd try to mobilize the entire city to hunt the offender down. These people were the most petty. Big sister and third sister excluded, of course. Now that she'd been forced into the role of the culprit and offended this woman right in the middle of this messy emotional vortex, would she be issued a citywide bounty? Ah, I can't go on like this. I'll drag you down with me when I die. And so, the two of them scuffled in the middle of the street, pushing and pulling at each other. Jiang Huai exchanged a smile with the woman beside him. This scene brought him a sense of long-lost lightness and happiness, reminding him of what it was like at the very beginning with someone. It's really nice. The woman beside Jiang Huai looked at him with profound meaning. Rest assured, you will surely regain that kind of sincere and pure affection again. Perhaps. Jiang Huai slowly stepped forward, smiling as he interrupted the two brawlers. Alright, you two, it's not that serious. Xia Zi isn't that deranged. You don't need to be so terrified, I was just reminding you to be a little careful. Really? I don't believe you. Subanian pouted, unconvinced. Your ex-girlfriend has practically turned into an epic-level bitter woman, and I've already interfered in your romantic disputes. She must be absolutely seething with resentment right now. Jiang Huai felt like he had a lump in his throat. He really didn't know how to refute that. Alright, Sister Banian, don't worry. If the sky falls, there's a man beside you to hold it up. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Su Rui. It's a pleasure to meet you both. We have to go, so have a good time. After the introduction, Su Rui pulled Jiang Huai away in a hurry, leaving Su Banian behind to contemplate. That's right, if the sky falls, isn't there someone right here to hold it up? She turned her head to look. Su, where'd he go? She glanced down and saw Susan squatting on the ground, scrolling through suggestive short videos. An expression of speechless contempt flickered in her eyes. In a fit of pique, she kicked out at him. Unfortunately, Susun didn't even look up. Reflectively, he reached out and grabbed her ankle midair, right where her white sock was. Nianzi, I've been giving you too much face lately, haven't I? You're starting to get brazen. With that, he peeled off her shoe, pulled at her sock, and began a rapid-fire finger drill against the sole of her foot. Ah, let me go. See if you get wild again. I'll show you. Ugh, that's gross, you have smelly feet. As if repulsed, Susun dropped her and took off running. Su Banian was frozen. Her feet smelled? This fairy's feet were clearly fragrant, alright? Unwilling to accept this, Subanian leaned against a car window, propping one leg up and pulling her snowy white foot toward her nose. Smelly feet? Where is there a smell? Click, click. As Subanian looked up in confusion, she realized Susun was standing opposite her, holding his phone and having captured that awkward moment. Her face stiffened. Yo, Yusomion's nibbling on their own foot in public? Aren't you disgusted? Ah, Susun, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Subanian completely snapped. She didn't even have time to put her shoe back on properly. She grabbed her socks and shoe and hobbled towards Susun, looking like she wanted to eat him alive. You can't catch me, you can't catch me. Go eat dirt, you foot nibbler. Damn it, what are you throwing? A sock. Subanian, don't force me to be ruthless. A flurry of sock throwing finally hit Susun. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse, Subanian snatched his phone. Just as she tapped into his gallery to delete the ugly photos, a notification popped up. Subanian tapped it out of habit. Clicking into someone's private messages, she saw that the message was a suggestive short video. Very good. There's actually a woman so shameless as to blatantly seduce you. No, wait, why does this woman look a bit like... Just as she prepared to examine it more closely, the phone was snatched back by a large hand. She looked up to meet Susun's awkward but polite smile. It's just deleting photos, let's talk about it later, let's talk later. Who was that person who sent the private message? Why did she look a bit like... Ha ha ha. Su Sun interrupted loudly. Look like who? I'm an influencer online, you know. It's perfectly normal for people who are obsessed with my talent to show their appreciation, isn't it? No. Don't change the subject. Su Banian narrowed her eyes. After a sudden "oh," her eyes glinted sharply. I remember now. I knew something felt off. It's because that woman looks a bit like Third Sister. You actually used Third Sister's photos to make AI-generated suggestive content. You are truly shameless. Su Sun was nearly choked by these words. Waves of speechlessness washed over him, and he realized he had still overestimated the brains of a certain someone. His sisters were cold, gentle, charming, or cute. Su Qingxia, being a celebrity, was naturally versatile and capable of pulling off various styles. Since the sisters look so similar, if Su Qingxia were to film sexy short videos, wouldn't she naturally gravitate towards Su Shinro's vibe? Su Sun suddenly let out a mysterious smile. Why didn't you say she looked like you? Su Banian blinked, stunned. Oh, wait. It actually does look a bit like me. You actually used my photos to make those AI videos. Disgusting. Shameless. Hey, that's going too far. I'm literally standing right here, do you really have to be so desperate? What on earth are you saying? Although her voice was small, Su Sun still managed to discern the meaning. Was it the meaning he thought it was? How about we go to the car? Or find a hotel to rest for a while? Who's going to the car with you? Shameless. Ah, I'm so embarrassed. Her attitude made a sudden 180-degree turn. Su Banian covered her face and ran away in shy agitation, leaving Su Sun dumbfounded, staring after her in utter confusion. Was she suffering from multiple personality disorder? As expected, the logic and thought patterns of a certain amoeba-brained organism were beyond his comprehension. Just then, a sudden wave of dizziness hit Su Sun, accompanied by a long-lost sensation waking his memory. At the same time, a familiar yet alien voice emerged in his mind. Su Sun, from this moment on, complete your final mission, to maintain the stability of the various worlds. What the hell? Su Sun's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. I'm about to clear the game, and you're telling me there's still an unfinished mission. What the hell were you doing all this time? Are you just popping out now to prove you exist? I refuse. If you refuse, this current world and all the worlds connected to it may face total collapse. Everyone except you will. Actually, come to think of it, idle hands are the devil's workshop. I'm the type of person who loves to stir up trouble. Su Sun. Su Sun. Su Sun, are you kidding me? Speak, damn it. Do you want me to guess? Very well. I shall continue. Because you failed to complete the mission this time, it triggered a major chain reaction, causing the world of that year. Su Sun, wait, how did me staying behind affect the world? I didn't even do anything. Su Sun asked again, fine, let's change the question. What kind of chain reaction did it cause? Su Sun asked once more, I've always been curious, why was I chosen to complete these missions? Is it just to correct a world of chaotic logic? And what the hell was up with those children's films before? I hadn't decided. Su Sun, you motherfucker. Sigh, forget it. You go on. I'm exhausted. Currently, for unknown reasons, the world has become distorted. Many people and objects that do not belong here have appeared. Rebirths and resurrections that should never have happened are occurring one after another. Your final mission is to eliminate all unstable factors and prevent chaos across multiple worlds. Additionally, since this is an add-on mission, you will receive a new reward, the ability to travel at will between any world you are connected to. The past was too painful to look back on. Su Sun had seen glory, but he had also hit rock bottom, and to be honest, he spent most of his time at the bottom. To be perfectly frank, returning to those heartbreaking places was a reward not worth having. How about you change the ability? Like, making me or the people around me immortal or something? Seriously, answer me? You drop a bombshell and run away again? Su Sun was numb. This inexplicable piece of junk only appeared at the beginning and end of every lifetime. Once it issued a directive, it acted like it was dead. No matter what he did, he couldn't summon it back. All things considered, this was the most it had ever spoken. Fine. I guess I'll have to break this deadlock on my own. Su Sun pondered. If the world was distorted and forces from multiple sides were leaking in, that meant there had been signs for a long time. He had wondered how a world of domestic trivialities could produce someone like Qinyu, a character akin to a Dragon King. Speaking of which, Qinyu has been quiet for a while. Did he actually go back to his dragon palace? Besides Qinyu, there was Yi Chen. Well, if the Deaf King selling birdcages didn't count, then there was the Taoist Wushou, those three old men, or the martial arts practitioners of the Huang family in the capital. These were all signs, he should have realized it sooner. Then there was Su Wen. Although the thief system was a common trope in those abusive-style novels, the infinite advertisement-based resurrections were truly absurd. But Su Wen was already dead, not a trace left. So who were these resurrections and rebirths referring to? Right, wasn't the Qin Xian from before an immortal venerable returned? Su Sun suddenly realized something terrifying, not all of these outsiders were mere intruders. Characters like a certain Tiger King or an Ape King were like entities suddenly dropped into another world, but characters like Qin Xian already had established identities and histories within the current world. In other words, some worlds were experiencing pure intrusions, while others had already begun to merge. Qin Xian was one such case, and perhaps the recent regretful husband chasing Jiang Huaixia was another. Unstable factors. Su Xin felt he finally understood what he had to do. The intruders could be erased at will, but for the fused entities, the only way was to resolve the primary unstable factors. Wait. Did I forget something? Meanwhile, Su Banian, who had run off, reached the edge of an artificial lake. Just as she was about to happily tease someone's dog, she found herself surrounded by two strange women and a group of men in black suits. Are you guys here to tease the dog, too? The fat woman let out a scoffing laugh. Ziyi, this girl looks like she's easy to fool. That's right, the newcomers were none other than Xia Ziyi and her close friend, the fat woman named Li Miao, who had looked down on Su Sun at the class reunion. I was originally looking for Huai, but I didn't expect a surprise bonus. Xia Ziyi looked arrogant, her expression icy as she scanned Su Banian with a cold gaze. Are you Su Banian? Were you the one who ordered Su Sun to lay hands on me? In an instant, Su Banian shook her head like a rattledrum. You've got the wrong person. It's true my surname is Su, but my name is Su Miao Miao. Don't play dumb. I've looked up your sister's files. You have two choices, kneel and apologize to me, or I will return the injury I suffered back to you tenfold. Su Banian didn't hesitate. Then I'll just kneel and apologize. Ha ha. Seeing that Su Banian was actually going to kneel, her spinelessness genuinely surprised Xia Ziyi. After all, Su Mayan was such a proud person, how could her sister be so cowardly? However, while she had originally intended to offer two choices, kneeling and apologizing wasn't enough to soothe the pain of the slap she had received. Miao Miao, hold her down for me. I want her to taste what it's like to be humiliated in public. Damn it. You have no integrity. Su Banian gritted her teeth and shifted into a defensive stance. Typical. Just say you want to beat me up if you want to. Don't act all high and mighty. Tui. You've got guts now, but it's too late. Hold her down. Ah. Help. Someone's trying to kill me. Just as Su Banian was being pinned down by Li Miao and Xia Ziyi was about to slap her, at this critical moment, a roar echoed in everyone's ears. Xia Ziyi, that's enough. Jiang Huai, filled with heartbreak and disappointment, had arrived. My Nian Nian. Xia Ziyi felt a moment of panic. Although she knew Jiang Huai was in this park, she had never imagined that her violent actions would be witnessed on the spot. Especially at this moment when their relationship was already fracturing, seeing the look of utter disappointment on Jiang Huai's face felt like a knife being driven into her heart. Xia Ziyi immediately pushed aside the surrounding bodyguards and Li Miao, frantically explaining, "Why, I was just joking with this little girl. Please, don't misunderstand." But Jiang Huai had eyes, he had seen everything with his own two eyes. How could he continue to believe the nonsense spilling out of Xia Ziyi's mouth? Xia Ziyi, I once thought that while you might be unfaithful in our relationship, you were still the kind-hearted girl I knew. I never imagined that the fragile little flower I once loved would turn out to be this vicious. So this is your true face. This statement struck like a giant hand gripping her heart. Xia Ziyi choked, shaking her head repeatedly. No, that's not it. You've misunderstood. You really have misunderstood. Who would have thought? No sooner had the words left her lips than Su Banian, clutching her forehead, swayed and sat down on the ground. Brother Jiang. My head hurts so much. This woman just ordered that fat woman to hit me. I feel awful right now. Shut your mouth, you damn brat. Xia Ziyi was thoroughly enraged. She hadn't expected Su Banian to undermine her and frame her at such a time. But Jiang Huai had happened to catch the moment everyone was surrounding Su Banian. He saw the situation for exactly what it was. His face darkened as he roared, "Let that little girl go at once." Xia Ziyi. I know you hold a grudge against Su Sun for undermining you, but if you have a score to settle with him, then settle it with him. Laying your hands on someone around him is going too far. I didn't touch her. I didn't even know she was related to Su Sun. Su Banian rolled her eyes back. Oh dear. I don't think I'm going to make it. Brother Jiang, you have to tell Su Sun to run. This crazy woman said she was going to sink him to the bottom of the river. Shut up, you bitch. Xia Ziyi, stop right there. Jiang Huai bellowed, his heart aching with devastation. You're still threatening her even now? Do you think I'm blind to what just happened? It's not enough that you refuse to repent, you even want to retaliate against Su Sun? I must have been blind to ever like a vicious woman like you. Thud. Xia Ziyi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. What had she just heard? The man she loved most actually said he had been blind, that she was vicious? Jiang Huai regretted it. Jiang Huai actually regretted having been in a relationship with her. How dared he? How dare he treat her like this for the sake of another woman? Xia Ziyi looked at him, unable to believe her ears, her eyes filled with both sorrow and jealousy. What did you say? You regret loving me? Yes. The biggest regret of my life is falling for you. At those words, Xia Ziyi completely exploded, followed by a hysterical shriek. Jiang Huai. You're actually treating me like this for the sake of a stranger. Have you been sleeping with her this whole time? Don't talk nonsense. Today is the first time I've met her. Hearing this, Subanian, who was playing dead, immediately sat up to clarify, then promptly laid back down to continue her act. She was certain now, this Xia Ziyi was truly deranged. However, her explanation was powerless. To a selfish paranoid, whatever she believed was true, regardless of reality. Jiang Huai, after all these years we spent together, you're hurting me for the sake of another woman? Do you have no conscience? Jiang Huai laughed. It was one thing for the betrayer to refuse to admit fault, but to turn the tables and play the victim? I have no conscience? I've worked myself to the bone for you, and you say I have no conscience? Truly, selfish people will never admit their own mistakes. If you hadn't cheated first, how could we have ended up in this state today? I'm done wasting words with you. Let her go, now. Don't force me to cast aside what little remains of our past. Xia Ziyi's expression turned ruthless. What did you say? You're going to turn against me for her? And if I am? Xia Ziyi laughed in extreme anger. Fine. Then I'd like to see how you intend to treat me today. Li Miao. Wake that brat up for me. Su Banian squinted. From her perspective, Li Miao looked as towering as a mountain. Every step the massive woman took seemed to shake the earth. She was numb. Even while playing dead, she still couldn't escape. Since they wouldn't let her go, she wouldn't hold back. In her panic, she decided to strike first, screaming, "Ah, it hurts. Fat sister, why did you kick me?" This cry ignited the situation once more. In a fit of rage, Jiang Huai pushed past Xia Ziyi and her bodyguards, ran to Li Miao, kicked the massive woman over, and then helped up the frowning, stomach-clutching, pain-ridden Su Banian. At this moment, his fury had reached its peak. Su Sun was one of the few people who treated him like a human being, and now, his people were suffering because of him. He could not shirk this responsibility. And this Xia Ziyi, daring to commit violence right in front of his eyes, she was truly beyond saving. Xia Ziyi. You still dare to use violence? Are you trying to force me to cut the last thread of our past? Fine. Then I'll satisfy you. Xia Ziyi was stunned. She turned and glared at Li Miao, scolding unhappily, I told you to wake her up, not to beat her. Aren't you just making Huai misunderstand me? Xia Ziyi rushed to explain to Jiang Huai, Huai, I didn't. I truly didn't order Li Miao to do that. But Li Miao was stubborn. Since she was already being blamed, she saw no point in explaining. In her eyes, Su Banian was just a wet-behind-the-ears brat, so what did it matter if she hit her? Besides, she had always looked down on Jiang Huai anyway. If the relationship between the two broke, it would be for the best. Ziyi, why do you care about the feelings of a waste like him? Are you actually intimidated by him? He's just your dog. Even if you hit the brat, what could he possibly do to you? Li Miao. What are you blathering about? I didn't tell you to touch her. Xia Ziyi rushed in front of Jiang Huai, grabbing his hand. Huai, I really didn't, you have to believe me. Enough. Jiang Huai flung her hand away. How much longer are you going to deny it? It was clearly your order to Li Miao. Jiang Huai, don't push your luck. Are you really going to turn against our Ziyi for another woman? Xia Ziyi turned back and roared, Li Miao, shut your mouth. Will you stop ruining things for me? Enough, stop with the hypocrisy. Xia Ziyi, I've finally seen your true colors. You're a cold-blooded snake. We aren't finished with what happened today. Wait, Huai. Move aside. The two were locked in a tug-of-war, yet Jiang Huai only vented his anger without taking any real action. Su Banian was barely holding it together. What kind of patience cultivation had he undergone? If she were being pestered by such a shameless person, she would have slapped them into next week. But this Jiang Huai? Despite reaching his boiling point, he couldn't bring himself to deal a truly heavy blow. Was this really the cuckold emperor that Su Sun had spoken of? Over there, the pair continued to bicker and trade barbs. And on the other side, Su Sun, who had been watching the show for long enough, could no longer contain himself. He suspected that Jiang Huai and Xia Ziyi were the protagonists of a chasing the husband to regret novel, and the unstable factor was the female lead, Xia Ziyi. If the male lead, Jiang Huai, could just stand tall and break the conventions, he might be able to correct the issues of that world. But he had waited for half a day, and Jiang Huai was as forbearing and spineless as ever. Forget about killing the scum, he should at least take actual action to prove his resolve. But what had he been doing all this time? Just barking threats without even laying a finger on anyone. If this kept up, wouldn't Xia Ziyi just go through the routine of crying, causing a scene, and threatening to hang herself? Heir? Why did I think of that? If it resulted in crying, scenes, and attempted suicide, wouldn't Jiang Huai just wag his tail and go back to her? Wouldn't the world eventually collapse because of that? It seemed that in order to eliminate the unstable factor that was Xia Ziyi and make Jiang Huai stand up for himself, he really had to step in personally. With a heartbroken, mournful cry, Su Sun flashed onto the scene. Ah, Nian Nian. My little Nian Nian. I was only gone for a moment, what happened to you? It's you! It's you, you stinking loser! Before Li Miao's voice had even faded, a sound rang out. Hiya! Su Sun, who had just brushed past her, instantly spun 180 degrees in place and landed a heavy slap squarely on Li Miao's fat face, sending waves of flesh rippling. Ah! With a miserable shriek, Li Miao's mountain-like body crashed to the ground, shaking the floor as if from an earthquake. Li Miao was stunned. She had actually been hit. You loser! How dare you hit me? At these words, Su Sun's gaze sharpened, and he raised his arm again, appearing ready to strike. Xia Ziyi, reacting quickly, immediately stepped in front of Li Miao. She glared at Su Sun with an indisputably majestic and ferocious look, preventing him from making any further moves. Just as everyone thought Su Sun would fight to the bitter end, to everyone's surprise, Su Sun let out a long sigh, helplessly shifting his gaze toward Jiang Huai. He carefully helped Su Banian up, his eyes darting back and forth between Jiang Huai and Xia Ziyi. Finally, he said with a look of resignation, Jiang Huai, although we haven't known each other long, I truly sympathize with your situation from the bottom of my heart, and I have always treated you as a friend. But what about you? My person is right here in front of you. Yet you sit by and watch as she is bullied and humiliated by your toxic girlfriend. I am so disappointed in you. Jiang Huai's expression was one of self-reproach. It's not enough. Su Sun raised a hand to stop him, his disappointment plain to see. I suppose I misjudged you. I shouldn't have treated you like a friend. Otherwise, the people around me wouldn't have been dragged into this because of you. Su Sun's words seemed to carry a strange power. Though they had only met recently, memories flooded Jiang Huai's mind like a montage. He remembered Su Sun standing up for him with righteous indignation when he was being mocked and ridiculed. He remembered him engaging in a war of words against the crowd when he was being insulted. And he remembered Su Sun, a total stranger, losing his composure and resorting to violence just because he couldn't stand seeing Jiang Huai mistreated. Yes, Su Sun was one of the few people who truly never looked down on him. And he, in turn, had just watched his person get caught in the crossfire because of him. He was such a coward. After putting on a show of choking back sobs, Su Sun slowly helped Su Banian up, his heartache evident. Nian Nian, you've suffered. I'm late. Su Banian, well versed in playing the part, immediately reddened her eyes and squeezed out a few tears, sobbing softly, It's okay, my face just hurts a little. But I don't blame Brother Jiang, don't be mad at him. I'm not mad at him. I'm mad at myself for being a poor judge of character. Su Sun glanced at Jiang Huai as if accidentally. I thought I'd found a friend I could entrust my back to, but it turns out I was just being sentimental from start to finish. I suppose it makes sense after all, it's 5 years of history, so how could I, a stranger, expect him to protect me over his beloved? Xuan, this isn't Brother Zhong's fault. Actually, Brother Jiang is powerless, after all, the other side is rich and powerful. It's only human nature to avoid trouble. I understand. It's just too close, you almost fell victim to their cruelty. The two of them poured out their hearts to each other, expressing deep affection. Hearing this, Jiang Huai felt even more ashamed and self-reproachful. Even at this point, Su Sun and the others were still speaking up for him. Yet he, meanwhile, only dared to raise his voice at Xia Ziyi. If this didn't make him a coward, what did? Xia Ziyi smiled, especially when she saw Jiang Huai's lack of reaction. She became even more certain that she was far more important to him than Su Sun. Of course 5 years of feelings, no matter the conflict, were not something a stranger met a few days ago could compare to. Su Sun, stop putting on this pathetic display. No one in the world is more important to Ah Huai than me. You think you can trick Ah Huai into fighting me? Keep dreaming. Since you're here, let's settle old scores and new ones together. Whichever hand you used to hit Miao Miao, I'll make you feel the pain of a broken bone in that same hand. And as for this crazy girl next to you, for Mayan's sake, I won't go too far, but she must still kneel and kowtow to me for forgiveness. At these words, Su Sun appeared timid, yet he still displayed a masculine air by shielding Su Banian behind him. However, the panic on his face caused the crowd to burst into laughter. Su Banian whispered from behind him, Are you really being this reasonable today? You aren't actually afraid of them, are you? To tell you the truth, I really have to be afraid today. What the hell? Su Banian's eyes widened in disbelief. You can literally stop a missile with your bare hands, and you're afraid of these small-time thugs? Don't mess with me. Truth be told, that last time I took a hit, it drained my superpowers. I'm just a weakling now. No way, it works like that? Su Banian was truly panicking now. She had been throwing her weight around, fearing nothing, all because she relied on Su Sun's strength. And now she was being told Su Sun was in a weakened state? Did that mean they were going to get finished off here today? Come to think of it, this seemed to be the first time she had ever seen Su Sun so uneasy. A few seconds later. Whatever she was thinking, Su Banian's gaze suddenly turned firm. With a heroic posture, she pulled Su Sun behind her, using her relatively petite frame to block him off. Xia Ziyi looked confused. What's the meaning of this? You're still not convinced? Su Banian huffed, Xia Ziyi. Let me tell you. I've taken this loss today, but if you dare hurt Su Sun, my eldest sister won't let you off. Xia Ziyi laughed instantly, You've severed ties with the Su family, and your eldest sister is nothing now. I'm already giving her face by only asking you to kowtow. But Su Sun. He's trying to sow discord between Ah Huai and Mei He is unforgivable. You wouldn't dare. What makes you think I wouldn't dare? In that moment, Su Sun stood there, stunned, looking at Su Banian as if he were seeing her for the first time. He truly never expected that this annoying pest, who usually spent her days cheating and causing trouble, would actually step up at a critical moment. It seemed his pampering hadn't gone to waste. Cough, cough. Su Sun cleared his throat and gave an awkward smile. Look, Miss Xia, there's actually a bit of a misunderstanding between us. How about this, you give me a chance, and I'll take my people and run off immediately. I'll never be an eyesore to you again. Hearing this, Xia Ziyi felt incredibly triumphant. So you are afraid? But do you really think I'll let you off that easily? Hey, if you keep pushing, I'm going to lose my temper. Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Bite? Let's see you bite if you can. Xia Ziyi clapped her hands, and a group of bodyguards immediately closed in. You certainly have some strength, but can your 2 fists beat all these people? Don't bother struggling. Don't go too far. Or I'll drag you down with me when I die. That's the spirit. That's enough. Just then, Zhang Huai, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spat out the words. Xia Ziyi could not have been happier. It was as if her excitement were written all over her face. See? Huai still cares about me. Su Sun, you two are not getting away with this today. I said that you have had enough. With a roar from Zhang Huai, the joy on Xia Ziyi's face froze instantly. You're yelling at me? Zhang Huai offered a self-deprecating smile, then, his face filled with coldness, he walked up to Xia Ziyi and slapped her across the face without another word. Smack! Xia Ziyi stood there, stunned. You actually hit me? In the past, whenever Xia Ziyi felt wronged, she would be met with Zhang Huai's flustered self-reproach. But this time, there wasn't a shred of guilt in his eyes, only endless indifference. Yes. And what if I did? Xia Ziyi, you really have had enough. How did you become so vicious? Where did that simple, kind-hearted little girl go? You knew full well that Su Sun is my friend, yet you humiliated and insulted him to my face again and again, even trying to cripple him. You keep saying you love me, but is this how you love me? By hurting everyone who has a connection to me? On the other side, the two, Su Sin and his companion, were deeply shocked by this scene. Su Banian was so startled his mouth hung open, and he muttered, Is Zhang Huai actually this terrifying when he's angry? You scared me. Su Sun, however, secretly clenched his fists in excitement. Finally! Emperor Wu Hao has finally stood his ground. Yes. Su Banian blinked. Wu Hao. Who's that? At this moment, Xia Ziyi was already sobbing uncontrollably. This was the first time Zhang Huai had ever laid a hand on her. All the little moments of happiness they once shared seemed to vanish into thin air with that slap, but it also brought her a sense of sobriety. Because she knew, Zhang Huai was truly angry this time. It's not like that, Huai. I only wanted to scare them. How could I possibly move against your friends? How could you not? If I hadn't stepped in to stop it, would this have been just scaring them? Xia Ziyi, you are so hypocritical. I'm hypocritical? Xia Ziyi choked back tears, laughing in her desperation. It was clearly him who provoked me first. What did I do wrong? You're still shifting the blame. You never admit to your own problems. It was clear that you were the ones who looked down on him first. He only acted against you because of me. According to your logic, because he wanted to defend my pathetic pride, he shouldn't have retorted? He should have just let you and your trashy friends mock and despise mayor boyfriendies that it. Xia Ziyi. Do you have a problem with him, or do you look down on me? I am so disappointed in you. In certain stories, I am so disappointed in you is the most venomous phrase in the world. Xia Ziyi felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her brain reeled, and she nearly gasped for air. No, I don't look down on you. How could I possibly look down on you? Huai, you are the person I love the most. Shut up. Isn't your most loved Chen Hengza? No, that's different. Just give me some time, I'll fix this, okay? Zhang Huai was completely speechless, filled with absolute despair. At this point, Xia Ziyi didn't even bother to lie, she was still greedily trying to hold on to both sides. This was no longer about being confused, this was pure, unadulterated bitchiness. Huai, let's just. You shut up first. A string of message notifications interrupted Zhang Huai's focus. Perhaps to ease his emotions, he pulled out his phone. But when he saw the content, he suddenly laughed. In an instant, all the strength in his body seemed to be drained, leaving him with a profound sense of powerlessness. Fine. It was my own delusion. It was all my own delusion. And really, how could it ever be straightforward? I suppose I was just too stupid and naive. Zhang Huai's sudden state of dejection left Xia Ziyi at a loss. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. Huai, what's wrong? Did something happen? It's okay, as long as I'm here, you don't need to fear anything. Get lost. Zhang Huai shook off her hand. At this moment, his eyes held only hatred. Xia Ziyi froze in place, confused. She didn't understand what Zhang Huai had seen to cause such an emotional shift. Oh, damn. Without anyone noticing, Su Banian had come up behind Zhang Huai and, tilting his head, clearly saw the contents of the phone. The phone was filled with intimate photos and videos of Xia Ziyi. But the man in them wasn't Jiang Huai, it was another stranger. And the sender was none other than Shin Hongza. Jiang Huai. Your woman's lips are so soft. Especially at night, she's just too enticing. What is this? This guy on the other end is so shameless. How could he be so pushy and arrogant? Following Su Bainyan's retelling and snark, Xia Ziyi's expression changed instantly, and she reached out to grab the phone. But Jiang Huai naturally didn't indulge her, holding the phone high above his head and ignoring her look of panic. Ah Huai, who was it? Who sent you that message just now? That's none of your business. Hearing this, Su Sen rolled his eyes, nearly spitting blood. He'd finally managed to stand his ground, and now he was starting to hold back again. Why bother saving face for her at a time like this? For the sake of the mission, and to ensure Jiang Huai regained his dignity, Su Sun had to stir the pot once more. Do you even have to ask? Obviously, it's your Hongza Gigi. You two really are something else. It's one thing to be shameless in private, but to flaunt it right in front of the man himself. This is going way too far. Impossible. Hongza is such a kind person, he would never do something like this. At this, even Jiang Huai was so angry he laughed. He slapped Xia Ziyi again and held the phone right in front of her. Look clearly. The evidence is indisputable. Are you going to tell me this isn't you? That it's AI generated? Once she saw the content of the phone, Xia Ziyi looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Then came a surge of deep, boiling rage. Shen Hongza. How dare he? That bastard. Ah Huai, I will give you an explanation for this. Don't be angry yet. I promise I will cut ties with Shen Hongza from now on. My world will only have you, okay? Get out. Do you think I'll believe you again? Ah Huai, believe me this time. Yes. I'll go find Shen Hongza right now and make him pay. I'll go beat his mouth to a pulp. As they bickered, Xia Ziyi seemed to have finally seen Shen Hongza for what he was, her face full of infatuation. Even Su Bainyan almost believed it, unable to stop himself from remarking, this Shen Hongza guy is truly stupid. To send evidence right to the main guy's face? Well, now Xia Ziyi is really angry. This Shen fellow is probably in for a world of hurt. Su Sun remained skeptical, rubbing his chin with a frown, his eyes thoughtful. Really? I don't buy it. It feels like something is still missing. Sure enough, the very next second, Xia Ziyi's phone rang. What? Hongza has a stomach ache? Wait for me. I'm coming right over. Instantly, Su Sun jumped up in excitement. Yes. That's the spirit. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Su Sun was just thinking that something felt off, and in the next second, Xia Ziyi pulled off a move so absurd it defied logic. Going to look after someone because they have diarrhea, this has to be the most mind-blowing plot twist in the entire history of web novels. After all, those high-level players usually go for fevers, car accidents, or at the very least, a trip to the hospital after a dramatic fall. He even suspected that if Jiang Huai heard this excuse, he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter on the spot. And as he expected, sure enough, Jiang Huai let out a cold, sharp scoff. Yes, Su Sun had guessed it exactly right. Jiang Huai found Xia Ziyi increasingly hypocritical and repulsive. Just a moment ago, seeing her looking so full of remorse and guilt, he had actually believed that she had realized her mistakes. Especially the scene where she learned the truth and berated Shang Hongza, the solemn promises she made had almost made him dazed. Yet, Xia Ziyi didn't give him a chance to delude himself. She turned right around to go look after the very man she had claimed she wanted revenge against just a moment ago. As expected, the gap between loving someone and not is just that obvious. Ah Huai, wait here for me, I'll be back in a jiffy. Jiang Huai laughed. The anxiety in her eyes seemed to mock his own ridiculous expectations. Just as Xia Ziyi turned around, a voice boomed, "Stop right there." Xia Ziyi froze in her tracks. Xia Ziyi, if you walk out that door today, there is no turning back. Su Sun's eyes went wide, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't help but mutter on the spot, "Dude, are you a ninja turtle or something? You're still thinking about turning back at a time like this?" Jiang Huai acted as if he hadn't heard him, only saying, "Don't worry, I will give you both an explanation today." Su Sun was paralyzed. "No, I wanted you to man up and crush the scumbag girl. Do I need you to stick your neck out for me? I need you to help me complete the mission." Though he didn't know what Su Sun was talking about, Jiang Huai had already made up his mind that he would make Xia Ziyi bow her head and apologize. And seeing Jiang Huai trying to keep her, it had to be said that Xia Ziyi was truly shaken. She wouldn't let go of this sliver of hope for reconciliation she had fought so hard for, but she also couldn't just sit idly by while Shang Hongza was sick. And so, she was caught in an agonizing dilemma. Perhaps it was Jiang Huai's retreat that made Xia Ziyi forget his previous cold resolve, causing her greed and wishful thinking to stir once more. "Ah Huai, I will come back to find you. Wait for me, okay?" Jiang Huai scoffed, "Wait for you? Just like before, leaving me standing there while you and your senior Shang spend days billing and cooing together? Do you still take me for a fool?" "Xia Ziyi, that won't happen. As soon as I'm done looking after Hongza, I'll come straight back to you. I absolutely won't linger." "Ha! Laughable. You were just swearing your love for me. And now, right to my face, you say you're going to look after another man. Your love really is dirt cheap." Xia Ziyi shook her head repeatedly, reaching out to grab Jiang Huai's hand. It's not like that. You're the only one I love. Hongza is just a friend of mine, and he doesn't have any friends in Jiang City. If something happens to him, I'm the only one who can care for him. No friends. Damn it, are there no doctors or nurses in the hospital? Is he a grown man who doesn't know how to see a doctor? Does a case of diarrhea really require you to provide intimate bedside service? Xia Ziyi shouted in a fit of rage. Jiang Huai, can you stop using your filthy mind to slander others? 6. At this moment, Su Sun couldn't find words to describe Xia Ziyi's character, so he just blurted out a 6 to express his recognition of the absurdity. Even Su Banian, for the first time in her life, was left speechless by someone. She couldn't help but mumble, then were the videos and photos from earlier fake? How can you call it slander when the evidence is irrefutable? The voice was soft, but Xia Ziyi caught it clearly. It gave her an outlet for all the grievance and anger she was already carrying. She spun around and roared at Su Banian, if you don't keep your mouth shut, don't blame me for smashing your face in. Damn it. That's it. Su Sun immediately rolled up his sleeves. He didn't want to wait for Jiang Huai to regain his manhood anymore, he'd do it himself. Daring to lay a hand on his knee as if Xia Ziyi had brought this upon herself. Screw the damn mission, that could wait. Faster than a blink, Su Sun unleashed a fierce palm strike aimed at Xia Ziyi's shameless face. Slap. The sound of a palm striking flesh rang out, but Su Sun stood frozen in place. Because the slap hadn't come from him, it was Jiang Huai. Xia Ziyi wore a look of total disbelief, not realizing that her own words had completely ignited Jiang Huai's fury. Xia Ziyi, I am so disappointed in you, you still won't restrain yourself even now. Since you want to leave, you'll apologize before you go. You have to give brother Su Sun and sister Banian an explanation today. Xia Ziyi covered her face, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. You actually hit me. Brother Su Sun is right. A woman like you deserves a harsh lesson. I was blind to have held you in the palm of my hand and pampered you. But from now on, never again. Xia Ziyi smiled a smile filled with bitterness, a smile filled with sorrow. Wait. Suddenly, Su Sun shouted. Listen, great Emperor Ruyan, stop smiling for a second. Su Sun walked up to Jiang Huai and grabbed him by the collar. What is the meaning of this? Are you putting on a show for me? Jiang Huai didn't have time to react. The bewildered Su Banian immediately stepped in to break them up. Hey. You're getting mad at the wrong person. He's an ally. Seeing this, Xia Ziyi wiped away her tears and, without a word, grabbed Su Sun by the collar too, daring to touch my Awai? You're looking for death. When Su Banian saw Xia Ziyi lay hands on Su Sun, she bristled with rage and reached out to claw at Xia Ziyi's hair. You bitch. How dare you lay a hand on my Sun Sun? Seeing her best friend being bullied, Li Miao realized this was her chance to shine. Thinking she was back in the game, she charged with her hefty frame and slammed into Su Banian. A miserable shriek immediately rang out. Seeing Li Miao bullying Su Banian again, Jiang Huai's temper flared up once more, pinning all the blame on Xia Ziyi. He swung his hand again, another slap landing hard. You still dare to have your people attack? Xia Ziyi, don't force me to stop showing mercy. Seeing Xia Ziyi get hit, Su Sun tightened his grip on Jiang Huai's collar even further. Good kid, playing me for a fool, huh? Wait. Everyone stop. Let me sort this out first. Su Banian climbed up from the ground, clutching her waist. She finally realized what was wrong, though her head was still spinning. Wait Jiang, you hit Xia because I was pulled in. Xia hit someone, I fought back, Li Miao bumped me, and because she bumped me, Jiang blames Xia? And after Xia gets hit, you go after Jian? No. Su Sun, why are you sticking your neck out for Xia Ziyi? Su Banian's eyebrows shot up. She looked at Su Sun with an expression of shocked disappointment. Don't tell me you and Xia Ziyi. That's right. Xia Ziyi and wait, no. What am I even saying? What wild thoughts are you having? Do you really think I'm that kind of person? After giving Su Banian a speechless glare, Su Sun refocused his attention on Jiang Huai. Good for you. I treated you like a friend, and yet you plotted against me. Jiang Huai was completely bewildered by this. I finally grew a spine just like you wanted, why are you still picking on me? Su Sun continued, fine, Jiang Huai. Even now, you're still protecting Xia Ziyi. What? Jiang Huai was stunned. You knew I was going to smash Xia Ziyi's face in, so you struck first to put on a show for me, trying to make me let it go. Oh, Jiang Huai. She treated you like that, and you're still thinking about her? Do you even have any self-respect as a man? Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyi's face lit up with joy. As I thought, Huai still loves me. Slap. Su Sun gave her a resounding backhand. Nobody asked you to speak. You? How dare you hit me? Someone. Break his legs. Jiang Huai's eyes turned icy. I'd like to see who dares to touch a single hair on Su Sun's head. Li Miao, don't get cocky, Jiang Huai. Everyone, get him. Take him down with the rest of them. Xia Ziyi's face went cold. Everyone, stop. I want to see who dares to lay a hand on a Huai. Su Banian, everyone, stop. I don't think I have a part in this scene. Screw you, you fat cow. How dare you blare at me? Do you really think this young lady is someone to be bullied? Since she didn't have a role, she forced one. Seeing Li Miao getting ready to pounce, Subanian took a running start and delivered a flying kick to Li Miao's face, then climbed on top of her and began raining down blows. I'll teach you to bully me. I'll teach you to bully me. I'll beat you to death, you pig. Ah, you little bitch. Li Miao screamed, rising in a fury. Her mountain-like frame knocked Subanian to the ground, and the two began brawling in front of everyone. Stupid fifth. Seeing the situation reverse, Su Sun grabbed Jiang Huai by the collar. If Subanian loses a single hair today, I'm holding you accountable. Xia Zi's expression shifted. Whatever it is, take it out on me. Let go of Ah Huai. Not a chance. I don't hit women. If I can't deal with you, I'll deal with your pathetic husband. Xia Zi turned and roared at Li Miao. Li Miao, stop this instant. If you hurt this man named Su, I won't forgive you. Li Miao, at this moment? She was stunned. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be us against them? By the end of this, you four are thick as thieves and I'm the only outsider? But Li Miao wasn't one to swallow her pride. She'd already taken enough crap from Su Sun. If she couldn't even handle a brat, what was the point of living? You brat, I'm going to kill you today. Ah, Su Sun, help. I can't win. As she said this, Su Sun slapped Jiang Huai across the face. Do you see it now? This is the woman you love so dearly. After a brief silence, Jiang Huai slapped Xia Zi in the face. Enough. Xia Zi, you've disappointed me too much. Stunned for 2 seconds, Xia Zi strode over to Li Miao, pulled her up, and slapped her across the face. Did you not hear what I said? Do you have to force a falling out between me and Ah Huai? Li Miao gritted her teeth and lunged at Su Sun, throwing a heavy swing. It's all you're stirring the pot. Hi-ya. With a mid-air pivot, Li Miao went flying. Su Sun clapped his hands and scoffed, give me a break, you really thought you could hit me? The air fell into an awkward silence. The bodyguards looked at one another, their faces filled with confusion. Subanian, who had nearly been bloodied, crawled up from the floor, also struggling to understand this game of musical chairs. No, wait, who is my opponent today, exactly? You don't have an opponent, the drama belongs to those two. Following Su Sun's gaze, the two of them were back at it again. Ah Huai, I'm willing to let go of my grudges for you. You can trust me now, right? Can I leave now? Even now, you still want to go to Shanghengzi? Then go. From this day on, we are through. No, no. I won't go. I'm never leaving again. Subanian, I think Xia Zi is genuinely repentant this time. I feel like Jiang Huai might forgive her. Justice may be delayed, but the face slapping usually arrives right on time. The phone rang again. Xia Zi hesitated, clutching the phone because the caller was Shanghengzi. Jiang Huai looked on coldly. Answer it. Put it on speaker. Under pressure, Xia Zi had no choice but to comply. However, the voice on the other end wasn't Shanghengzi's, it was a woman's. Sister Zi. Brother Hengzi says if he can't see you, he's going to jump off the building. Please come quickly. What? This time, there was no hesitation. Xia Zi turned and rushed away, instantly forgetting her recent vows. The fragile, lingering attachment in Jiang Huai's heart finally snapped completely. What's wrong? Not going to chase her? Su Sun teased. By now, he believed Jiang Huai had finally faced reality. Sigh. A sigh followed by a bitter laugh. Jiang Huai replied helplessly, you were right, I was indeed a coward to hold on to fantasies about her. But your slap woke me up, and her determination gave me the resolve. I want to disappear from her world entirely. Thank you, Su Sun. Su Sun, don't mention it. That slap was just because I couldn't stand seeing you be such a wimp. Ha ha ha. Let's go with that. I'm leaving. I'll never come back, but I won't forget you as a friend. Su Sun crossed his arms and rubbed his chin, pondering. Really leaving? Do you need help? Like changing your identity so Xia Zi can never bother you again? To prevent the world from collapsing, he absolutely had to ensure Jiang Huai didn't get entangled with Xia Zi again. Only by keeping Jiang Huai cold-hearted would the plot cease its logical decay, and his mission would be complete. Hey, Sister Warner, do me a favor. The call connected, but Jiang Huai cut him off. No need. I can do these things myself. Actually, my family is the wealthiest in Haidong. With the power of the Zheng family, I can disappear completely. Su Sun's mouth twitched. I knew it. After all, every cuckolded male lead was always some ridiculously powerful figure. They just lived in poverty because they were obsessed with love. But I won't rely on my family's power, because I've already found where I'm going. Jiang Huai pulled out his phone and made a call. Rui, I accept your father's offer. I'm willing to join the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences for secret research abroad. As long as you can completely erase my identity, I can leave tonight. Classic. Su Sun couldn't help but mutter, still so in character. Jiang Huai, what did you say, Su Sun? Nothing. Good luck disappearing. Whatever you do, don't look back. Rest assured. This assignment will keep me hidden for at least 10 years. Due to the classified nature, they'll even issue a death certificate. I gave up my dreams for Xia once, but now, I'm taking them back. Susan asked again, by the way, forgive me for asking, but what's your educational background? High school dropout. Oh, never mind then. Good luck being a non-entity. With a simple farewell, Jiang Huai left. But he didn't leave on his own, was picked up by military vehicles. Su Rui's team was incredibly efficient. Within minutes, 8 military trucks lined up, with a platoon of soldiers providing escort. It caused a massive stir in the park. That familiar feeling returned, and Susan felt deeply satisfied. There was just one small hiccup before he left. Jiang Huai received a call from Xia Ziyi's secretary. Mr. Jiang, President Xia's period is late. Can you come take a look? She's always had this issue because she's a picky eater. I was the one who cooked various gourmet meals to get her health back on track. Since we've known each other so long, should I delay? Hearing this, Su Sun was scared half to death. He hurried to coax and deceive Su Rui. Jiang Huai still has feelings. If he stays now, he might never leave. You won't have another chance, Miss Su. In the end, Jiang Huai was dragged onto the truck by force, effectively putting an end to this wretched relationship. The next morning, Su Sun heard from Su Mayan that Xia Ziyi had called, crying and complaining about Jiang Huai's death. She claimed he had jumped into the river and committed suicide, with no body to be found. As expected. Su Sun smiled to himself. Someone is going to live in regret for the rest of their life. But according to the usual tropes, even in the most classified locations, a regretful female lead could usually track them down, let alone an overseas research institute. She could probably find him even in outer space. But that was for later. For now, his mission was complete, effectively repairing some of the minor issues in the world. Next, it was time to settle the score with those two intruders who had been making trouble lately. In a certain suburban forest, a mechanical tiger missing a wing and a mechanical gorilla missing an arm stood on high alert. Former enemies were now standing together, warily watching the black fighter jet circling constantly above them. Captain Gorilla, Yellow Cheetah, you can't escape. The mechanical tiger looked at his companion, confused. Captain Gorilla? You? But I'm not a cheetah, am I? Damn, that's Su Sun. If he hadn't ripped off my fist and bent your wings, crippling our combat power, how could we have been reduced to struggling against a mere member of the motorobot race? The purple ape's voice was filled with resentment. Despite his entirely mechanical body, one could clearly discern an expression of disdain on his face. In his view, if their combat power hadn't been compromised by Su Sun, a low-level mechanical lifeform Simone who could only fire guns and cannons and didn't even possess special skills would never have been a match for them, let alone hunt them to this point. The half-winged tiger glanced toward the high sky from time to time, saying helplessly, it's meaningless to talk about this now. Let's think about how to escape first. This thing has been chasing us for 7 whole days. Back in the day, when that brat commanded 100,000 motorobot soldiers, he didn't hunt us for this long. Upon hearing this, the Iron Ape's thoughts were pulled back to the past, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damned bastard. I thought he had perished all those years ago. To think that after all this time, he's still here making me miserable. Then go settle the score with him. Forget it. Wouldn't I just be walking to my death if I went alone? Wild Ape turned his head, acting as if he had just been spouting nonsense. The mechanical tiger fell silent. It was as if adding him to the equation would change anything. The two of them combined would probably only barely manage to get the upper hand over Su Sun. Yes, in comparison, the mechanical tiger was indeed self-aware. But not by much. Both of them shared a strange confidence, still convinced that the time they were severely injured by Su Sun was merely due to their own carelessness, and they were still looking for an opportunity for revenge. What the two didn't know was that a figure was currently hiding in the dark night nearby, watching the situation with an expression like they'd seen a ghost. Captain Ape. Come out already. How can a noble beast leader be such a coward? What the F? Su Sun was stunned. Is that really Megatron? And a Megatron who speaks Chinese? Well, it made sense, given alien technology, scanning the internet to pick up a language would be a trivial task. But the problem was, this had absolutely nothing to do with his past. This was a pure, unadulterated crossover. Fine, if you won't come out, I'll burn the entire forest to the ground. The two brothers in hiding became restless. If that person in the sky actually destroyed the entire forest, given their current strength, they would inevitably be hunted down and killed. Damn it, when did the motorobots become so unhinged? To kill us, they're going to such extreme lengths, even destroying the ecology? This isn't their style at all. Hearing the Iron Ape's complaints, the mechanical tiger looked grim. Actually, there is a certain type of person among the motorobots. Have you ever heard of the dark motorobots? The eggplant-colored ape shook his head. No? Do you know what that's about? The gun-backed tiger replied, no, I just heard of them. Where did you hear that? On the internet. The Iron Ape was baffled. He wasn't talking about the internet of this world, was he? Then what was the point of bringing it up? While the two were talking, the raptor jet hovering in the sky finally lost its patience. Since you won't show yourselves, I'll just burn everything here, ha! Following a contemptuous laugh, countless rays of light erupted from the jet. Missiles like shooting stars poured down, casting a massive, looming danger over their heads. With such large-scale destruction, even if the two still had the strength to dodge, they wouldn't be able to keep it up for long. Damn it, are we really going to die here? The two beasts felt the threat of death for the second time. The previous time was, well, the previous time. They just hadn't expected that before they could exact their revenge, they would die at the hands of some unknown, insignificant motorobot grunt. As the saying goes, one would rather die standing than die fleeing. Under immense pressure, the two lumps of metal knew there was no escaping and were prepared to accept reality. But suddenly, a loud explosion roared, and fire scattered across the sky. The pair was immediately stunned. They looked up to see a figure standing firm in the sky. Though that figure was small, he was so imposing. That back was so heart-stirring, and yet so annoyingly familiar. But all in all, the figure in the sky looked like a savior, bringing the two of them a surge of hope. It's him! It's actually him! The eggplant-colored metal lump was shocked beyond measure. The machine gun-toting, asymmetrical tiger also looked on in disbelief. Who is that? Are you blind? Can't you see him? I can't. Ever since I got hammered in the eye by Susun's sliding tackle last time, my vision system seems to have been damaged. Now everyone looks blurry. Damned bastard, don't let me catch you, or I'll skin you alive sooner or later. Hearing this, the Iron Ape said nothing, simply moving a distance away from the mechanical tiger. Then, the two looked toward the sky. Up there, the Raptor jet hovered in front of Susun, looking equally astonished. Human, you look familiar. But are you sure you want to interfere with my business? Susun snorted. I find your missiles familiar, too. How dare you destroy the environment in front of me? Do you really think there's no one here to keep you in check? Destroy it? So what? I won't just destroy it. I'll destroy it right in front of your face. The Black Raptor let out a whistle and surged toward the clouds, then fired several missiles in every direction. In his view, this was just another human. There was an old saying that even two fists couldn't beat four hands. He had fired 8 missiles in 8 different directions. What could this ant possibly use to stop him? Gat. Over here. Who would have guessed? Susun merely raised his hand, and strands of smoky white threads emerged around his palm. The 8 missiles were dragged away as if pulled by an irresistible force. Seeing the human before him crush his missiles with his bare hands, the raptor descended rapidly in front of Susun. With a series of mechanical sounds, he transformed into humanoid form in an incredibly fast and unreasonable way. His face, filled with mechanical parts, showed a hint of doubt and vigilance. Who exactly are you? Why are you blocking me? Susun snorted, then shouted, I'm with the Plant Conservation Bureau. What? Plant conservation? The giant robot thought he had misheard. In the Earth country he used to live in, one often heard of associations for this or that. Was this guy here to stop him from destroying the forest? Having just transmigrated, his strength hadn't fully recovered, and his goal this time was only those 2 pint-sized titans. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. Sir, I have no intention of destroying the ecology here. My targets are the 2 mechanical animals in the forest. As long as you let me pass to capture those 2 enemies, I guarantee I won't damage the ecological environment. That won't work either. Susun replied without hesitation, his tone firm. And why is that? Susun lifted his head to look at the moon and sighed silently, because I'm also with the Animal Protection Bureau. Kid, are you playing me for a fool? And what if I am? Today, not even a fly is getting past me. Boom! With the roar of a cannon, a missile grazed past Susun's shoulder. Susun paused, then wore an expression so speechless it was as if he'd seen a ghost. Hey, you've got a sense of humor? In this world, only I get to use anti-trope humor. Nobody else. Without another word, he drove his iron fist, the size of a melon, straight into the scrap metal heap before him. With a whistling sound, the cloaked robot smashed through countless trees and slammed into the ground, gouging out a massive crater. Wearing a cloak in the middle of the night, are you, a pile of scrap, afraid of losing face? Strong. Undoubtedly strong. Megatron scrambled to his feet, parts clattering to the floor. Beneath his hood, his face revealed an expression of disbelief. How could a human be this freakishly strong? Are all the humans in this world capable of overcoming their own gravity? Aren't you a protector of plants? Don't you feel ashamed for destroying so many trees just to hurt me? Susun smirked disdainfully. Spent too much time in America? Trying to use moral blackmail over a few trees? I am not buying that. Don't you environmentalists wish to protect the environment? Is this what you call environmentalism? Susun scoffed again. Sorry, not my department. Actually, I'm not an environmentalist. Then let me pass to pursue my target, and I will let bygones be bygones. Sorry, I already told you, I'm an animal rights activist. I can't let you persecute small animals. They aren't animals. To you humans, they're just a pile of scrap metal. That doesn't matter. I'm a scrap metal conservationist, I don't do the destruction of junk. What? The once arrogant leader of the Decepticons finally lost his temper. His pride would not allow him to grovel any further. He pulled a flail from his arm and launched a ferocious assault. Human, I will make you pay for your mockery. The massive flail swung with the force of 10,000 pounds, each strike carrying astonishing power. Despite the vast difference in size, Su-sun blocked every attack with simple, effortless gestures. The flail turned into a cannon, the cannon into a sword, and the sword into a gun. The robot pulled out every trick in the book, but Su-sun parried them with casual ease, sending shudders of fear through his opponent. Done playing? If so, look at this invincible iron fist. With that, Su-sun delivered a massive backhand slap to the metal titan's head, scrambling the robot's vision with garbled data and nearly causing a system crash. Realizing he was outmatched, the humanoid machine instantly transformed into that black raptor and shot toward the clouds, not forgetting to unleash a barrage of missiles as a parting gift. Su-sun didn't chase. Instead, he caught the last incoming missile and stood there, frozen. Because this wasn't just familiar, had actually seen it before. Isn't this the fucking missile that blew me up last time? Su-sun fell silent. Logically, this Megatron shouldn't know him, so why would he attack him? There was only one possibility: he had been bought. Who could it be? Hard to guess, isn't it? But no matter who it was, he would pay them a personal visit. The fish had been released, now he just had to wait for the man behind it to take the bait. Alright, stop hiding. Both of you, come out. As Su-sun's voice fell, the bushes nearby rustled. Two giants, at least from Su-sun's perspective, appeared before him. The mechanical tiger transformed into humanoid form, let out a hearty laugh, and spoke first, truly worthy of being a generation's war king. To know the greater good and save us, putting aside old grievances at a critical moment, we don't regret losing to you back then. The purple-skinned gorilla echoed with a hearty laugh. That's right. I, General Tigatron, acknowledge you. You saved us in our time of need. I won't seek revenge for my severed arm. As long as you return our belongings, that is. Su-sun shrugged. Sorry, can't return them. I already scrapped them for parts. Those two things were big and heavy. Honestly, they were useless. What? What? Blast Nebula Crack. Savage Thunder Kong Fist. The two turned hostile instantly, firing on all cylinders. Hey, look at that. Su-sun's eyelids twitched. He gave each of them a massive backhand, launching them a dozen meters away. Su-sun then strolled over, stepped on the steel ape's forehead with one foot and the mechanical tiger's back with the other. Standing over them, arms crossed, he sneered down, remember. Here. Only I can use those moves. Daring to steal my skills, I see you've already sealed your own fate. The two were completely humbled, at least for the moment. The purple gorilla scoffed, speaking impassionedly, seeing as you saved our lives, we won't haggle with you. We'll just install new arms when we get back. The orange-yellow tiger chimed in, that's right. Having them in your hands is at least better than dying at the hands of those Machine Clan foot soldiers. We won't hold it against you, you can let us go now. Hey, foot soldiers? Didn't you see that their art style is different from yours? In front of him, you're like little children's toys, and you were chased around by them. How do you have the nerve to look down on them? Don't tell me you really thought I came to rescue you? I came to send you on your way. What? What? Before the two could react, Su-sun grabbed them and started running, creating a huge commotion in the quiet forest. As he ran, Su-sun couldn't help but look at the sky, muttering, almost there. A little more until the full moon. If nothing goes wrong, it should work. Although he didn't know how to send these two back, he always operated on intuition, and his intuition was dead on. The key was that his random travel experiences lately had shown him one commonality: it was always a full moon. In other words, sending these two back would make the world that much more stable. However, this method required a trigger. And that was danger. Preferably extreme danger. Because the last time these two were nearly beaten to death, it was a full moon, and they were nearly teleported away. Su-sun had to forcibly drag them back. Sigh, what a waste of effort. If I'd known they were unstable variables, I should have just let them be sucked into the rift. 2.5 minutes later, Su-sun finally found a suitable spot to strike. The ape and tiger, having been dragged the entire way, seemed to sense the threat of death. The once arrogant duo had no choice but to bow their heads. Su-sun. What are you doing? Let's talk this over. We didn't mean to betray you back then. That's right, War King. It was Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus, your head. I'm going to show you a critical hit of 10,000, and send you on your way. Tossing them into the air, Su-sun rotated his arms to warm up, keeping a close watch on the drift of the storm clouds. Su-bai-chow, now's the time. Behold my savage Thunder Kong Fist. With a punch that sounded like thunder, a shockwave erupted. The two in midair were instantly blasted into pieces. Su-sun immediately covered his mouth. Crap. I didn't just kill them, did I? What if that means I didn't complete the mission? Luckily, his fears didn't manifest. A ripple suddenly appeared in the sky, and their scattered components were swallowed into it and vanished. Phew, scaring myself for nothing. Work's done. Going home. After Su-sun left, a short, bald woodcutter clutching a shotgun and two bears huddled under a tree, shivering. Where did this bring us? Was that even a human just now? Su-sun, who hadn't gone far, sensed something unusual and returned to the spot, but there was nothing suspicious to be found. What the hell? Did I miss here? Capital City. At the Imperial View Villa, no. 1. A fighter jet that was half machine, half human crashed into the courtyard, startling the sleeping Su family. When Su Qiming walked into the yard and saw the visitor, his expression shifted drastically. It's you! Help me! Parts and energy. P.S. The abstract plot integration ends here. Through fits and starts, I've fulfilled the requests of fans who wanted to see Savage Tiger and General Tigatron intrude. Everything following this will be standard urban combat until the finale. I might pull some stunts, but I'll only brush over them briefly. How did you end up like this? Su Qiming's face was etched with disbelief. The robot before him was in existence beyond his comprehension. The intangible, terrifying pressure he had felt during their previous encounters still lingered in his mind, yet it currently looked as if it had been ravaged by someone. Who in the world had the capability to wound such a being? Was it possible that this creature wasn't the only one of its kind in this world? If that were true, wouldn't making contact be the best way to find a new ally to eliminate Su soon? If it weren't for the fact that his fate was currently tied to that unfilial son, he would have loved to wipe that person out along with him. It was a human. I am severely damaged. Hurry and find me suitable parts. After speaking, a red light scanned the area. The massive robot's mechanical innards churned as it scanned an SUV nearby, transforming into that vehicle before falling silent. Su Qiming understood, this was a vehicle formed for easier transport, which was at least more convenient than the time it had turned into a truck. At the same time, its words left him deep in thought. This mysterious machine had been crippled by a human? A piece of cutting-edge weaponry with massive firepower, perhaps even an extraterrestrial lifeform, had been hurt to this extent by a human? If that was the case, just how powerful was that person? If he could secure that person's help, even with Su Sun's strange and formidable abilities, couldn't he just be easily brushed aside? The capital? There are experts like that there? It seems this is a sign from the heavens. As Su Qiming muttered to himself, Qin Xinlan stood to the side, looking uneasy as she wrung her hands. I'm finding this world harder and harder to understand. Old Su? What are we supposed to do about this robot? After a moment of silence, Su Qiming replied, send it to the Research Institute. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to mass-produce such mechanical lifeforms. The transformation brought about by wealth and power had made Su Qiming increasingly dissatisfied with mere money. A crazed plan had already taken root in his heart, one so wild that his appetite could no longer be satisfied by his swelling ambitions. Late at night, the winds of the capital were surging. The emergency meeting held by New Su Group signaled the first step in the expansion of Su Qiming's ambitions. And over 1,000 kilometers away in Jiangcheng, it was destined to be a sleepless night as well. As for why it was sleepless? That was entirely because Su Sun was being harassed by phone calls. Can you let me return to the initial memories? Damn it, damn it, damn it. In the dim bedroom, Su Sun hugged a pillow and sat up from the bed with a fierce jerk. Who the hell is it now? If this damn phone rings one more time, I really will return to my initial memories. Su Mayan picked up the phone from the nightstand and glanced at it. Realizing it was a classmate calling, she pressed answer. But as soon as the call connected, Xia Ziyi's sorrowful voice wailed from the other side. Mayan, please, just tell me, where exactly is Huai? Xia Ziyi, I've told you many times. I don't know where Jiang Huai went. No, you know. Su Sun knows. He was the last person to meet with him. Unable to endure it any longer, Su Sun snatched the phone and began to curse at the voice inside. You crazy woman, if you call again, I'll track the internet line and come over to slap you. You ran off to take care of a green tea drinking weakling, dumped your boyfriend, and now you're running to me in the middle of the night acting insane. Do you believe I'll slap that white moonlight of yours into next week? The call hung up, the phone was tossed aside, and Su Sun stared at Su Mayan, speechless. For the whole night, Su Mayan's phone had been ringing incessantly. Even after blocking Xia Ziyi, new numbers would call. After rejecting those, the classmates would call. It was beyond annoying. Jiang Huai's matter had been successfully resolved, but who would have thought there would be such a lingering mess? Su Sun's gaze turned cold, his fists itching for action. At that moment, Su Mayan looked embarrassed. She had answered out of concern that a classmate might have a real emergency in the dead of night, only for those classmates to become accomplices to Xia Ziyi's relentless harassment. Sorry, Xiaoxuan. I won't answer anyone's calls anymore. Su Sun held up 2 fingers, his tone listless. 2.5 hours, Mayan? 20-some calls in 2.5 hours. Every time I just started to drift off, the phone would ring. I'm almost mentally withered, you know. Do you not work, not have friends, not have to wait for instructions from a boss or listen to gossip from your besties? Please, just turn the phone off. I really don't want to hear about initial memories again. Hearing this, Su Mayan hugged Su Sun, resting her head on his shoulder with an apologetic and ingratiating tone. I'm sorry, I'll turn the phone off right now. No one will disturb your rest anymore. Su Sun didn't accept the apology. Do you think I can still fall asleep now? Then how about watching some videos? I'll keep you company? Watching videos is useless. Unless we engage in some nightlife? Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we've had some nocturnal exercise, heh. His expression shifted, and Su Sun immediately seized the initiative, acting with such urgency as if afraid Su Mayan would change her mind. Of course, he was indeed worried she might come to her senses. Since returning from the original world, the household had been in chaos, and the two of them hadn't had a heart-to-heart in a long time. If he didn't press his advantage now, when would he? Su-sun chuckled to himself, "Great Emperor Royan, I thank your whole family." Another 2.5 hours passed. It was the dead of night, the stars were sparse, and the bright moonlight cast hazy silhouettes. A quiet, dark stillness was broken by restrained, sultry sounds. At the same time, outside, a figure slowly approached the door. "Big sister, my phone broke. Lend me yours to play with for the night? Su-sun's will do too." What was that noise? Su Banian frowned, sensing that things weren't so simple. She pressed her little face against the door. And discovered nothing. What the hell? Did I imagine it? Forget it, work first. With that, Su Banian began to beat on the door incessantly, not caring in the slightest whether others were asleep. "Big sister, are you asleep? Can I borrow your phone? I'm in the middle of binge-watching a show." "What the F?" Su-sun didn't dare move, a look of horror on his face. "Is your fifth sister sick in the head? Who comes to borrow a phone in the middle of the night? It's because you spoiled her. Who knows what kind of craze she's having? What does this have to do with me? Hurry and send her away, she's about to come in." "Big sister? I'm coming in." Both of their hearts skipped a beat. Su-sun turned his head sharply. "You didn't lock the door?" Su-mayan looked speechless. "I don't have the habit of locking the door. Besides, you came in after me. If anyone was going to lock it, it was you." Creak. In the dead of night, the sound of the doorknob turning was deafening, hanging over them like the eerie music of a horror film. At this critical juncture, Su-mayan shouted, "Su Banian, what are you making a racket for in the middle of the night?" The door stopped. Immediately after, Su Banian's embarrassed voice came through. "Big sister, you're still awake? I just came to borrow a phone. Is that okay? What are you staying up all night for? Get back to bed." Su Banian sighed helplessly. "Oh, I just can't sleep, okay? So, big sister, can I come in?" "Stop. Can't you borrow from someone else? Have I been too soft lately, making you think you can come bother me at night?" "Su Banian, second sister is too busy with work and I don't want to disturb her. Third sister won't lend me her phone for some reason, and as for Su Qingsha, I'm not asking her. I'll say it one more time. Go back to bed." "Oh, big sister, just lend it to me for the night? I'm hooked on this show and don't want to ruin the mood. If not, just give me Su-sun's phone, haha, I'll go in and get it myself." It was hard to imagine that such a youthful, beautiful, innocent-looking face could display such inexplicably lewd intent. Su Banian wore a mischievous grin as she slowly twisted the knob. The door finally opened. But just as Su Banian stepped into the room, she bumped into something, and at the same time, received a slap on the forehead. Ow! The room suddenly brightened. Su-mayan stood there in a thin silk nightgown, glaring coldly at the figure before her. Su Banian rubbed her forehead, and upon seeing her sister's expression, immediately flashed an ingratiating smile. "Big sister, you're still up? What do you think? Was I up, or did you wake me up?" Su Banian awkwardly scratched her head. "Big sister, I didn't mean to. I thought you were still awake." This set Su-mayan off. She poked at Su Banian's forehead. "Look at what time it is. Who else stays up until 3 in the morning like you? Since you have so much energy, if you dare complain about being tired at work tomorrow, just wait." Su Banian didn't dare talk back. Instead, she suddenly poked her head toward the bed, peering at Su-sun, who was feigning sleep like a log. Su-mayan's heart skipped a beat, fearing the brat had discovered something. But Su Banian just pouted. "Lazy bum, sleep until you rot. Big sister, I want to report him. Su-sun went out tonight. He was gone for a whole hour." Su-sun's eyelid twitched on the bed. "This brat? She actually saw that?" Fortunately, Su-mayan didn't make a big deal out of it, snapping instead, "Stop changing the subject. Get back to bed right now. Don't make me say it twice." "Ha? Big sister, are you hot? Why are your forehead and chest covered in sweat?" Another jolt to her heart. Su-mayan had no choice but to shove her phone into Su Banian's hands, shooing her away with a displeased look. "Warning, stay up if you want, but if you aren't up at 8 for breakfast, see how I deal with you." Mission accomplished. Su Banian stood outside the closed door looking perplexed. Why do I get the feeling big sister is acting so strange? Is it my imagination? But seeing the phone in her hand, the corners of her mouth curled up again. Whatever, time to get back to the show. Su Banian left happily. But 2 seconds later, she ran back and pressed her ear to the door, squinting her eyes, looking pensive. No noise. I guess I was overthinking it. Su Banian disappeared into the darkness, while behind the door, Su-sun leaned against it, clutching his chest, his heart pounding erratically. My god. Su Banian is absolutely terrifying. If this keeps up, I'm going to die of a heart attack. Su-mayan asked, puzzled, what's wrong? She hasn't left yet? Su-sun shook his head, his tone serious. It's scarier than her staying. She's like a ghost. Fortunately, there were no signs of Su Banian returning, but the two no longer had the mood to continue. In fact, their sleepiness had vanished entirely. The two embraced, passing the time by scrolling through short videos and whispering to each other. By the way, will there be any issues with Su Banian having your phone? Su-mayan's brow furrowed. What do you mean? I don't have anything to hide. What kind of issue could there be? I didn't mean that. I meant, will she buy random things with your phone? Su Mayan fell silent. To be honest, she had forgotten about that. With Su Baiyan's audacity, it was entirely possible. You're right. I need to send her a message. Su Mayan grabbed the phone. Just as she clicked into the chat app to look for Su Baiyan's account, a chat log instantly caught her eye. Don't mess around, if your big sister sees this, she'll kill me. When Su Mayan clicked into that chat interface, the lingering flush on her face instantly turned deathly pale. At this moment, Su Sun was still in the covers, enjoying the lingering warmth, until the quilt was suddenly ripped away, exposing him to a chill. When he looked up and met Su Mayan's icy gaze, Su Sun was completely stunned. What's wrong? What's wrong? You have the nerve to ask me what's wrong. Su Mayan's face, which had been incomparably flushed just a moment ago, turned ice cold. As the tenderness and affection faded, nothing remained but a chilling intensity that made one's heart skip a beat. Su Sun, however, was completely bewildered. Things had been fine just a second ago. Could it be that he had been too rough earlier and angered Mayan? Thus, Su Sun burrowed back under the covers and said, in a conciliatory tone, I'll be gentler then. To his surprise, Su Mayan ripped the quilt away and slapped him across the forehead with a cold, merciless palm. Su Sun was stunned. What is going on? You still have the nerve to ask? Don't you know exactly what you've done? Seeing the phone in Su Mayan's hand, Su Sun's mind went blank, and a sense of impending doom washed over him. Oh no! She didn't see the suggestive texts between him and Su Shinro, did she? He spread his hands, his expression darkening as he said righteously, Yin Yin. Listen to me. It was all Su Shinro harassing me unilaterally. You know I've been angry with her lately. It's not the third one. Then who? It's the fourth. Whoa, scared myself for a second. So it's Su Qingxia? That's fine then. Wait, what? Su Qingxia? Su Sun bolted upright, his face filled with terror, his mind already preparing an escape route. Su Qingxia? It was actually Su Qingxia. Did that mean those borderline suggestive videos had been seen? This was far more serious than just flirting through texts. Su Sun. Well done, you. You really don't miss a single one, do you? Even the fourth one is acting this active toward you? No wonder she's been leaning toward you more and more, so this is the reason. Su Sun rushed to deny it. No, I didn't, you misunderstood. Then how do you explain these videos? Were they AI generated? Or did the fourth one have nothing better to do than synthesize videos just to show you? Since it had come to this, he had to own up to it. Su Sun offered a sheepish grin and replied, you actually guessed right. In an instant, a pillow slammed directly into Su Sun's face. Could Su Sun not have dodged that turtle-slow pillow? No, he chose not to, and he couldn't afford to. He had to give Su Mayan a way to back down, otherwise, mindless stubbornness would only add fuel to the fire and potentially trigger a world war. Therefore, he had to go along with Su Mayan's fury, no matter what. Endurance was the key. Are you done venting? If you are, listen to me explain. Another pillow hit him in the face. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Sun slammed the pillow onto the bed. Enough. Even a clay figure has a temper. You won't even let me explain, isn't that being a bit too disrespectful? Ha! Su Mayan gave a disappointed smile. So it's come to this, you're not even going to pretend anymore? You're openly asking me for a chance to lie to me? Su Sun said with a straight face, I didn't, you're making things up. You were the one who just said it. Do you want me to repeat it? Su Sun frowned. You misheard me. I said explain. Go to hell. Su Mayan, incensed, tackled Su Sun and rained blows down on him, leaving him wailing in misery. Damn it, you hit my eye. Mercy, wifey. But this was no ordinary outburst. A blinded by rage Su Mayan showed no signs of stopping until Su Sun, in his frantic flailing, accidentally knocked on the bedside lamp. When she saw his swollen left eye, Su Mayan's eyes flickered, and she froze for a moment. But her face turned cold again instantly, with no sign of forgiveness. Su Sun was truly exhausted. Why on earth did Su Qingxia have to send those suggestive videos in the middle of the night? This was pure sabotage. What are you looking at? Don't think that because you've got a shiner, we're all good. Su Sun, you've disappointed me so much. Su Sun smiled apologetically. No, this is my reflection on my mistakes. Su Mayan laughed. Reflection? I think you're feeling quite proud of yourself, aren't you? To have even the fourth one, who used to look down on you the most, wrapped around your finger, that gives you quite a sense of accomplishment, doesn't it? No, you're wrong, I really don't. Su Mayan sneered, ha. With the first it was a twist of fate, with the second it was a misunderstanding, with the third it was calculated since childhood, and the fifth was a fake turned real. What is the excuse this time? Have you come up with one yet? This. Su Sun was truly at a loss for words. He had already used all his best excuses, and they were all actually true, but the problem was that when put together, they just sounded like one big lie. He couldn't find a reason right now. He couldn't exactly say that Su Qingxia had a sudden realization and was now harboring ulterior motives for him, could he? He knew that if he dared to say that, it would undoubtedly draw lightning once more. I'm done, just let it all burn. I can't explain this. Su Mayan snorted, slightly surprised. I didn't expect you to not even bother with an excuse. Looks like you're planning to confess. How admirable. Su Sun frowned. I'm not confessing. There really is a misunderstanding. Fine, I won't say more. Have you and the fourth one done anything substantial? Even though she knew asking would only make her sad and disappointed, Su Mayan still wanted the truth. In truth, she wasn't as furious as she appeared. Perhaps the repeated arguments had numbed her a little. Now, she just wanted the truth and to see his attitude. And Su Sun, as always, was honest. Yes. What did you say? As the surging anger flared up again, Su Mayan realized she had overestimated her own composure. What was I supposed to do? You've seen how she is. She hugs and clings to me in front of everyone. I couldn't just push her away, could I? If I did, she'd start overthinking it, feeling like I was treating her differently, and bring up the past again. That's it? That's all you mean? Su Mayan paused, realizing their interpretations seemed to be worlds apart. What else? Su Mayan's voice was icy. I mean actual physical intimacy. No. Any boundary-crossing physical contact. None. Being bare to the world, face to face. Still none. Kissing? Still none. Holding hands with fingers interlaced? None of that either. Although she usually grabs my arm, I don't think I've even touched her hands more than a few times. Su Mayan was completely stunned. She had been prepared for a thunderous rage, but this line of questioning had extinguished her fire and even made her want to laugh. After all that, absolutely nothing had happened? Was that even reasonable? Wait, then what did you guys actually do? Su Sun looked guilty. You saw it, didn't you? She sent me those suggestive videos. She misunderstood that I was watching inappropriate videos all day, so she said she'd film some to cleanse my eyes. I figured, at most, I just didn't turn down her offer. She sent those and he didn't turn it down? For a moment, the thousands of words on the tip of her tongue seemed to vanish, as if she had developed amnesia. Su Mayan was truly at a loss for words. But hampered by her own pride, she didn't give Su Sun any pleasant looks and instead bellowed at him, kicking him out of the room. Get out! Helpless, Su Sun had to grab his pillow and slink out of the room, heading to the living room to wrap himself in a thin blanket and spend the freezing night there. Hiss, why is it so cold in the living room? However, the good times didn't last, and the ordeal was far from over. Just as Su Sun was drifting into a drowsy state, the blanket was suddenly yanked away, and even the cushion under his head and the one on the sofa were snatched away. Come on, Yen Yen, isn't it a bit too much to take even the pillow? Su Mayan didn't respond, leaving behind nothing but a cold, ruthless silhouette that vanished into the darkness, followed by the sound of a door slamming shut, leaving everything in silence. Su Sun had no choice. There was nothing on the sofa but the sofa itself. How was he supposed to sleep? Sigh, looks like I'll have to find someone to crash with for the night. That's right. If he couldn't sleep on the sofa, he had to go back to a room. Of course, which room to pick was a question that required careful consideration. His own room was definitely off limits. It would be a miracle if he wasn't kicked out again. Su Wanqing had been busy with work lately, so it was best not to disturb her rest in the middle of the night. And Su Shinro's room was absolutely forbidden, otherwise, there would be no sleeping tonight. As for Su Qingxiao's room, that would be a good place to go, but if Su Mayan found out at dawn, he wouldn't escape his fate. In these turbulent times, he couldn't afford to walk straight into the storm. That being the case, he would have to make do with Su Banian for the night. After all, he didn't have to worry about the risk of being caught in a storm with her, she wouldn't cling to him endlessly, and more importantly, he wouldn't even have to feel a shred of guilt for disturbing her rest since she wasn't even asleep. At Su Banian's bedroom door. In the dead of night, the door was suddenly knocked with a thump-thump. Johnny Johnny. Little Nian Nian, I'm coming in. Ah. A ghost. Su Sun had just pushed the door open when he heard a shriek. The person on the bed zipped into the covers in a flash, the large lump of a blanket shivering under the room's dim light, while fearful chanting drifted from beneath. Namo Jade Emperor, Yama King protect me. Silence is the most eloquent form of speechlessness. Su Sun stood quietly at the doorway, his face expressionless save for pure, unadulterated speechlessness. So, instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, she was watching a horror movie. And with a constitution this timid, she'd probably piss herself at the slightest rustle. Closing the door gently, a wave of mischief surged in Su Sun, and he crept toward the bed on tiptoes. Before long, the quilt shifted, and a flushed little face slowly peeked out from the bedding. But she didn't expect that the moment she looked, a ghostly face would be right there, looking ghastly and creepy in the terrifying glow of the bedside lamp. Ah! A slap came flying immediately. Fortunately, Su Sun was quick, he managed to grab the delicate, soft hand mid-swing. What are you doing? Su? Stinky Su Sun? Taking a closer look, Su Banian's brain short-circuited before boundless rage erupted. You want to die, don't you? Coming here in the middle of the night to scare me. I'll take your dog life. With a savage look, Su Banian headbutted Su Sun directly in the chest. Little Nian Nian, be a good girl, open the door, hurry and open it. Chu in his back. Are you still scared? It's just a few dolls. Who's scared? How could I possibly be scared by this level of? Ah. Won't open, I won't open. Big sister isn't back, second sister isn't back, third sister isn't back either. Oh, my precious, it's alright. Mommy is here. On the narrow bed, the two were pressed tightly together, huddled under the covers. Su Banian was curled into Su Sun's shoulder, while in front of them, the phone emitted a ghostly glow. Su Sun held the phone with one hand while soothing the fears of the person beside him, his attentiveness a stark departure from his usual casual demeanor. Little Nyan Nyan, be a good girl, open the door, I want to come and hurry and open it. Suddenly, Su Banian glanced up, her expression one of utter hopelessness. What are you doing? I'm singing to soothe you, aren't I? Can't you tell? I know that, I'm asking what your left hand is doing. Su Sun's arm gave a violent twitch, his face breaking into an awkward yet polite smile. Sorry, old habits die hard. You pervert. Taking advantage of me again. No, I'm going to get you back. Su Banian turned to retaliate, intending to wave her Rui Jingu Bang to stir up trouble. However, Su Sun turned the phone, a ghost face suddenly popped onto the screen, and accompanied by the terrifying sound effects, Su Banian was scared into pouncing on top of Su Sun, continuing to recite childish nursery rhymes. Big white rabbit, white and white, two ears standing upright, jumping and hopping, oh so lovable. HM? Su Sun frowned, realizing things weren't as simple as they seemed. Where did you learn this song? Why does it feel a bit sinister? Does it? What's wrong with it? I suspect you're seducing me. Meanwhile, in the room at the farthest end of the house, Su Mayan, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them in the darkness, her brilliant eyes emitting an inexplicable shimmer. Something's wrong, I feel like I've forgotten something. Su Mayan immediately rose and headed to the living room. Sure enough, the event she didn't want to see had occurred. The sofa was empty. Su Mayan felt she had been entirely too meddlesome. Why did she have to take the blanket and pillow away in the first place? Was this meant to punish Su Sun? Given his personality, this clearly just gave him an opportunity to be brazen. Although she had recently aligned with the second sister against the third, it didn't mean she had let go of her grudges against Su Wanqing. She hadn't even settled the score from the kitchen battle yet, so how could she allow Su Wanqing to openly accept the person she herself had kicked out of her room? Cloaked in frigid coldness, Su Mayan went straight to Su Wanqing's bedroom, and the dark room was suddenly flooded with light. Big sister? Su Wanqing rubbed her eyes and sat up, confused to see the icy Su Mayan at the door. Another click. And the room returned to pitch darkness. Not there? Then it must be the third sister's room. Compared to Su Wanqing, she could accept even less the idea of Su Sun going to spend the night with Su Xinyu. Su Xinyu had endured for so long without anyone noticing, she was the most calculating and scheming person in the house. If she allowed this to slide, the third sister might just push her luck further. At Su Xinyu's bedroom. Big sister, what brings you to your younger sister's room in the middle of the night? Su Mayan cast a glance around the room, her brow subtly relaxing. Nothing, just saw your light was on while coming back from the bathroom. I came to check. Since you're fine, I'll be going. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Not with the second or third, then it has to be the fourth. Damn it, you are playing with fire. Su Mayan marched toward Su Qingxia's room in a rage. Sure enough, the door was locked. Fourth, open the door. Do you think it's appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone in a room together? Soon, Su Qingxia opened the door, bleary-eyed. Su Mayan immediately squeezed inside, her pretty face cold. I think you really haven't put me in your... However, the sight of the empty room left her stunned. People aren't here? Su Qingxia yawned, bewildered. Big sister, what are you talking about? What people? Nothing, the fifth sister stole my phone in the middle of the night. I'm looking to see where she's hiding to settle the score. What? This brat, not sleeping in the middle of the night, what is she up to now? Don't worry, big sister, I'll help you beat her when we find her. Forget it, I don't want you two causing a scene. Su Mayan left Su Qingxia's room and finally arrived at the door of Su Bainian's room. She's in the fifth sister's room, nothing should be wrong. Ultimately, Su Mayan dismissed the idea of going in to catch them. Although the two had indeed crossed a line, for some reason, seeing them together didn't stir any ripples in her heart. It was as if they shared the purest friendship in the world, even though she knew that was her overthinking it. Fortunately, her trust wasn't entirely misplaced. Inside the room, the two were terrifyingly innocent. The little panda didn't have anything to eat at home, so he planned to go rob some delicious treats. One day, a starving tiger king came to a cornfield. He was so happy to see the golden corn, and then, he walked away happily, because tigers eat meat. Once upon a time, there was a cute little girl named Screwcap. One day, while delivering a package, she met the cunning gray wolf. Alright, the stories for tonight are over. You can now. Su Banian began a routine of crying, making a scene, and hanging herself metaphorically in his sleeve. I want to hear more, tell me two more, please, Shuin. Su Sun instantly raised his hand in a slap-eminent posture. How about I give you two big slaps instead? Now go to sleep. Good night. Damn it all. And so, a simple and plain night passed. At breakfast the next day, Su Sun looked sluggish, as if his essence had been drained by a ghost. Damn it, I regret it. Su Sun's thoughts had flown to the ends of the earth. He regretted it. He shouldn't have squeezed into a bed with anyone, especially not Subanian. He had already stayed up late working out, then spent 2.5 hours telling fairy tales. Just as he finally managed to drift off, Subanian fell asleep too. And the moment she fell asleep, he couldn't sleep. As a result, while eating, Su Sun started snoring. Watching the lifeless Su Sun and the vibrant, spirited Subanian, Su Mayan fell into deep contemplation. What's going on? What exactly did those two do last night? Fifth sister, what time did you go to bed last night? Subanian was enjoying her meal when the sudden interrogation made her whole body shudder. Could it be that she's going to settle the score for me staying up late? Damn it. Someone was with me last night. If I let that slip, wouldn't I be finished? That. What are you stuttering for? Speak properly. 1 o'clock. I went to sleep at 1 in the morning. Stop lying. You were on your phone for way longer than that last night. It was 3. I went to sleep at 3 foot. You still dare to lie. 5:30. I went to sleep at 5:30. Eldest sister, I was wrong. I won't ever dare to do it again. 5:30? Everyone present was taken aback. It had only just turned 8 o'clock, which meant fifth sister had only slept for 2 hours last night. No wonder eldest sister was looking so displeased this morning. Su Mayan followed up with another question, then what were you doing last night? Why were you still awake so late? I didn't do anything, I just watched a movie, chatted for a while, and then listened to 2.5 hours of bedtime stories. In her panic, Subanian confessed immediately, but the sheer speed of her admission only made Su Mayan more suspicious. Especially that ridiculous excuse bedtime stories? What kind of bedtime stories could keep an adult listening for over 2 hours? She had thought putting those two together wouldn't lead to anything, but it seemed she was dead wrong. Even the timid fifth sister dared to lie to her now. It seemed their usual bickering was just an act put on for her benefit. Su Mayan scanned the room with a cold gaze and suddenly realized that there wasn't a single truly honest person in this house. Even the most innocent fifth sister was acting to lower her guard, let alone the others. Subanian, we're doing a deep clean today, you'd better not slack off. Even facing that murderous glare, Subanian couldn't hide the weariness on her face at the mention of chores. But eldest sister, I'm a little sleepy. Can I do it this afternoon? Just try being sleepy. Since you've finished your meal, go and scrub the cat house, the litter box, the cat bowls, and the cat tree until they're spotless. If I see a single cat hair, don't blame me for dealing with you. Get going. Under such tyranny, Subanian ran off to work with tears in her eyes. Her eyelids grew incredibly heavy before she had even started. When she began scrubbing the litter box, she even started snoring while standing up, her soul seemingly separated from her body, mechanically repeating the motions. If I had known, I wouldn't have stayed up so late last night. Huff, huff. Living room. Having finished breakfast, the others sat on the sofa chatting, showing no signs of beginning a deep clean. Su Qingxia hurried back from the bathroom, wearing a look of schadenfreude. Guess what I just saw? That silly girl managed to fall asleep while standing up. It cracked me up. Su Wanqing sighed helplessly. Fifth sister is really something, always staying up late. I suppose she's just reaping what she sowed. Su Shinro took the opposite view. I actually think it's normal for fifth sister to be a bit playful. If anything, eldest sister is being a bit overbearing. Third sister, have I been ignoring you lately, or are you just pushing your luck? Eldest sister, I was just stating my opinion. You're not going to deprive everyone of the right to free speech now, are you? For a moment, the air was filled with invisible sparks. But what should have been a struggle between the sisters finally saw everyone as if under some strange compulsion cast their eyes toward Su Sun, who was dozing on the sofa. There's a killing intent. Su Sun's eyelids flickered, and he finally noticed that the atmosphere around him was terrifyingly quiet, as if some unpleasantness had just occurred. What's wrong? What's wrong? What just happened? Wait a minute. Why are you all looking at me? I didn't even make a sound. Don't tell me I was talking in my sleep just now? Actually, I've always been loose-lipped. If I said anything, everyone really doesn't need to take it to heart. Anyway, our cat seems to have gone out for a walk. I need to find it before someone catches it. Chocolate, chocolate. As soon as he called out, the big black and white cat crawled out from the sofa cushions, meowing and clawing at Su Sun's pants. Alright, I remembered wrong, so it didn't go out visiting after all. Closing his eyes, he slumped back down, and Su Sun fell into a deep sleep, deaf to everything around him. Seeing this, Su Shinro's snide remarks immediately began. Eldest sister, look at how you've pushed little Sun. Does he even have a shred of energy left? That's because he stayed up late. Can staying up late make someone like this? Do you have no idea how stressful it is to have no peace of mind? How have I been pressuring him? Have I said a single negative thing to him since he woke up? Sure, you didn't say it, but your attitude has made everything clear. If I were little Sun. He was messing around with fifth sister all night. The conversation stopped abruptly. Su Shinro's pupils contracted. What did you say? Su Wanqing, what? The reason they're both so lethargic this morning is because. Su Qingxia, what does that mean? They were playing games and grinding all night? Su Sin immediately did a kip-up, staring with wide, innocent eyes, declaring righteously, "Don't you dare slander me. I was just looking for a place to crash last night, that's all." Su Sun. Su Sun. Su Qingxia, eh? Second sister, third sister, what's wrong with you two? Autumn leaves blanketed the ground, and the wind swirled with yellowed foliage. Beijing was in the north, feeling the onset of winter earlier than Jiangcheng. Inside a research facility, after days of emergency repairs, Su Qiming had finally restored the killing machine before him to its original state. "Human, for the sake of you helping me a second time, I will help you resolve your hidden troubles. This time, I will absolutely pull them up by the root for you. Then thank you. I have already confirmed he is currently in Beijing. When the time comes, I will witness your ruthless methods with my own eyes." Su Qiming's eyes were dark, a confident, cold smirk playing on his lips. After experiencing multiple failed plans and physical torture, he had long since lost that ridiculous mercy of the past. Standing at the peak of the clouds, he was no longer satisfied with merely looking down on the masses. What he wanted to do was make everyone look up to him and make everyone bow down in submission. Only by destroying those past humiliations could he erase every stain on his record. MS. Qingxia, let's shoot this last segment, and then we can wrap up for the day. In a filming studio surrounded by spotlights, Su Qingxia followed the staff's guidance, filming one aesthetic shot after another. The grace of the former superstar was on full display again. At this moment, she was the center of attention, a brilliant star. Not far away, Su Sin and his party were witnessing Su Qingxia's glory restored. Especially after such a long period of silence, seeing the genuine confidence on Su Qingxia's face again made the others feel a poignant sting, touched deep in their hearts. In just over a year, Su Qingxia had been through so much. From a brilliant pearl to the upheaval in her family. From being smeared across the entire internet to staging a comeback against the odds. And for a long time at the end, she had lived in self-imposed seclusion. It was both a necessity and a choice. So much so that everyone had forgotten that Su Qingxia's lifelong dream had always been to stand under the spotlight. "I feel like I'm seeing the fourth sister from Beferi, so radiant, so full of spirit." Su Mayan couldn't help but exclaim, she hadn't seen Su Qingxia looking like this in far too long. Su Wanqing nodded in agreement. Indeed. Under the spotlight is where she belongs. No matter how much she hides it, she can't conceal the longing in her eyes. Su Shinro added with a look of relief, "Second sister, this is actually thanks to you. If you hadn't kept urging fourth sister to face her inner self, how could she have revealed such a sincere smile?" The sisters were genuinely moved and comforted, but Su Banian, as the younger sister, refused to participate in this emotional scene. She curled her lip with a look of disdain, "That all sounds very touching, but in reality, it's just because they paid a lot of money." Facing her inner self. As if Su Qingxia deserves that. The client initially offered 5 million in endorsement fees, and she flat out refused. They upped it to 50 million, and she was tempted but still refused. It wasn't until they dumped 500 million on the table that she happily accepted. She's just a money-grubbing gold digger. I don't know what kind of madness took hold of the brand to insist on having this stingy woman endorse them. If I hadn't given her advice, would she have been able to earn this much? Su Banian gnashed her teeth in frustration and muttered under her breath, "Stingy dog, she wouldn't even give me 200 million. Huh? What the hell? Did I mishear things, or is my hearing playing tricks on me? Give you 200 million foot? You really have the gall to ask." Su Sun had never seen someone so thick-skinned. Well, truthfully, he saw it almost every single day. But the level of Su Banian's brazenness still exceeded his wildest imagination. Opening her mouth to ask for 200 million? Back in the day, Edison Chen only had people send him 500. How could this woman, who hadn't contributed a damn thing, have the audacity to open her maw so wide for money? Su Banian continued her incessant complaining, acting as if Su Qingxia truly owed her a mountain of debt. She radiated pure, unfiltered resentment. However, the others ignored her entirely. They chatted and laughed, completely brushing her off. This only made her angrier. And the angrier she got, the more they ignored her perfect, self-sustaining cycle. If she'd known it would be like this, she wouldn't have tagged along to make herself miserable. "Fifth sister, stop being so angry. I'll take you shopping tonight. Buy whatever you want, second sister will pay for it." "Humph. Do you think I want to buy things? What I want is an attitude. I have my eyes on a sports car that only costs 2 million. Buy it for me, second sister." "Then you're overthinking it. Not happening. So that's your I'll buy you whatever you want." "Humph, I knew you were a liar. I don't want your charity. I'll buy you the new Papa Dog toy. Take it or leave it. Deal." The corners of Su Banian's mouth finally curved upward. Though the plan to buy a sports car was a wash, at least she could successfully secure the latest Papa Dog. It wasn't a limited edition, but it was still top tier. You had to realize that the new red, yellow, and green versions cost 200 yuan each. Settling for second best was pretty good too. He. I love second sister the most. As evening approached, Su Qingxia's shoot finally came to an end. Before wrapping up, the staff in charge of coordination respectfully stepped forward to convey one final request from the brand. Qingxia, the brand is holding a product appreciation event at Yunjing Mall tomorrow. Would you be able to? Sure, count me in. There was none of the refusal they had expected. The staff member wore an excited smile. Everyone knew Su Qingxia's retirement from the industry was an unspoken truth. That she was willing to film this commercial was already a miracle of miracles. No one had actually expected her to show her face in public. But to their surprise, Su Qingxia actually agreed. In truth, Su Qingxia wasn't an unreasonable person. Since the brand had shown such sincerity, she couldn't refuse to give them this much face. Let's go, my treat for a big dinner. In high spirits, Su Qingxia took everyone to the most famous high-end restaurant in the capital after leaving the set, wanting to thank them for their company over the past few days. Thank you, big sister, second sister, third sister, and little son. If it weren't for you accompanying me, if it weren't for you giving me the courage to face the camera again, I never would have stood under the spotlight once more. A toast to you all. As she downed her glass, Su Banian slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Su Qingxia, what's that supposed to mean? Everyone came here because I pushed them to. If not for me, would they be here to cheer you on? What makes you think you can skip me? Su Qingxia scoffed, her gaze turning cold in an instant. Don't think I didn't hear the things you said about me on set this afternoon. Was that for my sake? You just wanted to go on a trip yourself, didn't you? Su Banian's momentum faltered. That. So what? Everyone still came along to keep you company, didn't they? Is this how you treat everyone? Right, and haven't I thanked everyone? Hey, something feels wrong? After 2 seconds, the confused Su Banian finally realized she'd been talked into a corner. She bared her claws and lunged for a fight. You silver-tongued devil, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. If there was a grudge, they cursed. If they were unconvinced, they fought. The sisters started brawling right then and there. Su Sun, caught in the middle, felt his soul leaving his body. It was supposed to be a nice meal, but with one ear full of shouting and the other full of screaming, he was about to go insane. Cut it out, can you two just cut it out? Bickering over such small things, what's the point? Really, what is the point? Everyone sit down. Do me a favor and turn your hostilities into, dirt? Can you at least wait until I've finished my meal before you start fighting? I'm begging you to. Seeing Su Sun's exhaustion, the two calmed their emotions. Even Su Banian, who hadn't gotten her 200 million, temporarily suppressed her fury. Seeing them sit back down, Su Sun smiled in relief. They can be taught, they can be taught. Su Sun was finally able to eat in peace, the clamor in his ears gone at last. He elegantly piled food onto his plate until it was a mountain, wore a refined smile, and then opened his mouth wide, sweeping through the delicacies like a storm. Tossing his chopsticks onto the table, Su Sun let out a contented burp. All right, I'm done. As if they had heard the signal for war, the two women immediately resumed their combat. Su Qingxia, today I'm going to make you understand the price of ingratitude. You little brat, how dare you pinch me? If you leave a mark on my face and ruin tomorrow's event, I'll peel your skin off. Ah. I was wrong. Fourth sister, I was wrong. Don't pull my nose. Are you two done yet? Finally, the silent Su Mayan could no longer take it. She slammed her hand on the table and rose in a rage. You little brat, big sister has already spoken and you're still doing it. Stop changing the subject. Garbage Su Mayan, do you think I'm afraid of her? Watch me beat you up. As it turned out, Su Banian, desperate for revenge, had let that line slip out by mistake. In an instant, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The two fighting stopped dead in their tracks. Su Qingxia took a step back in sheer terror and sat down to focus on her food, leaving only a dawning realization Su Banian trembling in place. That. Can you believe that my second personality took control of my body just now? Su Wanqing sighed, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Finally, she said nothing and acted like she hadn't seen a thing. Su Xinyo gave Su Banian a sympathetic look and added insult to injury, suggesting, Nian Nian, just kneel down and admit your mistake. Su Banian was stunned. Wait, second sister, third sister, aren't you going to help me? No one responded. Only silence remained, punctuated by muffled, suppressed laughter and whispers, shut your mouth. Keep it in. Su Banian looked stiffly at the people beside her, forcing a smile. Su Qingxia, you just wait for me. Ha ha. The sword of judgment hanging overhead finally fell. Each step Su Mayan took sounded like a cry from hell. Su Banian's legs went weak, she couldn't even summon the will to resist. Just then, that familiar, majestic figure suddenly stood in front of her. Do me a favor and let it go. No. Get lost. You got it. Su Sun dodged away just like that, and Su Banian was completely dumbfounded. Wait, no one is going to save me? Ha 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 ha. What a bunch of blind, heartless family members. I treat you all like family, and this is how you treat me, isn't it? Su Mayan remained emotionless, hand over all your pocket money. If you keep blathering, you can forget about going shopping with your second sister tonight. Understood. Although the money she'd coaxed and tricked out of them over the past few days was gone, at least she could still reach her goal tonight. Worst case scenario, she'd just bleed second sister dry for a little extra. All in all. Not a loss. Yunjing Mall. It was lunch hour, and most people should have been resting or eating, but the crowd in the mall was growing larger by the second. They flocked in one direction, filling the surrounding floors until they were packed tight, countless eyes focused on a single point. It was as if some huge superstar had arrived. And indeed, a superstar was in the mix. Su Qingxia. It's really Su Qingxia. Has Su Qingxia finally returned after being silent for so long? Oh, Goddess Qingxia. It's Goddess Qingxia. After enduring for half a year, she's finally back. Fresh and clear. Summer heads. Summer is fresh, we are the summer heads. Ah, Qingxia, our summerhead army will always love you. The surrounding cheers were deafening, the fans' enthusiasm resounding through the heavens. Su Sen and his group were in the center of the spectacle, and feeling the overwhelming atmosphere, they couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying influence of a star. Amidst the clamor, the center of attention finally ascended the stage. A simple yet adorable outfit lent a unique charm that captivated everyone. Woo! Summer, fly bravely. The summerheads will always follow. Alright, thank you all for your enthusiasm. Before the official start of today's event, Qingxia has a performance for you all. With the host controlling the stage, the crowd finally quieted down. Su Qingxia hadn't sung in a long time, many were eagerly waiting for her to grace them with her voice once more. Having experienced fame and walked through the valleys, now that the clouds had parted, she must have many thoughts she wanted to share with everyone. And this song, surely, must contain all the bitterness and tears of these past days. This song is the one I'm most satisfied with among my original works. However, I'm going to disappoint you. I won't be singing about suffering, and I won't be reminiscing about pain. This is a completely different kind of song, one that represents positivity, moving forward, and courage. It's a song totally different from what you might expect, and it's a bold new attempt for me. Actually, a special family member gave me the inspiration to compose it. I hope you all like it. This song is called Meow Meow. Su Sun, down in the audience, froze. What the hell? She wrote a song like this? How come she never mentioned it to me? While he was lost in confusion, the melody began to play, soaring and cheerful. Punamijadidu, Ajiana Pugiamakajitu, Onensenyuna, Punamijaditu, Ajiana Pugiamakajitu, Onensenyuna. Amijiadidu meow meow, Amijiadidu meow meow. Amijiadidu meow meow, Amijiadidu meow meow. Su Sun, at this moment, the FCK? Holy FCK, is this actually a song Su Qingxia came up with? This outrageous melody, these abstract lyrics, this avant-garde aesthetic, is this even something that should exist in this era? Is this musical aesthetic like several stories higher than my previous world? Is this even the same Su Qingxia I know? To be honest, Su Sun was genuinely shocked. He was shocked by how abstract Su Qingxia had become. In the past, Su Qingxia was incredibly fastidious when it came to songs, never allowing anything weird or bizarre to tarnish her work. Who would have thought that Su Qingxia, who treated music like her own life, would break out of her comfort zone in public and head straight into the abstract circle? Of course, abstract is all relative. While it sounded like ear torture to Su Sun, to everyone else, it was like the music of the heavens reaching their ears. Simply because Su Qingxia had pioneered a new aesthetic this time. Oh. So good, so good. This is simply the best music I've ever heard. Fly bravely, Xiaxia, we'll follow you forever. Su Sun? Are you kidding me, brothers? Are these people actually getting emotional? Haven't they already tasted fine delicacies? How are they still acting like they've never seen the world before? In the gap between the cheering crowds, Su Sun leaned over to Su Mayan and whispered, "Did you tell Su Qingxia something you heard in my world?" Su Mayan looked confused. What do you mean? Su Sun, otherwise, where would this advanced aesthetic come from? This isn't something that should exist in this world. If it did, it would have been popularized by me. Su Mayan didn't respond, because she truly hadn't said anything. She hadn't even mentioned her experiences in that other world to anyone. Su Sun leaned in toward Su Shinro. Could it be you? Alright, it definitely couldn't be you. You finally initiated a conversation with me. You misheard. My second personality took over my body for a moment. I didn't say anything. The corners of Su Shinro's lips curled up. After many days of the Cold War, she had finally waited for Su Sun to take the initiative, but she wasn't anxious at all about his renewed distance. She never fought battles she wasn't prepared for. She had endured for so many years, a few more days didn't matter. Third sister? I suddenly feel like you're a bit scary. Su Banian spoke up suddenly, diverting Su Shinro's attention. She looked to the side coldly, expressionless, and said, "How am I scary? I haven't done anything to you. It's just that you have this scheming air about you, like someone is about to be in trouble?" Su Shinro pursed her lips, holding back the speechless retort in her heart. She usually pampered Su Banian quite a bit, but sometimes she really didn't want to deal with her. The brand event continued. Although Su Qingxia was the center of attention on stage, Su Sun was still recognized by some fans off stage. After all, he was something of an influencer, had been in the news and on stage, so quite a few people came over to ask for photos and autographs. Alright, one by one. No photos, just autographs. Whose pen is poking my nostril? Great God, give me an autograph. Sign it on my forehead. Great God, I can sing every one of your songs. Will you release new music in the future? Great God, your physique is so good. Damn. Who touched my butt again? The fans were crowded and their passion was hard to refuse. Susun got a taste of the celebrity life, even if there were always people secretly taking liberties. At the same time, not far away, a cold figure leaned against the wall, arms crossed, face set in a confident posture with a playful smirk on the corner of his mouth. Susun, I never imagined you would be trapped in this hollow adulation. This is good, it allows me to dismantle your pride step by step, dragging you into an endless abyss. Just as this figure was feeling smug and confident, Susun, who was signing autographs on the other side, looked up by some strange intuition. That punchable aura. Sure enough, at a glance into the distance, a sneaky figure turned to leave. Susun frowned, realizing the situation wasn't simple. This person looked familiar. Suddenly, a flash of memory crossed his mind. He remembered. Wasn't this that immortal venerable guy? Wait, how is he still alive? Shouldn't he have kicked the bucket already? Susun dealt with the crowd, pushing through to chase after the sneaky figure. He knew exactly how much force he had used in his attacks. Based on the severity of the injuries he dealt to Qin Xian at the time, there was no way Qin Xian could be alive. Even if he were alive, with his meridians shattered and heavy injuries, it was impossible for him to be out shopping this quickly. Most importantly, he saw a trace of an old acquaintance in Qin Xian. A trace of a punchable feeling? Strange, why did I suddenly think of Su Wen? Could it be that I'm missing my brother one? Stinky Susun, wait up. Why are you walking so fast? The sisters were panting as they chased after Susun, not understanding why he had suddenly left as if his soul had been snatched away. Su Wanqing, upon hearing his mutterings, asked a question that had been lingering for a while. Su Wan? Speaking of which, didn't Su Wan pass away after you sent him to the hospital, saying his injuries had worsened? Susun nodded, yeah. Are you missing brother Wan too? Su Wanqing looked at her sisters and sighed helplessly before shaking her head. It's just a bit sentimental. After all, he was our own brother, yet we were like strangers. If he hadn't always harbored such malicious intentions, would he still be alive? Su Mayan interjected coldly, enough, second sister. Su Wan brought his fate upon himself. Don't forget he even wanted to kill us back then. We don't have a brother like that. Susun smiled mysteriously, it's fine. If the biological brother is gone, isn't there still a biological sister? Isn't there the gender-swapped version of brother one, Su Miao Miao? She's your biological sister too. Su Mayan. Su Wanqing. Su Bainian. After several moments of speechlessness, the sisters were rendered truly silent by those words. Alright, you all go back to the hotel. I'm going to look around nearby. I'm going too. Go to hell. Pushing aside Su Bainian's pestering, Susun headed in the direction Qin Xian had departed. He had always been a man who didn't like leaving things for tomorrow. If there was a problem, he had to clear it up as quickly as possible. Soon, he found that familiar figure at a corner. And that figure seemed to be waiting for his arrival. You still followed me, Susun. Susun frowned slightly. You actually aren't dead. You really live up to being the immortal venerable returned. You actually knew I was an immortal venerable and that I returned from another world? Ha ha, Susun. You really are the greatest rival I've ever had. It was worth me always keeping in mind the humiliations you dealt me. Susun was momentarily dazed. This familiar feeling, this punchable temperament. Doesn't this flavor seem a bit too strong? No, wait, have we met before? No, that's redundant. We definitely met a while back, but why does your vibe feel like that of an old acquaintance today? Susun was genuinely bewildered. When he first met this Qin Xian, the guy had a fair amount of swagger, so how did his aura suddenly become so pathetic? Could it be that after his Dao heart was shattered by that beating I gave him, his mind snapped? Whatever, to hell with it. You actually dared to stalk me. You got lucky and didn't die last time, so are you here to hand-deliver your head this time? Susun rubbed his hands together, raring to go. He knew the growth rate of these immortal venerable returns types. One moment they're evenly matched with you, and the next day they're somehow invincible. If he were allowed to keep developing for a few 10,000 years, he might actually become a threat. Could he really just sit by and watch? This kid must not be left alive. Qin Xian, is it? I'll send you back to traverse other worlds for another few 10,000 years. Susun, oh Susun, you're still so impatient and violent. But then again, it was only later that I realized how terrifying your power truly was, and I finally understood how laughable I was back then. However, it is precisely because of that I realize how much like ants we were back then. Actually, you're nothing special. Susun furrowed his brow, a thought crossing his mind. What kind of nonsense is that? Didn't catch a word of it. Better to just let my iron fists do the talking. With that, he delivered a momentum-fueled punch straight toward Qin Xian's face. Suddenly, wait. Wait for your big head. Ignoring Qin Xian's call to stop, the punch landed squarely on Qin Xian's face, sending him flying backward over 10 meters. After stabilizing, Qin Xian wiped away the blood and gritted his teeth. Why didn't you let me finish what I was saying? Why should I? What? Qin Xian was stunned. With the memories of his two bodies, whichever one called a timeout always bought him breathing room. How was it not working here? Go flying. Susan pressed his advantage, his moves sharp and ruthless. He beat Qin Xian so badly the man couldn't even catch a break. He'd be punched into the air before he even landed, with no room for a counterattack whatsoever. It was a one-sided slaughter. You bastard! If I weren't suffering from unhealed wounds, how could you be so rampant? Qin Xian roared savagely. At the same time, at Villa No. 1 in the imperial capital, Qin Xilan was looking helplessly at the scene before her. Old Su, what's wrong with you? Why are you twitching and coughing up blood? Are you having a seizure? Aya, you bastard. You forced my hand. Heaven and earth is one. Restore my body. Villa No. 1, Old Su. Why are your eyes rolling back? Why did a huge patch of your hair suddenly turn white? Go to hell. Su Sin raised his hand and punched him, interrupting the spellcasting, saying disdainfully, Heaven and earth is one? What's next, 7 swords combined? Villa No. 1, Old Su, why did your teeth fall out? Don't scare me. Here, Qin Xian was getting beaten over and over, while over there, Su Qiming was suffering blow after blow. Of course, Su Sun was unaware of this, and Qin Xian rather, Su Wen didn't care. He kept provoking Su Sun like a madman. And Su Sun, true to form, bought it, immediately putting even more effort into the beating. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Mars Power Fist. Shaolin's 33 Divine Fists. Damn it, still acting cool? Take my Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. With a spinning uppercut, Su Wen was sent straight into the sky, flying over 10 meters high. The worst was yet to come. Before he even reached the peak of his trajectory, a dense, rain-like barrage of punches rained down on him. At that moment, Su Wen felt time slow down, approaching a complete freeze, yet within that stagnant time, Su Sun's hands moved like phantoms, landing dozens of punches on him every second. Ha ha! A desperate scream of agony erupted, a cry he could not control, pain from the depths of his soul. Heaven toppling. Strike! Su Sun suddenly appeared above Su Wen, his hands clasped into a hammer. The white aura around them had materialized into reality. This strike felt like the finishing move that all the previous attacks had paved the way for, intended to kill him in one blow. Su Wen refused to accept this. He had only just returned through rebirth, his account wasn't even fully inherited yet. How could he die like this? He would never repeat the mistakes of his past life. Suddenly, Su Wen, who had been gasping for air, widened his swollen, bruised eyes, a flash of cold light erupting from them. He suddenly tilted his head back at 75 degrees, his mouth curling into a 35-degree mysterious arc, and with a look of utter, casual disdain, he glanced at Su Sun and shouted. Good opportunity. Now. Do it. A sonic boom ripped through the air. A black Raptor fighter jet, hidden nearby, descended from the sky like a tearing of space, trailing a vapor cloud. Su Sun looked up, startled, as countless flashes of fire poured down like a barrage. A dozen missiles screamed toward him. Damn! Enemy attack! Su Sun instinctively raised his hands to block. Countless explosions crackled around him in succession, completely engulfing him in firepower and smoke. Su Sun, no matter how strong you are, you're just flesh and blood. I don't believe that even this won't. Go to hell. Before Su Wen could finish, he heard a nonchalant go to hell. A mobile phone flew out from the center of the explosions, streaking toward the Raptor. The next second, with a bang, the black fighter jet exploded in the sky like fireworks. Su Sun looked at the debris in the sky and frowned. Hey buddy, you look a bit familiar, don't you? Su Wen was completely stunned. His trump card, his pride and joy, was just gone? Not only was he stunned, but the pilot of the fighter jet would never have imagined that after a lifetime of conquest, he wouldn't fall to some truck or a mute, but would end up dying at the hands of an ant-like human without even leaving behind a shred of consciousness. Alright, now nobody can disturb us. It should have been game over, but to everyone's surprise, Su Wen began to laugh, a laugh filled with madness and triumph. You think my trump card was them? My trump card has always been myself. Su Wen waved his hand. Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, crackling with red lightning, carrying an ominous, heart-palpitating aura. It looked as if the apocalypse had arrived. The commotion from the fight had long since drawn attention, especially the massive explosion, which was attracting countless onlookers. If a crowd gathered, it would undoubtedly lead to mass casualties. Su Sun, you fell for it after all. You gave me the chance to cast my spell. Now it's your choice. Do you want to watch the people within 10 kilometers be wiped off the face of the earth, or will you choose to commit suicide to appease my wrath? Su Sun's expression was somber, clever. You're the smartest opponent I've ever met actually using strategy, a public play at that. If I refuse, wouldn't I be the culprit behind the deaths of all these innocent people? I'd probably have vengeful spirits coming for my soul every night, wouldn't I? Su Wen sneered, exactly. It's all about whether you choose yourself or the greater good. Well, obviously. I choose neither. Su Sun raised his left arm, clenched his right fist, and crossed them. To Su Wen's astonishment, he slowly traced a semicircle, and finally raised his right hand toward the sky. A blue beam of light shot into the heavens. From the center of that light, a curtain of radiance expanded, pouring down over everything. Meta. Field. At that moment, Su Wen was struck dumb. Because this was no longer the city, there were no buildings, and no ordinary people remained. All he could see was a barren, silent wasteland. A memory he never wished to recall flooded his mind. Suwon muttered in a daze, "Am I back in the dark room again?" Recalling the past, everything felt as if it had happened only yesterday. Suwon remembered that unbearable scene, that desperate scene, that humiliating scene. At the same time, he recalled the countless years of torment he had been unwilling to revisit, and for a moment, the veins on his forehead bulged, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he took on the look of someone blinded by a thirst for slaughter. This move again? Since you don't care about the lives of the people around you, I'll make them all be buried with me. Suwon raised his hand and waved. The thunder in the sky grew even more deafening, and the surging purple lightning, carrying an aura of desolation and annihilation, began to spread in all directions. Suwon felt inexplicably high-spirited at this moment, his entire being like a god descended to the mortal world, manipulating the winds and clouds. Su-sun paused for a moment. Under Suwon's puzzled gaze, he tapped his own forehead, the contempt on his face undisguised. Suwon grew angry. Su-sun, what do you mean by that? Not at all, big brother. Why are you still thinking about people being buried with you? Have you looked at where we are? Is there a single soul around? Suwon glanced left and right. The surroundings were silent and desolate. Where was anyone else? He went dumb. He had nearly forgotten he had been dragged into a little dark room. Did this mean he didn't have a single bargaining chip left in his hand? Damn you, what a vicious scheme. Hey, are you serious? You're the one who wanted to take hostages to command the masses, and now you're blaming me for scheming? If you hadn't been harming the innocent, would I have dragged you into this one-on-one fair duel? Even so, do you think you've won? Not yet. Since there's no one here to bear the consequences for you, then you will bear all the power I've accumulated for so long. Suddenly, blood tears streamed from Suwon's eyes. He spread his arms, guiding the massive energy from the sky to pour down. Boundless blood energy surged from his body, as if he were burning his very life force, pushing his power to an even higher level. Su-sun couldn't help but sigh. A celestial immortal is a celestial immortal. At the critical moment, they treat life like dirt. Even if they are going to die, they will fight you to the end. Pride is greater than everything. Since that was the case, he would give his opponent a decent death. In an instant, only an instant. Su-sun arrived before Su-wen and threw a punch fueled by his full strength. Bang! Su-wen dissipated like fireworks. But Su-sun stood frozen on the spot. Because something was wrong with his opponent, this looked like nothing more than a puppet. What he had just blasted to pieces wasn't Qin Xian's physical body, it was a mirage of fireworks. No way, is the enemy this devious? No, it's a body double. This Qin Xian used a substitute at the critical moment to escape catastrophe. Just then, a voice filled with hateful mockery drifted from the surroundings. Ha ha ha. Su-sun. This time you have lost. Once I recuperate and restore my strength, the next time we meet will be the moment of your death. And it won't just be you. I'll send my 5 sisters down with you, so you can all continue being a family in the afterlife. My dear brother Sun, enjoy these final moments while you can. Su-sun? Damn it. No wonder there was something about this Qin Xian that felt like an old acquaintance. So he wasn't Qin Xian at all, this was fucking Su-won. In a flash of inspiration, Su-sun guessed roughly what had happened. He had wondered why Qin Xian hadn't died after being severely injured by him. In fact, he had died. It was just a lucky coincidence that Su-won had possessed his body and been reborn. After all, that was how novels were always written. But how did this Su-won get the idea that he was a match for him? It had been so long, yet his inexplicable habit of being overconfident hadn't changed at all? And revealing his identity so early, was he truly not afraid of me coming to put some field pressure on him? Suddenly, Su-sun's gaze turned dark. Little brother one, you still can't keep a secret. Then don't blame me. I will kill you within 3 days. When Su-sun reappeared, the area around the mall was in total chaos. There were signs of fighting everywhere, and the ground was scarred by missile craters. Seeing Su-sun, the 5 sisters immediately rushed over. Seeing them all gathered, Su-sun was a bit surprised and asked Su-chingsha, "Weren't you hosting an event? Is it over?" Su-chingsha was speechless. Host an event? With the sound of gunfire and explosions outside, how could we possibly continue? But are you all right? Where did you go just now? I'm fine, just went for a stroll. Su-mayan was sharp-minded, she naturally didn't believe Su-sun's nonsense about a stroll. Xiaoshuan, tell me the truth, was this your doing? Su-banian exclaimed, was it you? I heard people saying 2 people were fighting here. That earth-shaking movement couldn't really have been you, could it? After all, only a superhuman can fight a superhuman. Su-sun shook his head. Not me. I was just passing by. Su-banian didn't believe him. Liar. Who else but you could cause such a ruckus? Fine, since you've already figured it out, I won't hide it. There really was an enemy, so we just had a fight here. TCH, I knew you were bluffing. It definitely wasn't you. Could someone with your level of power cause that much of a stir? Hey, you brat, denying it is wrong, admitting it is Ranjieri doing this on purpose, aren't you? No, big sister, save me. Su-sun is angry from embarrassment. The two chased each other around Su Mayan, making her head spin, though Su Banian was eventually captured by Su Sun and given a good lecture. Even back at the hotel, Su Banian hadn't forgotten about revenge, and only quieted down once she affected Su Mayan enough to bring down the gavel of justice. Evening. By dinner time, the group was still worried about the day's events, while Su Sun ate and drank as if nothing had happened. Finally, Su Mayan couldn't hold back her doubts any longer. Xiaoxuan, with such a huge commotion during the day, surely you were seen? Won't someone come looking for you? Su Sun smiled when he heard this, comforting her, don't worry. My punches were like illusions at the time, I doubt anyone could even tell if I was human or not. Su Wanqing added, but if there were high-speed cameras nearby, wouldn't your abnormal behavior be exposed? No, what do you mean by abnormal? Besides, what kind of place would have high-speed cameras? Even if they did, don't worry. My greatest reliance for being abnormal is playing on my computer, no one will ever find out my identity. That's good, then. Su Sun understood their worries. After all, that kind of thing was too shocking. If his face were exposed, who knew what kind of organization would snatch him up to be sliced and studied? Though, they didn't have the strength to do it. Oh, by the way, who was it that fought you today? They were actually on par with you. Will we become a burden to you? Su Mayan's question hit the point. If she hadn't mentioned it, Su Sun would have almost forgotten. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, his expression cooling, and said with the utmost seriousness. It was Qin Shen, or more accurately, it was Su Wen returned from the dead. He has come to take revenge on us. What? Su Wen? The sisters were incredibly shocked. Ever since that incident where he tried to wipe out his sisters, although they hadn't spoken of it, everyone understood that Su Wen was dead. How could he be alive again now? Even if there were a chance to live, so much time had passed that his body should have rotted away by now, right? What's going on? Didn't he already die? Su Mayan asked, completely bewildered. Yes, he died. The specifics are hard to explain in a sentence or two. You only need to remember that Su Wen has swapped bodies and returned. And by the way, we aren't on par. X5. Night fell. After a long, busy day and a small scare, it was time for everyone to rest. The six of them booked 3 rooms, meaning 2 to a room. Su Sun was naturally with Su Mayan. Even though one single bed was enough, they were away from home, so appearances had to be maintained. Xiaoxuan, what do you plan to do? Hearing about Su Wen's revenge, I have a bad feeling. In the dark, Su Sun lay with his back to Su Mayan. Hearing this, he slowly opened his eyes. Sleep. I'm here. I've given him 3 days, he will realize his mistake. Okay. An hour later, Su Mayan fell into a deep sleep. Su Sun opened his eyes again, silently got dressed, and left the room. In the empty night, a black figure stood atop the building, feeling the cold wind howl. Within 3 days includes today. Su Wen, I'm coming for you. The Su residence was inexplicably desolate that night. Even Su Qiming felt a wave of inexplicable unease, as if some terrible disaster were about to unfold. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The events of the day had left him so rattled that the physical discomfort made rest impossible. Old Su, does it still hurt? In the pitch-black room, Qin Xinlan's display of concern cut through Su Qiming's restlessness. The pain is secondary. It's the weakness, the feeling like I'm suffering from a terminal illness and haven't eaten in months, like I've lost dozens of pounds. It's worse than death. Hearing this, Qin Xinlan studied the man on the bed thoughtfully, her eyebrows arching. It was true, he had lost dozens of pounds. Su Qiming, who once stood 5'9" and weighed 160 pounds, had carried a look of affluent prosperity. Now, whether he even hit 100 pounds was questionable. He looked like a dried-up corpse that had been drained of all its essence, blood, and flesh. It was ghastly. In a way, he had indeed been drained, his own precious son had sucked him into this wretched state. Alright, it's late. Stop sitting there staring at the ceiling and lie down. Well, I think I'll go sleep in another room. I don't want to bother you. Seeing Qin Xinlan's reaction, Su Qiming immediately flew into a rage. What excuse are you trying to come up with now? Does sleeping in the same bed as me really disgust you that much? No, I just don't want to disturb your rest. She said no, but in her heart, she was truly repulsed. After all, though the old Su Qiming had been aged, he had at least retained some of the charm of his youth, paired with an air of distinction polished by the baptism of wealth. But now, he was a living, withered corpse. She was terrified that she'd wake up in the middle of the night to find a cold, dead body lying next to her. Look, old Su, I'm going to head out. If you need anything, just call me. Su Qiming's eyes widened. Call you? I can barely lift my hands, how am I supposed to call you? If you leave and something happens in the middle of the night, who am I supposed to go to? The servants. I'll call a servant right now. Since when do we have servants? Didn't your precious son scare them all away? There were still no servants, and they were still fending for themselves. Ever since Su Wen returned and started having his erratic mental breakdowns, the staff had long since fled. The couple hadn't bothered to hire replacements, and now the consequences were crashing down on them. Old Su, I'll find you a caregiver tomorrow, a top-tier one. Get out. I know you just despise me. You try walking out that door today and see what happens. Su Qiming, don't you push your luck. What, not pretending anymore? If you dare to load me today, are you going to go find some young piece of meat tomorrow? Su Qiming, stop your nonsense. When have I, Qin Shilan, ever done you wrong? Then who is male model no? 1 foot on your phone. Do you think I don't know anything? Hearing this, Qin Shilan's eyes went wide with disbelief, but after only 0.25 seconds, she regained her composure and plastered a smile on her face. Old Su, you're overthinking it. That's my distant nephew. He works as a male model at a KTV. Do you take me for a fool? Even if your Qin family is a wealthy clan, would your pride-obsessed parents allow their own grandson to be a male model? Look, Old Su, there's something outside the window. Still trying to treat me like a 3-year-old? Qin Shilan, I think you're looking to start a war. He assumed Qin Shilan was just changing the subject, but when Su Qiming instinctively glanced over, there really was something outside the window. A black speck stood on the distant rooftop. Su Qiming blinked, realizing the shadow was shaped like a human. Su Qiming was stunned. What is that? It looks like a person. Qin Shilan's pupils dilated. No way. It's floating over here. Qin Shilan wasn't exaggerating this time. From their vantage point, the shadow was indeed drifting over from the distance. It was truly a person. However, when they stared again, the view outside the window was silent and empty. There was no shadow to be found. Qin Shilan was heart-stricken, clutching her chest and breathing heavily. Scared me to death. It seems our mental state has been so wrecked by Xiaowen lately that I almost thought I saw a ghost. Su Qiming's expression was heavy. No, why does that figure look so familiar? That one sentence jolted Qin Shilan awake. You're right. I was wondering why it looked familiar, and it looked just like that brat Su Sun. But that's impossible, he's still in Jiangcheng. I really am just scaring myself. Before she could finish, Qin Shilan let out a sudden shriek. A human face had suddenly appeared outside the window, pressed flat against the glass. In the gloomy night, it was terrifying. Worse, the head was cocked to the side, tongue lolling out. Ah! A ghost! Shut up! Stop shrieking! Su Qiming said the words, but he was terrified himself. What was even more horrifying was that the ghost outside had pried the window open and looked ready to climb in. They were on the 5th floor. There was no foothold below. Anyone capable of climbing into this window from the outside was either a Superman or a demon. Ugh! Old Su! I can't. I feel faint. Yo, not bad. Nice place you've got here. Qin Shilan, who had just fallen to the ground to play dead, sprang back up in an instant, her eyes wide with disbelief. The fear on her face vanished, replaced by profound shock and fury. Because the intruder was not a ghost, it was the one person she never wanted to see. That man. He had arrived. Su Sun. Why are you here? This is breaking and entering. Yo, MS. Qin, your face changes faster than flipping a book. Weren't you just scared out of your wits? Shut your mouth. We haven't provoked you. What is the meaning of this? Do you really think we're easy targets? Anger took hold of her reason, her natural shrewishness took command of her brain. Qin Shilan was no longer panicked or afraid. She even dared to stand on the moral high ground to accuse Su Sun. Su Sun chuckled. Haven't provoked me? Why don't you ask Su Qiming if he's been pulling any strings behind the scenes? And even if you hadn't, that's fine, but what about your precious son, Su Wen? Qin Shilan's mind went blank. What? You've seen Xiaowen? Naturally. But you two are really something else. You didn't even tell me that brother one had been resurrected. That's really not cool. Qin Shilan's lips twitched into a stiff smile. We didn't want him to come back either. You have no idea what he's done to us. Please, don't come to us for his problems, okay? Alright, we'll talk about him later. But Qin Shilan, you've abandoned Su Qiming this quickly? Suddenly, Su Sun cast his gaze toward the dried-up husk on the bed. This fellow looks a bit familiar. Has the air of an old acquaintance. Wait, MS. Qin, if you're going to find a mistresso, a lover, cold, you find someone younger? Is it not embarrassing to find an old man who looks like he's about to kick the bucket? The key part is that he actually looks a bit like your man. I really don't get your taste here. Qin Shilan looked awkward. That. Actually, this is old Su. What the hell? After the shock wore off, Su Sun realized. Oh, I get it. You were afraid I'd report you, right? Don't worry, I won't tell Qiming. Su Sun, what on earth do you want? As that familiar voice rang out, Su Sun looked as if he'd seen a ghost, forced to accept the reality before him. Wait, you really are Su Qiming? How did you get so thin and wretched? Is Qin Shilan really that intense? With that, Su Sun pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Mayan, let me tell you what I'm looking at. Forget it, I can't explain it over the phone, you'd better see for yourself. Where did you sneak off to in the middle of the night? If it weren't for this call, Su Mayan wouldn't have known Su Sun had slipped away. That's not the point. The point is what's right in front of me. Opening a video call, Su Sun pointed his phone directly at Qin Shilan and Su Qiming. On the other end, Su Mayan immediately sat bolt upright. Mom? Where exactly are you? Don't tell me you're looking for trouble again? Su Sun shook his head. Do I look like that kind of person? I just happened to run into MS. Sheen by chance. Take a look at who's next to her. When the camera panned to Su Chiming, Su Mayan's expression shifted visibly. Mom? You didn't get caught by Su Sun while out cheating, did you? Dad never did anything to wrong you. Why would you be having an affair at your age, and with such an old man, too? What could you possibly be after? Qin Xinlan rolled her eyes, 10,000 curses running through her mind. What kind of scandalous behavior had she committed to make everyone automatically assume she was having an affair? You brat, we haven't seen each other in so long and this is how you talk to me? I can see you don't have any respect for me as your mother anymore. Mom, don't keep making mistakes. Just live a quiet life with Dad. Qin Xinlan was livid. Shut up. Su Mayan, open your eyes and look properly. Who is this? This is your own father. Su Mayan was stunned. This is... Dad? What's the matter? Can't recognize your own father? Why does everyone think I'm some kind of loose woman? Can't I just be a virtuous wife taking care of her bedridden husband? Su Mayan asked, Dad, what happened? I'm talking to you. Can't I be a virtuous wife? Su Mayan was speechless. Mom, stop focusing on that. Is Dad sick? How did he get this thin? It's all your fault. If it weren't for all of you, your father wouldn't be in this wretched state. What does that have to do with us? Su Mayan was utterly exasperated. How could it not? If you hadn't run away from home, your brother wouldn't have turned against you, Su Sun wouldn't have beaten him nearly to death, your brother wouldn't have had his personality twisted, and he wouldn't have died and resurrected to make your father like this. It's all because you sisters didn't give Xiaowen enough love. Su Mayan was almost driven to laughter. Is there even a shred of logic in that? Isn't it just Su Wen having too many problems of his own? You are his sister, can't you be more forgiving? Haven't we been forgiving enough? In the end, he tried to kill us. Are we supposed to keep forgiving him after that? Forget it, I'm not arguing with you. I think I figured it out, it's Su Wen again. Since you've been forgiving him all along, why did he turn Dad into this? This. Qin Xinlan was momentarily speechless, stuttering and unable to provide an answer. Su Qiming, on the other hand, had grasped the point. Su Wen was born with a rebellious nature, and no matter what, he was destined to ruin this family. He truly regretted his choices from the beginning. Dad, now that things have come to this, do you regret it? I have no regrets. Even though he felt remorse in his heart, his mouth remained as stubborn as ever. Su Mayan smiled indifferently. As long as you have no regrets. But since we are father and daughter, if you really are reaching the end, I'll bring everyone to pay you a visit. There was nothing left to say, the long-standing conflicts had left the two sides at total odds. Su Mayan ended it there. The call ended, and the atmosphere returned to silence. Su Sun ignored the two elders and headed downstairs to search for his target for the day. Qin Xinlan thought Su Sun was plotting to take their luxury villa and followed behind him, nagging incessantly, until Su Sun used a familiar move to make her shut up. You crazy hag, keep yapping and I'll send you to join Su Wen on his way out. Who? Xiao Wan? Qin Xinlan suddenly spun around, collided with the wall, and wobbled to the ground. Oh, that damnable Su Sun, he actually knocked me out. Su Sun. They say even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs, but Qin Xinlan. Su Sun shook his head inside. Wealthy families, this is what wealthy families are like. But it's only natural, look at how badly Su Wen has wrecked this household. So noisy. Do you really think just because you're my parents I won't lay a hand on you? Perhaps it was because Qin Xinlan's voice was too loud, it annoyed Su Wen, who was in the room trying to recover from his serious injuries. The commotion outside was distracting, and it even stirred a murderous intent in him. But when he stepped out, the first person he saw wasn't Qin Xinlan, but the man he least wanted to see. You? How could it be you? Why wouldn't it be me? Brother Wen, you didn't think I'd just let it slide after you tried to stab me in the back, did you? True, Su Wen had anticipated that Su Sun wouldn't just let it go. But the problem was, this was too fast. You said within 3 days. What is the meaning of this? Doesn't within 3 days include today? I can't help it, I'm not the type to hold a grudge overnight. That's why I'm here in the middle of the night to demand an explanation. The atmosphere was tense. Su Wen had miscalculated. He should have known Su Sun didn't play by the rules and shouldn't be judged by conventional standards. At the very least, he shouldn't have waited at home for his enemy to show up. Su Sun, today is actually a misunderstanding. How about this? I'll compensate you, I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Su Sun tilted his head and smiled. Compensation? And what if I don't agree? You'll agree. After all, we were once family. We both bear the surname Su. In the end, we share the same roots. You wouldn't want to be so heartless and leave a rift in my sisters' hearts, would you? After all, I am their own brother. Su Sun nodded playfully. That makes so much sense. But what makes you think they would hold a grudge against me for you? You wanted them dead. Do you think they're saints? Are you really going to be so cold-blooded? What cold-blooded? To take a step back, you're Qin Xian, not Su Wen. You and I have nothing to do with each other. What? In an instant, Su Wen's throat was gripped tightly by a large hand. The lack of air made his face turn purple, filled with agony, as he could only silently feel the pressure of the hand tightening. Su Wen tapped Su Sun's hand, desperate. Hey, friend. Let's talk. Just a little air. Brother Wen, I really can't tell if you're actually schizophrenic, playing the fool, or if the Su Wen personality has taken over your Emperor Wen mind. Which one are you? The green tea Su Wen? Soon. Brother Sun, what are you saying? I am me. Let go. I really can't breathe. Oh, so you are the green tea Su Wen I know? The brother Wen I've been missing? Yes. Yes. I'm the brother Wen you know. I'll never frame anyone again. Since that's the case. Su Sun's eyes narrowed, the temperature in the room seemingly plummeting. Then go to hell. Su Sun threw a devastating punch with his left hand. Su Wen flew back like a missile, crashing through walls and bricks in a chaotic mess. That single blow was enough to put Su Wen half to death. Cough, cough. Brother Sun, what are you doing? I'm Su Wen. I'm hitting the green tea Su Wen. With a spring-like start, Su Sun delivered an uppercut to Su Wen's chin, sending teeth flying. Su Wen was stunned. He stumbled up, his eyes filled with hatred. Damn it, I miscalculated. Su Sun, you forced my hand. Oh? Any other cards up your sleeve? Ah, Su Sun, you can't kill me. My life is tied to Su Qiming's. If I die, he dies too. You don't want my dear sisters to lose their faith. Pow! A flying punch interrupted him. Su Sun pinned Su Wen to the ground and beat him relentless Lino magic, just pure physical violence. Feels great. Su Wen was beyond enraged. Are you crazy? I said if I die, Su Qiming dies too. Smack, smack. I'll beat you, you unfilial son. How dare you call your father by his full name? Let me beat some sense into you for him. Su Sun. My life is tied to Su Qiming's. You can't kill me. What does your life being tied to his have to do with me? I'm even holding back, and besides, why should I care if Su Qiming dies? Su Wen was truly baffled. He hadn't expected Su Sun to be so immovable. Seeing Su Sun raise his fist high above his head, he knew his time was up and that this punch might be his final exit. In despair, he was lost, until he caught sight of Qin Shinlan lying not far away. Suddenly, a ray of hope illuminated his dark heart. Mom, save me. As he spoke, Qin Shinlan secretly opened one eye. Just when Su Wen thought he would be saved, Qin Shinlan rolled over as if by accident, tumbling all the way down the stairs. Oh dear. In that moment, absolute despair filled Su Wen's heart. Brother Wen, it's all over. After the absolute terror came an absolute, desperate will to live. Su Wen, refusing to fall, exhausted every ounce of his strength to try and block the incoming iron fist. Oof. But unexpectedly, Su Sun delivered a kick directly to his crotch. Su Wen shattered on the spot, his eyes slowly closing. So, this was the true finishing move. Su Sun, you don't play by the rules. I will definitely. Su Sun blocked Su Wen's mouth with his foot, looking down at him with a trace of inexplicable disdain. You aren't coming back. Don't even think about watching an ad to resurrect this time. What? Despair mingled with confusion as those wide eyes slowly closed, full of unwillingness. The man who had returned in a blaze of glory to stir up the world and exact his revenge had finally fallen. Su Wen is dead. Oh, old Su. What's wrong with you? A heart-wrenching wail suddenly rang out. Su Sun subconsciously looked up. The sound was so loud it was clearly audible even through the floor in several rooms. Su Sun turned his head to look. Qin Shinlan, who had been playing dead just a moment ago, was nowhere to be seen. When did she wake up? Muttering to himself, Su Sun followed the sound to the bedroom he had entered earlier. He saw Qin Shinlan slumped over the head of the bed, sobbing uncontrollably, while Su Qiming looked listless and half-dead. No. To be precise, he looked like he was on the verge of dying. What the hell, is Su Qiming kicking the bucket? Don't you dare die the moment I get here, talk about bad luck. Qin Shinlan turned back, incandescent with rage. Su Sun, do you have any conscience at all? He was your father for so many years, how can you be so cold-blooded and ruthless? You've got so much heart, then why were you playing dead when your precious son was crying out for your help? Qin Shinlan gritted her teeth, that's not the same thing. Besides, I really did faint from the fall. Ah, right. You woke up the moment when died. What, you can't reboot unless he's dead? The atmosphere was currently tense. In Qin Shinlan's eyes, this was all Su Sun's fault. After all, if Su Sun hadn't beaten Su Wen to death, Su Qiming wouldn't have been left hanging by a thread due to their shared lifelink. But Su Sun could see right through her little scheme. At the time, Qin Shinlan had been practically praying for Su Wen's death. Of course, arguing about that now was pointless. What's going on? He was perfectly fine earlier, how did he suddenly end up like this? Don't tell me that now that Su Wen is gone, you want to kill Su Qiming off too so you can inherit the trillion-dollar Qiming empire? Qin Shinlan, what a vicious heart you have. Shut your mouth. Qin Shinlan's eyes were bloodshot. Although she and Su Qiming occasionally had their frictions, she acknowledged him as her husband from the bottom of her heart. She glared at him viciously. Shawan said that if he died, old Su would lose his life too, yet you still struck without hesitation. This is all your fault. 666, one really did have a shared lifelink. Su Sun. How dare you laugh? Do you even have a conscience? I'm not laughing. Speaking of which, before you judge me, can you have a little self-awareness? How can you stand there and say that to me? Looking over, he saw Qin Shilan prying open Su Qiming's eyelids, shaking his head while muttering something. Old Su, don't die yet, unlock my real name verification first. Yes, that's it, blink your eyes. This scene made Su Sun's eyes roll so far back they nearly hit the ceiling. Even now, Qin Shilan was still obsessed with Su Qiming's assets. Are you serious? You're going to inherit his entire estate once he croaks anyway, isn't this a bit redundant? That's different. People at our level have donation agreements written into our wills. If old Su really dies, at least a few billion will be donated. How can I let the Su family's money go to outsiders? Su Sun gave a thumbs up, nice. Besides, old Su still has debts. I absolutely cannot take on those debts. It would be best if he could just take them to the grave. Su Sun, nice, nice. So, she wants the inheritance, she wants the donations, but she absolutely cannot accept the debts. How can there be such a thick-skinned person in this world? Qiming, oh Qiming, I don't know if having a wife like this is a blessing or a curse. Qin Shinlan's gaze sharpened, stop gloating. You're nothing but an ungrateful wolf. Go to hell. Su Sin raised his hand and dealt her a resounding slap. I'm trying to talk to you nicely and you really think you can push your luck? How dare you judge me? You woman who abandoned her husband and son. With that slap, Qin Shinlan sobered up a bit. Holding her cheek, she stammered, I didn't. I just didn't want the Su family to decline. I want to carry on the Su family legacy for old Su. Spare me. If others don't understand you, I certainly do. You look foolish on the surface, but you're more calculating than anyone. Carry on the Su family legacy? Your son is dead and your daughter has cut ties with you. Which Su family are you passing it to? Su Miao Miao? Qin Shinlan was instantly struck dumb. That was true, there was no way she would pass anything to the daughter of a mistress. Qin Shinlan, know when to quit. You don't have Su Qiming's courage, even if you get your hands on the wealth, you won't be able to hold on to it. I've said my piece. Take care of yourself, I'll bring them over to send Su Qiming off. Leaving behind this sincere warning, Su Sun jumped out the window to leave the scene, wanting to put as much distance between himself and the ground as possible. Qin Shinlan stood stunned in place, as if contemplating the warning, but then her face twisted into deep unwillingness. Su Sun had already anticipated this outcome. A few days passed. It was as if Su Qiming had really been granted some form of mercy, hanging on by a thread for such a long time. Finally, when Su Sun sensed the old man's life force rapidly dissipating, he informed the women of what had happened that day. Closing the hidden surveillance feed, Su Sun shut down his computer and sighed deeply, feeling a strange, indescribable emotion in his heart. It was truly the irony of fate. Although he had wanted to finish certain people off, the process hadn't gone as expected, yet the result had followed as if it were predestined. What? Dad? He's dying? Su Bainian's eyes were dazed and filled with disbelief. To her, this situation felt far too sudden. You aren't joking with me, are you? Su Sun shook his head. No, it's true. Your dear father really is on his last legs. How is that possible? Regardless of the bad blood, they were still father and daughter. Hearing such a serious confirmation, the awkward smile on Su Bainian's lips froze. Even though she had long anticipated that Su Qiming's ending wouldn't be pretty, the moment the bad news arrived, she still found it hard to fathom. Su Mian and Su Shinro, on the other hand, didn't show much emotional fluctuation, as if they had been mentally prepared for a long time. Su Mian sighed softly, her eyes carrying a complex hue. It has finally come to this day. But since this outcome was caused by Su Wen and not us, perhaps this is the best ending possible. Indeed, what the women feared most was eventually being forced into a life-or-death struggle against their own father. Now that he had been brought to ruin by Su Wen, it could be considered reaping what he sowed, allowing them to finally shed the psychological burden hidden deep within their hearts. After all, the ties of blood still remained. Su Bainian asked again, so, are we going to see him off for his final journey? I'm not going. He doesn't even acknowledge us anymore, so why should we go see him off? Su Qingxia replied with a cold expression. The memory of almost being sold off and sabotaged by their family was still vivid in her mind, and it left her with lingering fears. Su Shinro tried to persuade her kindly, Xia, I know you still hold a grudge for what happened back then, but now that things have reached this point, he has received the retribution he deserves. You should go see him one last time. I'm not going. Since they only have Su Wen as a son, why should I bother sticking my hot face against his cold backside? Su Wanqing also helplessly chimed in, fourth sister, I know what you're thinking. This isn't about forgiveness, but simply about fulfilling our duty as his children to bid a final farewell. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll regret it for the rest of your life one day. I could never regret it. Su Mian frowned. She had expected the troublemaker to be Su Bainian again, but she hadn't anticipated Su Qingxia to be so resolute. Old fourth, don't cause a scene. We're all going this time, no one is missing. I said. I am absolutely not going. Su Qingxia retorted loudly, her entire body radiating resistance. Even with Su Mayan exerting her authority as the eldest sister, she could not shake Su Qingxia's determination to avoid this. You're really not going? Don't come crying with regrets. Su Qingxia's gaze was firm. I will never regret it. Fine, as long as you won't regret it, I won't force you. Su Qingxia, absolutely not. Actually, I think you should go. Su Sun muttered quietly. Alright, then I'll go. The reversal came so quickly that everyone was left struggling to process it. Even Su Sun was stunned for a moment. Wait, weren't you being really firm just a second ago? My point was that you're a celebrity, and you know what kind of person your dear mother is. If you don't show up, she'll definitely make a mountain out of a molehill. Do you want random netizens calling you an unfilial daughter later? You're right, I didn't think that through. Su Mayan. Su Mayan really couldn't understand this. Did she actually want to go all along, or did her attitude change just because of something someone else said? Regardless, they all decided to fulfill their filial duty one last time, effectively severing the grievances between both sides. Dad, I've brought the girls to see you. Inside the opulent villa, Su Qiming lay slumped on the bed. His gaunt, bloodless frame no longer looked human, only a pair of clouded eyes remained open. The deathly, stagnant body contrasted sharply with the bright, luxurious room. Seeing the familiar faces, Su Qiming tried to move his lips. Seeing this, Su Mayan leaned in, trying to catch the faint whispers, struggling to decipher what her dying father was trying to express. White-eyed wolves. Even with Su Mayan's ironclad composure, she almost rolled her eyes to the heavens. Fortunately, she remembered the purpose of their visit and, unwilling to create more conflict, offered a few words of hollow comfort with a forced smile. Eldest sister, what did Dad just say? Su Wanqing asked curiously. Su Mayan's expression remained indifferent. Nothing, just long time no see. Is that so? Dad seems to have something to say to me too. Seeing her father staring at her, Su Wanqing followed suit and leaned in to listen. Although the whisper was hard to distinguish, she understood the meaning behind it. Traitor. Su Wanqing was so annoyed she laughed, opting not to reply as she stood back up. She gave Su Mayan an amused yet helpless look, as if to say, eldest sister, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Perhaps sensing Su Wanqing pulling away, Su Qiming became noticeably agitated, his eyes scanning the others frantically. Su Shinro knelt by the bedside, clutching Su Qiming's hand, her beautiful face filled with deep, feigned heartache. Dad, is there something you want to tell me? I'm here. You, poisonous woman, it was you, plotting to steal the family fortune, betraying your parents. Su Shinro leaned forward. In a spot where the others couldn't see, the sad expression on her face was replaced by a vengeful, mocking smirk. She whispered into Su Qiming's ear, thanks for the compliment, Dad, but you forced my hand. If I hadn't done that, I would have ended up like big sister, second sister, or even fourth sister, just tools for you to gain profit. Actually, I didn't want to, but you were the one targeting us and even trying to kill us. I was only acting in self-defense. You. Xiaxia, Dad has something to tell you. Ignoring Su Qiming's fury, Su Shinro pulled away calmly, leaving the time for the next person. Su Qingxia froze upon hearing this. Despite all the resentment she'd felt arriving, seeing her father in this near-death state had dissipated much of her hatred, so she stepped forward to hear his dying words. But before he could speak, she saw Su Qiming's face flush a deep, bruised purple, followed by a shout he mustered with all his remaining strength. Wicked spawn! Su Qingxia felt a shock hit her brain? What is this supposed to mean? I hadn't even bothered to settle scores with him for their past sabotage, and he's settling them with me. I shouldn't have come. Su Qingxia could accept being scolded, but she couldn't accept the double standard. Why were the others spoken to with soft whispers, only for her to be met with a thunderous roar? Why? I'm the one who was almost ruined back then. Why do you have to make me unhappy even when you're about to die? Hey, stay calm. Su Sun quickly pulled Su Qingxia aside, comforting her gently, old man Qiming is probably delirious. Don't hold it against a dying man. Forget it. He's about to kick the bucket, give him some face. But why did he only lose his temper at me? Who says? Didn't he lose his temper at me, too? With that, Su Sun leaned in close to Su Qiming. Little BEA. Hey, my hands are itching for a... Hey! The group panicked and quickly pulled Su Sun away. Su Qingxia even swapped roles, comforting Su Sun instead, forget it. He's almost gone, let's just grit our teeth and bear it. Su Sun felt as though he had lifted a rock only to drop it on his own feet. Had he known, he wouldn't have been so loose-lipped just now. Fortunately, he had learned the art of restraint. After all, there was a difference between someone dying on their own and being beaten to death by him. Dad, we could have completely ignored whether you lived or died, but we came out of old sentiment to see you off one last time. Yet here you are, cursing one person after another. If this continues, we're leaving. Perhaps Su Mayan's warning had some effect, as Su Qiming did indeed calm down quite a bit, and the atmosphere returned to that same oppressive gloom as before. Everyone stepped forward to offer their condolences, save for Su Banian, who remained frozen in place. Perhaps recalling some old memories, Qinlan urged Su Banian to go up and speak with Su Qiming, treating it as a final farewell. Hearing this, Su Banian relented, calling out Dad with a face full of dejection. But who would have expected it? With a cold humph, Su Qiming closed his eyes and ignored her entirely. Su Banian was dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? Dad, do you have nothing to say to me? Humph. Another cold snort. Su Qiming wouldn't even acknowledge her. Su Banian was completely floored. Others could at least get a few words out of him, and even if it was just scolding, Su Sun got an earful yet for her, there were only 2 cold snorts? Humph. Fine, if you won't acknowledge me, then I don't need a father like you either. Su Banian stomped out, slamming the door behind her. To her, this insult was no less stinging than being called a traitor by Su Qingxia. The rest of the group was left in a silence so heavy they couldn't even speak, feeling that Su Qiming was truly being insufferable. If one were to ask who felt the most distressed among those present, it was likely this little fool, who was usually the most thick-skinned and carefree of them all. Yet even so, she still hadn't received a shred of appreciation from the man. Su Mayan sighed helplessly, Dad, keep acting like this if you want, but it doesn't matter anymore. We've fulfilled our filial duty, from now on, we have no connection to the Su family. All of you are wicked. Spawn. Su Qiming's eyes bulged wide, veins protruding on his face. As if using the last ounce of his strength to lunge forward, he spat out this curse of dissatisfaction. And after that, there was no after. Having reached the end of his tether, Su Qiming fell heavily backward and closed his eyes for the last time. A ruthless, generation-defining titan, extinguished. The Wen Emperor's nemesis, the Qiming war god, extinguished. The live-in son-in-law who endured years of humiliation only to finally hold his head high, extinguished. The new elite of the capital, the puppet master behind top-tier noble houses, the future richest man in the world, the cold-blooded executioner who killed his own son, the eyewitness to the collapse of the world, the liaison to alien technology, the blood-bag supplier for a reborn immortal venerable Su Qiming had thoroughly fallen. Old Su, don't try to scare me like this. If one spoke of Qin Shilan's genuine outpouring of emotion, it could not be more real than it was in this moment. To a certain extent, Su Qiming was her everything, his passing would undoubtedly cause her world to collapse. When the final outcome arrived, the daughters also held many indescribable emotions in their hearts, but thousands of words were ultimately buried deep within, leaving them with nothing to say. Su Mayan, Mom, leave Dad's funeral arrangements to us. He cared most about his face his entire life, we will give him a grand burial. Qin Shilan, tears streaming down her face, shook her head with a bitter smile, no need. Keep everything simple. Your father made many enemies in the capital, it's best not to draw any attention. The group fell silent. In the end, it was still a fear that Su Qiming's death would trigger turmoil in the company, but since she had put it that way, no one would naturally oppose her. Fine, Mom, you arrange it. In this moment, a rare, tender expression of maternal warmth appeared on Qin Shilan's face, eldest, second, third, fourth. In the end, your father and I have failed you. I never expected you would still be willing to let go of your grievances and see your father off. Mom truly doesn't know how to make it up to you. Su Sun's lips curled, We're family, why talk about making it up to anyone? But if you really want to compensate us, let's think about how the inheritance should be divided. Between Su Miaomio and the remaining 6 daughters, how should this money be split? As soon as these words left his mouth, Qin Shilan's face changed instantly, in your dreams. Those ungrateful wretches are no longer part of the Su family, don't even think about getting a single cent. Although the daughters had never intended to claim any inheritance, they felt a deep sense of sorrow and disgust at Qin Shilan's shift in attitude. They had hoped their mother might have had a change of heart after losing their father, but she remained the same selfish, self-serving person as before. Su Sun gave a disdainful laugh, stop the act already? That dagger revealed at the end of the map didn't take long to show itself, did it? Humph. Don't you dare covet my Su family assets. Su Wanqing looked disappointed, Mom, nobody was coveting your money, but you turned on us for no reason. How did you become like this? Su Mayan, that's enough, second sister. In their hearts, isn't profit always greater than anything else? Fine, let her handle the rest herself. Let's go. The group arrived with great momentum and left with the same. As for what happened to the Su family afterward, it no longer had anything to do with them. Halfway home, in a speeding business van, Su Sun was at the wheel, showing off his driving skills, while the others remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. The driver's habit of glancing into the rearview mirror every so often eventually caught the attention of Su Mayan in the passenger seat. What's wrong? Why do you keep looking behind you? Su Sun hissed, hesitating before saying, I don't know if I should say this, but I feel like it's unusually empty in the back. Empty? This new van does seem a bit more spacious. Su Sun pondered, that's not what I mean by empty. I mean it feels like we're missing someone. Missing someone? Su Mayan's eyes widened, and she immediately turned to look back. The others soon realized the problem as well. Oh no. Fifth sister didn't get in the car. Back at the Daijing No. 1 villa. You little bitch, now that daddy is dead, I am the master of the Su family. Grandma, hold her down. I'm going to give her a good lesson. Su Miao Miao, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I'll beat the old and the young alike. After throwing out those harsh words, Su Banian turned to run, but when she reached the roadside of the villa, she was dumbfounded. Wait, where's the car? Big sister, second sister. You two are truly going too far. You didn't even think to call me when you came home. Do you even care about me at all? Su-sun let out a mocking laugh. Who told you to run off by yourself? It's your own fault. You're the one who talks too much. Anyway, nobody in this family cares about me, so I might as well leave. No sooner had she returned home than Su Banian began to vent her grievances, accusing everyone of being negligent and even threatening to run away from home. However, the comfort and pleased to stay she had imagined never came. There was only Su-sun's dismissive send-off. The door is right there. We respect your choice. Su Banian's eyes widened in disbelief. Stung by anger, her resolve to leave home reached its peak. Fine. You forced my hand. With a display of fierce momentum and grim determination, Su Banian abruptly stood up, marched toward the entrance, and walked out the door under everyone's watchful eyes. You're all cold-blooded and heartless. Who knows how many years it will be before I return? At least I won't be back this year. Don't regret this. Bang! The front door was slammed shut. This unexpected turn of events caused Su Mayan to knit her brows. She really hadn't expected Su Banian to have the nerve to actually run away. This brat is getting more and more out of line. She actually dared to go through with it. Just as she stood up to go after her, her wrist was gripped tightly by a large hand. She turned to see Su-sun wearing a cryptic, teasing smile. Don't worry, she'll be back soon. Su Wanqing sighed. Forget it, I'll go after her. I'm afraid the fifth sister is really serious this time. She didn't bring anything and she's penniless. Where could she possibly go? Su-sun didn't answer. She looked down at her watch and simply gestured for Su Qingxia to go open the door. It's about time. Open the door. Confused, Su Qingxia complied. As soon as the door swung open, a sheepish, grinning person slunk into the house. It was Su Banian, a completely different version from the one who had left moments ago. Hee hee, long time no see. I'm back. Everyone knew Su-sun's nature, but they were still curious how she knew Su Banian was just waiting outside the door to come back in. Su-sun smiled indifferently and replied, What's the date today? Su Mayan, December 31st. Suddenly, realization dawned on her. Sure enough, Su Banian was still Su Banian. There was no way she would ever actually run away from home. Midnight is almost here, so it'll be a new year soon. Banian, you've really worked hard out there, running around for a whole 10 seconds. Su Banian bared her teeth. Not hard at all, not hard at all. I just missed my family. Su Qingxia looked at her with utter contempt. I almost thought someone had actually grown a spine for once. But then again, a freeloader like you who just drifts through life, how could you ever leave such a comfortable greenhouse? Su Qingxia, what are you being so sarcastic for? Su Banian snapped back viciously, her face twisted with rage. What are you feeling so smug about, you filthy actress? I strongly suspect it was you who instigated everyone to dump me, hoping that Su Miao and her grandmother would beat me to death. You're insane. You ran off on your own and got into a fight. Who can you blame for that? If I'd known you were this ungrateful, I would have stopped everyone from going back to pick you up. Oh, so the true face comes out, does it? Su Qingxia, I'm going to kill you. The way sisters interacted was always so simple and unadorned, one disagreement and it was straight to a full-blown brawl. This time, Su Mayan didn't intervene. After all, this person did deserve a good lesson. Hey, big sister, why are you leaving? Su Xinxing stood up and headed toward her room with a yawn. I'm tired. Going to bed. Hey, that's not right. As the two fought tooth and nail, Su Banian was pinned down right next to Su Wanqing, who didn't even lift her head once, her eyes glued to her phone. Su Banian was stunned. She had intended to play the tough guy to deflate Su Qingxia's ego, expecting her sisters to talk her down and then she'd gracefully step back. But now, it seemed nobody cared if she lived or died. Ugh. Arg. If you're hungry, go eat. Why are you screeching here? Su-sun kicked her aside in disgust and happily went back to scrolling through short videos. Su Banian was furious, but limited by her strength, she remained firmly under Su Qingxia's thumb, forced to watch Su-sun bloating while she was completely powerless. You. I will certainly make you pay for today's humiliation. Oh, ow. Wrong, I was wrong. My arm is about to snap. Before she could finish her threats, she became docile again. After all, Su Qingxia was really going for it. In a fair fight, the winner takes all, and she showed no mercy. For the next half-month, the two remained bitter enemies, unable to stand the sight of one another. At the same time, with the major threats resolved, Su-sun enjoyed a period of peace, eating, drinking, and sleeping, which was incredibly comfortable. Until the day of the unexpected arrival. Kid, your mother is in my hands now. If you want her back, transfer 5 million to me immediately. I've transferred it. What? A chaotic conversation broke out over the phone. What the hell? What is this kid talking about? Boss, there really is 5 million more in the account. What the hell? I didn't even give him an account number yet. Did you get the money? If you got it, let her go right now. The voice on the other end was clearly baffled. Kid, this doesn't count. How do you prove this was you who sent it? I'm sending you an account number. I want 10 million now. Otherwise. Su-sun, it's sent. What the hell? Did I hear that right just now? Mom was kidnapped? With all the women gathered around, the habit of using speakerphone meant everyone heard it loud and clear. Su-sunyu's anxiety was plain to see, and everyone instinctively turned their focus toward her. Su-mayan glanced at her with a frown as well, though she didn't intend to dwell on that choice of words for now. Instead, she said urgently, Xiao-sun, don't be impulsive. Call your mother first and see if you can get through. No need to call. She's definitely been kidnapped, these people are clearly prepared. Su-sun picked up his phone, his tone incomparably grim. Once you get the money, let her go. I'm in a good mood lately, so consider these 10 million plus a free gift. Otherwise, you'll have the money but no life to spend it. Damn, big brother, it's really 10 million. He actually paid it. Damn it, why isn't this kid playing by the rules? No, this won't do. Then what do we do? After another burst of whispered conversation, the phone made noise again. Young man, it seems your mom is very important to you. But since she's so important, I want another 20 million. Sent. What the hell? The voice on the other end exclaimed in shock. This? How is this possible? No, no. I want 30 million foot. Sent. 50 million. Sent. 100 million. Sent. Fuck. I'm asking for $1 billion now, goddammit. Sent. Screw this. Screw this. We're dropping the act. We don't want the money, we want you. I'm right behind you. A wail echoed, and the line went silent. Meanwhile, in a factory in a province in the south. In a cramped conference room, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 burly men were gathered together, discussing something with nervous expressions. Boss, I have a bad feeling. This kid is paying whatever we ask, and it hits the account instantly. Who exactly is this person we've kidnapped? I don't know either. Boss, I have a feeling we're screwed. The other side is a bit too terrifying. And how come there's no sound from Donzi's end? Maybe they're in negotiations. Don't let your imagination run wild, we just need to finish the job. Money isn't scary, but the way Su-sun tossed it around like water without a care was truly alarming. The sheer power of that wealth, even if just thrown around, was enough to make anyone's heart race. When had this gang of kidnappers ever seen such a massive display? As one wave subsided, another rose. While waiting for a response, Su-sun received a plea for help from Gu Qinwan. As soon as the video call connected, a scene of a beauty on the verge of tears appeared. Little brother Xiao-sun, I'm begging you for a favor. I'm truly out of options. Don't be anxious, Sister Wanner. Tell me slowly. It's like this, my best friend and I went on a trip, and she was kidnapped while trying to protect me. I paid them more than 100 million they demanded, but they're just dragging it out and won't release her. It's been 3 days. I really don't know what to do. You have to help me. Hearing this, Su-sun fell silent. Is there some kind of kidnapping peak season lately? How was Sister Wanner's friend kidnapped too? What's wrong? Is it too difficult? As long as you help me save her, even if you just come up with a way, I'll agree to anything you want. It's not that, Sister Wanner. It's not that it's difficult, it's just that I'm currently spread too thin, and I really don't have the energy right now. Why do you say that? Because, just a moment ago, my mother was kidnapped too. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Gu Qinwan felt absolute despair, mixed with deep self-reproach. Originally, that group had been driven by lust, and it was her best friend who had attracted their attention to cover her escape, which led to her being captured. Later, she paid the money, called the police, utilized her family's resources, and even offered to trade herself, yet she never found a trace of them. She had pinned her final hopes on Su-sun, a man full of miracles, but who could have known that fate would be so cruel? After all, even Su-sun's own mother had been taken, he must be overwhelmed. How could she possibly ask him to abandon his mother to save a stranger? Don't worry, little brother Xiao-sun. As long as they're after money, it's manageable. I'll have my family step in. Whether it's money or manpower, the Gu family will support you with everything we have. Stay calm. I'll go help you find her once I'm back. Your friend will be alright. Even though she had her own heap of problems, Gu Qinwan was still worrying about Su-sun and trying to comfort him, warming his heart. Sister Wanner, you can barely take care of yourself, so don't worry about my side. I'll solve it myself. As for your friend, I didn't say I wouldn't save her. As soon as I handle things here, I'll go help you. Don't worry, Sister Wan, I'll definitely help you rescue her. Su Banian chimed in with some comfort, which left Su-sun speechless. What are you going to save? With that brain full of milk tea? Gu Qinwan forced a smile. Thank you, Nian Nian. I'll be fine here, and your mother will be fine too. The call ended. Su-sun fell into silence, and the others didn't look any better, all of them wearing troubled expressions. They had never expected that while they were in trouble, Gu Qinwan would be in trouble too, and both were kidnappings at that. Given the relationship between Su-sun, Su Banian, and the Gu family and Gu Qinwan, how could they just stand by? But this matter was suspicious. The other party clearly wasn't after money, they couldn't find anyone in such a short time, and no one else could provide any real help. The entire burden rested solely on Su Sun. Ever since leaving the Su family, I've rarely seen Xiao Sun look this distressed. If I had known, I would have stopped Mom from leaving. Su Wanqing looked helpless, with a hint of sarcasm. Third sister, your mom is getting more and more natural. You know no one is going to argue with you at a time like this, so you've stopped pretending altogether, haven't you? Su Mayan frowned, displeased. Enough, both of you. Can we talk about how to save them? A shrill ringtone cut through the air. Su Sun snapped his eyes open. No need to think. The solution is already here. The call connected, and a mocking, unfamiliar female voice came through. Su Sun, is it? We can finally have a conversation. You're wrong. My name is Su 3 Days, and I'm going to kill you within 3 days.